Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Was Hit Straight Into Her Heart. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku really wished he could get a handle on his anxiety. He knew he was early. He knew he would be the first one here. He knew Nejire had bad time management. The boy checked his phone again. It was getting close to their, Nejire's, agreed upon time, and the girl was still nowhere to be found. That was fine. He knew Nejire wasn't the kind of person to stand him up, but he also knew that she was the kind of person who would definitely miss a deadline due to whatever went on when she was alone. Maybe she sent another person through a postal box? That was always a possibility. A small, really dumb part of him hoped that was something she only did to him, though. That was their federal crime. But he was really losing it over this crush. One would think Izuku would be able to face reality with an objective outlook, and usually he'd agree, but for some reason he couldn't get his periwinkle-haired friend out of his mind. It would only serve to hurt him further in the end. If his secret ever got out, there was no chance he'd ever tell Nejire he liked her, and even less chance he'd tell anybody else about it, so it would be fine. Unless he started spitting up flowers. But that was just a myth, so he should, for all intents and purposes, be Izuku. He blinked, and suddenly he was getting swept off his feet, literally. Nejire barreled into him quick enough to send him sprawling, but the girl was adept enough to snag him out of the air and pull him into her arms before he hit the pavement. This sort of scenario was happening a lot, funnily enough. It was almost like she wanted excuses to hug him or something. Nejire giggled at the semi-surprised look on his face. Fancy seeing you here, Izuku. Did he miss me? She was too pretty. Too close to his face. To Nejire. He blushed like he'd just been caught Googling how to act cool. Hey, Nejire. She laughed at the dusting of pink that wormed its way up his cheeks. Hey, look at that, right on time for once. I'm not always late anymore. Izuku blinked. Was it 4:15 now? He moved to check his phone, eyes glancing down towards his hand. Crap, my phone. Izuku cried, eyes rapidly darting around the area. I must be dropped it when? I got it, Amajiki mumbled quietly. Izuku and Nejire's stare both landed on an octopus tentacle that had extended out beneath them, having struck out the moment his phone was knocked out of his grasp. It slowly retracted back into Amajiki's arm, and soon enough the shy teen was offering it in his outstretched hand. Thanks, Izuku mumbled, slowly reaching out to grab his phone before remembering he was sort of stuck. Why you can put me down now, Nejire? The girl hummed, almost as though she were considering declining the request, but obliged after a moment. Okay. She plopped down on the sidewalk, releasing Izuku as she did so, but not before ruffling his hair one more time for good measure. Nice catch, Tamaki. Yeah. Togata agreed, offering Amajiki a hearty pat on the back that made him jump in surprise. With those reflexes, you'll be right back on top of the class in no time. Nejire frowned. I don't know about that, she teased, a small corkscrew of wave motion popping up between her hands. I kinda like it up here. Amajiki mumbled something unintelligible as he handed Izuku his phone, but Togata seemed to catch it. He's right, the blonde said. Maybe it's my turn to be the leader of the big three. After all, I got Midoriya-kun's help with permeation the other day. Maybe I'm his favorite of us now. Nejire gasped like she'd been shocked. No. Her big blue eyes landed on Izuku in horror. Say it isn't so, Izuku. You didn't abandon me for Mirio, did you? What? Izuku cried, confused and mortified. Oh, of course not. I would never abandon you. She sniffled like she was holding back tears. Oh, thank goodness. Nejire reached out to yank him back into another hug. I don't think my poor heart could take it if you suddenly gave yourself away to those Jirs. Especially when we haven't even finished our plans on. The periwinkle-haired girl was cut off by a karate chop to the back of the head, courtesy of the fifth member of their little squad. Stop teasing Midoriya, Helia chastised. He looks like he's about to pass out. Nejire groaned, sticking her tongue out at the only other girl present as she released Izuku from her clutches. You're no fun, you. Nejire's right. Togata shouted, rubbing the back of his head as well. Even though he certainly could have phased through any attack Helia threw at him, it seemed like the boy just let it happen. We're all having a good time, where's the harm in that? Helia rolled her eyes. You're forgetting the fact that Tamaki and Midoriya are probably the shyest people in Japan. she reminded the two. I mean, look at them. Izuku knew what she meant, unfortunately. He and Amajiki looked like they were competing for the role of uncomfortable passerby in the next hit Tokyo film. Well, that wasn't entirely true. Amajiki seemed more resigned than anything, and he wasn't anywhere close to as red in the face as Izuku. Nejire pouted. You're just jealous. She made her way back over to Izuku, throwing her arms around him from behind and leaning into his back. He went ramrod straight at the contact and steam blew out of his ears as he felt Nejire hug him from behind, with the girl using him as a shield from Heia's stern gaze. You're jealous that Izuku is my hug buddy and that you can't have him. Despite how awkward and flustered she was making him, Izuku couldn't help but pause at her words. Hug be buddy? Amajiki sighed. Sometimes it's better not to ask. She nodded in agreement. Besides, if Izuku was uncomfortable, he'd tell me. That was untrue. He was pretty uncomfortable right now, though that was mostly due to the fact that they were in public and she was pressing certain parts of her against him that made Izuku very embarrassed to acknowledge. He still wouldn't ask her to let go of him. Heia kept up her scrutinous gaze for a moment before dropping it with a huff. Whatever, she grumbled, seemingly resigned to Nejire's antics. Didn't you say we were going to go get some food together? I'm starving. I'm pretty hungry too, Amajiki added, before nervously looking over to Izuku. I don't only eat animals for my quirk, by the way. Togata rubbed his stomach. Same. I kind of missed out on breakfast, so we better be going somewhere filling. Amajiki stared at him in disbelief. You've been with me at the gym for the last 5 hours, he whispered, and you haven't eaten anything today? As if on cue, Togata's stomach began to rumble angrily, causing Nejire and Heia to snicker at him. His cheeks turned slightly red, but not enough for him to look truly embarrassed. Hey, it's not nice to stare, you know? He protested. Just get me to somewhere I can pig out and we'll be fine. Heia smirked, her eyes landing on Izuku once more. Careful, Mirio, she warned. You might scare away Midoriya. I've seen pigs eat, and comparing the two of you would be a disservice to pigs. Nejire's grip on him tightened. Nope, she shouted. Izuku already agreed to going out with us, which means he can't run away, even if Mirio eats like a starving hyena when he's hungry. She giggled as she finished, looking at Izuku with large, hopeful eyes. Right. Izuku would say that her actions made his face warm, but the truth was that his face had been steadily heating up for the past few minutes, ever since she had first glomped him in a hug to announce her arrival. He could probably fry an egg on his cheeks right now. Alright, he mumbled in agreement, avoiding Nejire's gaze. Food sounds GG good. Great, Nejire said, so we're all in agreement. She finally let go of Izuku, who couldn't tell if he was grateful or not for the loss of contact, pulling out her phone and rapidly typing something in. I found this place that's supposed to be pretty good a few blocks from here, the older girl elaborated, and I really want to try it out. So let's go. Nejire pointed to the east, and a second later she was running off, leaving the rest of them in the dust. W it up. Amajiki cried, chasing the energetic girl. Why, you're faster than all of us, you know. Togata wasn't far behind. Food, he roared. Here I come. Izuku stared dumbly ahead as the entire group left him behind. Did they expect him to keep up with them? Well, not all of them. Heia sighed at her friend's antics. We better get a move on, she said, shaking Izuku out of his thoughts as she started walking after them. Otherwise, Mirio might eat the restaurant. He spared a glance towards the end of the street, where the big three had already disappeared after taking a turn. We might be too late, he mumbled. Did you know where we're supposed to go? She rolled her eyes, though it didn't seem directed towards Izuku. Yeah, Nejire texted me the location just now, Heia explained, starting to walk slowly in the direction they had run off in. Now come on. Last one there has to pay for the 5 of us. Izuku nodded slowly, forcing his feet to follow in the older, and the only one of the 4 to actually be shorter than him, girl's footsteps. It took him a moment to process what she had said, and when that time came he froze like a deer in headlights. It what? Fortunately, Heia seemed to just be teasing him too, and that was a very good thing, because by the looks of things Togata was ready to eat himself out of house and home. Speaking of Togata, there you guys are, he shouted, dramatically pointing at Izuku and Heia as they walked up to the restaurant. We've been waiting forever for you too. Heia rolled her eyes. It's your guys' fault for running off. Be lucky Nejire texted me the place before you did, or we might not have shown up at all. Nah, Nejire shot back playfully. I would have gone back to pick you guys up if I had to. No way me and Tamaki are dealing with hungry Mirio alone. Amajiki shuddered. And never take him to a Chinese buffet again. There was a story behind that line, surely. Even Togata looked a bit uncomfortable at the reminder of whatever Tamaki had brought up. Anyways, what is this place? Heia spoke quickly, doing her best to change the subject as she peered up at the sign above the door. Miller's? What kind of name is that? Nejire shrugged. I dunno, she responded cheerily, but it has 5 stars. I was talking with Lunch Rush the other day, and he said it was really good and had a really big menu. He said he worked at the place when he was younger and that he couldn't recommend it enough. Togata gave her a strange look. Is that what you were talking with him about when you stayed behind after lunch the other day? She nodded. I figured if he was such a good chef, he would have really good recommendations on places to eat. Nejire explained it like it was the most obvious thing in the world, and I was right. Why are we still waiting out here then? Heia asked. I mean, shouldn't we just go inside instead of standing around like a bunch of vagrants? Good point. Togata replied instantly. I'll go get us a table. Amajiki was quick to follow him, practically hiding in his shadow. Why aren't we all just going together? Boys, Heia said fondly, shaking her head as she followed them inside. Those two are something else. Nejire made to follow the 3 without a second thought, and Izuku realized this was probably the only chance he'd get all day. And Nejire? He said quickly, mouth moving faster than his brain. See, can I ask you as a something? She stopped in her tracks, spinning around on her heel to face him with a curious look in her eyes. What's up, Izuku? Nejire spoke about as easily as she could, but Izuku still felt a ball of lead sink into his gut as he thought of what he was about to say. He took a deep breath. And not that I think you w'd, he began awkwardly, stumbling over his words, as he was prone to do. Why didn't T tell any of them about me being quirkless, alright? She must have realized that the question was eating at him for a while, because her body language instantly shifted. Of course not. Nejire shook her head fervently. I wouldn't share personal stuff like that without your permission. Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. I'm sorry, he mumbled. I didn't mean to, accuse you or anything. Would it be better if I kept it a secret? I didn't want to CC cause any problems. He rubbed the back of his neck, beyond uncomfortable with the topic of conversation. Unfortunately, it was kind of a necessity. He didn't want to accidentally alienate Nejire from any of her friends or, of all the ways she could have responded, a hug should have been way higher on his list. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do, Nejire whispered in his ear, holding him tightly. It's up to you whether or not you want to tell them about it. I get why you would be hesitant, but Mirio, Tamaki, and you are some of my best friends, and they would never treat you differently because of your lack of a quirk. Izuku hesitated. He'd seen some of the nicest people in the world change their tune really fast just because of something as small as his extra toe joint. But if they did? Nejire's eyes hardened. Then they wouldn't be my friends, she declared, making Izuku's eyes go wide. But I wouldn't be friends with people who look down on others based on things out of their control, she said sternly, especially something as stupid as whether or not you can shoot energy out of your hands or turn your arms into clamshells. Izuku sniffled. And Nejire. She hugged him a little tighter. Besides, she whispered in his ear, I said they were some of my best friends. Who did you think my other one was? Damn it, was he really about to start falling even harder for her? Why did she have to be so amazing? He was nearly ready to call her the perfect person. Why you're my best friend TD2, he stammered. But I'm sure why you knew that already? She giggled at his antics. I kind of figured, she admitted, but it sure is nice to hear you say it. Nejire bopped him on the nose for good measure. Now, no more being sad, okay? We're here to get some food, and that's what we're going to get. Izuku wiped at his eyes, though no tears had fallen. All right. After a moment she walked through the door of the restaurant, Izuku hot on her heels as she glanced around for their friends. Over here. Their eyes caught Togata, who was eagerly waving them over from a booth in the corner of the building. The pair were quick to make their way over to the others, who seemed completely unbothered by their tardiness. Did you guys get to order anything yet? Nejire asked, immediately reaching for a menu, provided by Heia, as she slid into her seat. Togata sat on one end of the booth, followed by Amajiki, who was doing his best to melt into the seat, then Heia, and finally Nejire. The entire seat curved around the edge of the wall, making it so that if nobody else was sitting in it, he could have slid in and out of it from both sides. And now, Izuku. He probably would have chosen to sit further away from Nejire if only because he didn't know if she'd think he was too clingy, but Togata didn't look too willing to make any room on his side of the booth, so he settled for a spot next to his bubbly friend at the edge of the group. No, Helia replied, we got seated and were promptly forgotten about. Mirio's ready to have a conniption. Not. The buff blonde shot back, pouting like a petulant child. Not that Izuku would ever say that to his face, I'm just offended that they would ignore high-quality paying customers. Amajiki gave his friend a side-eye. They were probably just waiting for the rest of us to show up. Also, it's really busy here. Can you not see that? We're lucky that they recognized us from the sports festival, otherwise we would probably still be waiting. Sure enough, the place was bumping. It wasn't to the point that Izuku would think it was packed, but it was definitely close to rush hour for the restaurant. Waiters and waitresses flew around the building, tending to the needs of as many hungry patrons as they could. It seemed like a miracle they even got a table, all things considered, even with the 4 heroes in training being relatively well known. The place seemed almost like a chain restaurant based on looks alone, although it certainly wasn't any brand Izuku was familiar with, and he doubted the world-renowned Lunch Rush would allow himself to be caught working for anything less than the highest quality kitchens in Japan. The aroma around the building was pleasant and airy, smelling strongly of broth and cooked vegetables, though the smell of oil couldn't be ignored either. It didn't seem very fancy, and since the rest of the group wasn't wearing anything beyond jeans and a polo shirt donned by Togata, he didn't feel too conscious about his clothing choice for the day. Nejire smiled. Being a celebrity is pretty cool. Togata just huffed. Whatever. Nejire took the opportunity to nudge Izuku in the side, grabbing his attention immediately as she leant over to whisper something in his ear. Mirio gets really hangry sometimes, she said quietly, giggling all the while. Just ignore him. Izuku spared the boy a brief glance, pausing in his reading of the menu to observe. Sure enough, he was frowning, which was slightly unnerving because he'd never seen anything other than a smile on his face. I see. Nejire was right, the menu was big. 4 pages full of nothing but entrees, as well as 1 for the appetizers and 2 for desserts. It had a distinctly American taste, but there were plenty of Japanese dishes on it as well. He was kind of curious as to what their kitchen looked like to be able to support so many options, but there was always something to blissful ignorance with these kinds of things. He'd seen enough of that pre-Quirk show, Kitchen Nightmares, to know that he definitely didn't need to see the inside of any kitchens for the rest of his life. Also, the prices were pretty cheap. That made Izuku and his wallet happy. A tall silver-haired boy in what Izuku assumed to be the restaurant's standard waiter uniform strode up to them. His eyes were narrowed, the centerpieces of thick, jagged eyelashes, and it looked like he had a permanent scowl on his face. Hello, the boy greeted, his voice sounding as though he had gargled gravel rocks for a better part of the afternoon. Welcome to Miller's. My name is Tetsu, and I'll be your waiter for the evening. Can I get you started with some drinks? He was clearly doing his best to be nice, or at the very least polite, but Izuku couldn't help but feel a tad intimidated by Tetsu's stature. He looked like he could shoot his arm out and grab him by the neck at any moment. I'll take a strawberry milkshake. Nejire said immediately. Helia looked completely unsurprised by the girl's choice. Lemonade for me, please. 2 root beers. Togata practically shouted, garnering a strange look from their waiter. Also, can we order our appetizers now too? Tetsu shrugged as he scribbled away on his little notepad. If you guys are ready to order those, sure. Togata grinned. Great. I'll get the onion rings, the pretzel nuggets, and the mild chicken wings. He looked towards Amajiki eagerly. Your turn, Tamaki. The boy looked affronted as he was called out. He began awkwardly, I'll have matcha tea, and, the little neck clams, a plate of California rolls, and the fried calamari. The waiter stared at the 2 boys for a moment, as though he was trying to figure out if they were being serious or not, before merely nodding at their requests. Okay, he said slowly, got it? His eyes turned towards Izuku, who resisted the urge to shrink back. Water is fine. He didn't really want to order an appetizer, but since everyone else did. I'll also take the fried yakitori, please. Tetsu just looked thankful for a normal order. Would either of you like to get some appetizers as well? Helia looked contemplative. I'll take a house salad with balsamic vinegar as my dressing. I want pretzel nuggets too. Nejire said happily, but I want them with cinnamon, please. Tetsu shook out his arm as he finished writing down the last bit of Nijire's order. Alright, got it. I'll go get your drinks now, and I'll be around in a bit to get your entrees. The boy walked away, but he did so in a very noisy fashion. With each step he took, it sounded like he was stomping as hard as he could with steel-toed boots. It was especially odd because he was merely wearing dress shoes, but the world was full of oddities. He seems nice, Heia hummed, didn't seem too disgusted by your eating habits, either, Mirio. He rolled his eyes good-naturedly as the girl poked fun at him. They could have sent us a literal dog to take our orders and I wouldn't have cared, as long as I get something to eat I'll be happy. Oh yeah? Nejire asked, eyes alight with amusement. How many main courses are you planning on getting? Togata just shrugged. Probably 2, maybe 3. He patted his arms. I'm a growing boy after all. Heia scoffed. If you grow any more we're going to have to get you a custom desk from the support department to fit your overgrown butt in. It's like you're trying to shape yourself into the next All Might. She was promptly ignored. Hey, Tamaki. Togata nudged his friend. Do you think I should get the Mighty Burger or the Hawk Sandwich? I think I have no idea how you can eat that much greasy food and not get sick, he mumbled. Would it kill you to eat something like a grilled salmon every once in a while? At least me and Nejire have excuses to eat like raccoons. Togata rolled his eyes. It's my cheat day. Every day is your cheat day, Mirio. Nejire said between bouts of laughter. It's a miracle we have lunch rush at you. I think he's the only person I've seen get you to eat vegetables. He gave the girl a blank stare. I literally just ordered onion rings. Those don't count. She protested, they're fried. That's like saying French fries are vegetables. I mean they are potatoes. Heia rolled her eyes. You're unbelievable sometimes, you know? Not you too, you. He groaned. Tamaki, back me up. The shy teen shrugged. If I eat a chicken nugget I can still grow talons, so. Togata smirked. See? Tamaki gets it. Clearly I'm right. You only got one of us to agree with you, Heia replied coolly, which means that at best we're tied. Nejire shook her head. Nah, you guys are forgetting about Izuku. To be honest, he had kind of forgotten about himself, too. Their conversation flowed so easily, it was clear that they were all good friends. With each passing moment, Izuku was starting to wonder more and more why Nejire had even invited him. She and all of her friends were cool and fun, he was not. Izuku just didn't belong here. Togata snapped his fingers. That's right. He exclaimed, before quickly pointing at Izuku, who let out an eep, in surprise. Onion rings, are they a vegetable or not, Midoriya-kun? Before he could respond, Nejire popped into his field of vision, taking his hands in her own. You agree with me, right, Izuku? She punctuated her question by giving him a sad look, complete with puppy eyes and a stuck-out lower lip. Him. His face erupted into a blaze of crimson, like a matchstick struck suddenly. The blonde rolled his eyes. This is clearly coercion, he groaned. Nejire turned to stick her tongue out at him. Don't care. She returned to giving Izuku a sad, hopeful look less than a second later. Now, Izuku, my dearest friend and companion, you agree with me and you that onion rings aren't vegetables, right? She giggled at the awestruck look on his face. There was no way he didn't look like an idiot right now. He tried, stumbling over his words. If it was just the onion they were frying, maybe it would count. But since they probably, douse it in flour, breadcrumbs, and other stuff, I guess I'd say no? Togata sighed, deflating like a balloon. Traitor, he grumbled, though there was no real bite to his words. At least Tamaki always has my back. Nejire simply stuck her tongue out at him. You're just jealous Izuku is smarter than you, and that I'm his favorite. Before Togata could retort, or Izuku could pass out from all the blood rushing to his head, their waiter returned, 6 glasses resting upon a black serving plate that sat atop his right hand. Let's see. Tetsu took his time with each glass, eyes narrowing as he tried to remember who ordered what. Amajiki nodded slowly, accepting his beverage quietly. The waiter's eyes shifted to Togata. .2 root beers? Yep. Togata reached out and grabbed them, one at a time, from his hands. Nice. Before he was even able to move on to Nejire and her milkshake, the blonde had completely drained one of his glasses, which disturbed everyone at the table immensely. Tetsu tried his best to ignore it, instead placing the glass of water at Izuku's side. This was yours, right? He nodded quickly. Yes, thanks. Which means the lemonade is yours, then, he finished, handing the last glass on his plate to Heia before sliding it under his arm. Your appetizers will be out shortly. Now, can I take the rest of your orders? Yeah, I think we're ready, Togata began, cracking his knuckles as though he were about to do something other than order a disgusting amount of food. How about a mighty burger for me, as well as the Hellfire nachos? I'll take the mashed potatoes as both of my sides. Heia and Amajiki both looked vaguely ill as Togata ordered such a large quantity of food, and Izuku didn't blame them. Tetsu gave the older boy a look that made him think their waiter thought they were all insane. Wait, food. Next. Me, Amajiki said after a moment. Is there any chance that for your shrimp pasta you use pistol shrimp? Tetsu stared at him like he grew a second head, before remembering he was a waiter and that kind of thing wouldn't earn him a very nice tip. He forced a smile onto his face, but it didn't look very authentic. I can check if you want? The smile that Amajiki received seemed to do the opposite of what it intended to do. Never mind. I'll just have the lamb chops. If he realized he was alienating his customers, he didn't show it. Great. What about you, ma'am? Heia hummed as her eyes fell back onto the menu. If I asked you for recommendations on the gyoza, would you have any? The boy's gaze turned thoughtful, shrugging after a moment. Well, I like pretty much everything we make, but people really like the vegetable ones with chicken. She nodded at his words. I'll have that then. Nejire. Nejire perked up at her name being called. I'll have the yakisoba. Can I also get it with potatoes? Sure. The boy's eyes finally landed on Izuku. And for you, sir? Izuku felt a little awkward about someone older than him, or at least looked older than him, calling him sir. I'll, take the oyster ramen. Tetsu nodded. Alright, got it. Let me know if you need anything else, and I'll be back shortly with your appetizers. He bowed his head before stepping back gracefully, still making that loud clunk with every step he took as he returned to the restaurant's kitchen. Heia gave Togata a semi-disgusted look. Your gluttony scared him this time, you know. Togata looked affronted. I have no idea what you're talking about. He decided to ignore the fact that he had already drained his second glass of root beer, pushing them to the side as he eagerly awaited his pile of appetizers. As they once again descended into an in-depth discussion criticizing the blonde's eating habits, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that he still didn't belong with them. The four of them stared at each other for a moment, before returning their shell-shocked gazes back to Togata. A half-fascinated, half-horrified look sat atop each of their faces as they watched him stuff his face with gusto, practically shoving his head into his bowl of pretzel nuggets before alternating to scarfing down onion rings, and then proceeding to shear the meat off the bones of several chicken wings, only to start the cycle over again. This had been going on for the past 5 minutes. He also had 2 new root beers at his side, one already nearly empty. The only one of them to even touch their own appetizers so far was Amajiki, and that was just so he could summon a clam shell to shield himself from the horror show unfolding right next to him. Togata didn't even look human. It's like a car crash, Heia muttered, eyes wide and nose scrunched up. It's so bad, but I can't look away. Nejire had picked up one of her own pretzel nuggets, fingers immediately becoming coated in cinnamon, but it sat suspended in her frozen hands as she slowly became more and more enamored with Togata's actions. Izuku was at least polite enough to try and look away. He poked at his yakitori, but he had sort of lost his appetite as a result of Togata, to tell the truth. Eventually Togata leaned back, patting his stomach contently as he let out a small burp. Ooh, that hit the spot. He practically sank into the booth. Man, I can't wait for that burger though. Amajiki turned an interesting shade of green at his words, slowly pushing his sushi back towards the center of the table. Heia shot him a dirty look. Look what you're doing to us. Togata rolled his eyes. If you can't handle me at my hungriest, you don't deserve me at my most satiated, he replied, which means that you should accept me, flaws and all. Nejire slowly picked at her pretzels, trying her best to tune out the two of them. These are pretty good, she hummed. What about your stuff, Izuku? Now that Togata had finished eating, Izuku was able to find his stomach. Lucky for him, it wasn't half bad. It's good too, he replied quietly. The chicken is really tea-tender. Her eyes lingered on his yakitori as he described it, something Izuku was quick to take note of. Did you, want some? The gleam in her eyes was unmistakable, a playful edge to it. Well, Nejire began slowly, as long as you're offering. Her chopsticks darted out like a pair of vipers, nabbing one of the yakitori off his plate with deadly precision, even though she could have simply picked it up by the skewer. Yay! She cheered happily as she took a bite of the fried food. Thanks, Izuku. And no PP problem, he mumbled. Her eyes fell back onto him. Do you want one of my pretzels now? Izuku froze. Sharing food, wasn't that a thing couples did? It's okay. He said quickly, voice reaching a pitch far too high to not show his embarrassment. Why don't you need to offer tea? She pet her head to the side. You sure? Nejire asked. It's only fair. Togata's eyes widened imperceptibly. Well, if you're offering. His hand was batted away quicker than Izuku's eyes could track. Not for you. Nejire hissed. I still remember the last time I offered you food. Togata put his hands up in surrender. Geez, fine. He grumbled as he dropped back to his side of the table. You accidentally eat a girl's ice cream one time? While Izuku was distracted with the blonde's showy complaints, Nejire took the time to drop one of her pretzel nuggets on his plate. By the time he looked back down, it was far too late to call her out. That didn't mean he wouldn't try, however. Well, you really don't have to? As soon as he opened his mouth, he was cut off by the sound of their waiter's return. His body was preceded by the sound of clanking that rang out as he approached them, with a second waitress helping to set down the large dish he was carrying their meals onto a small stand. Let's see, he began quickly, thanking his coworker before turning back towards the five of them. The mighty burger and hellfire nachos were yours. Clearly he remembered Togata on the third go-around. The boy was practically drooling as the food was placed in front of him. Lamb chops for you. Tetsu placed them in front of Amajiki. And the gyoza was yours, right ma'am? Heia looked a little ticked at being called, ma'am, like an old woman, but hid it very well behind her polite smile. Yes, thanks. He nodded quickly, before depositing one bowl in front of Nejire and one in front of Izuku. And your yakisoba and ramen. Please enjoy, he encouraged, voice grating against Izuku's brain as he clasped his hands together, and call if you need anything else. Just as quickly as he arrived, Tetsu disappeared into the hustle and bustle of the restaurant's dining floor. Maybe he was moving fast to avoid having to witness Togata massacre another plate of food. Speaking of Togata, this is so good. He cried, inhaling the burger in front of him. I'm so happy we came here. Amajiki once again did his best to shield his food from the mess that was his friend. I hope you don't eat anything for the next 3 days, he mumbled, or you go on an Ironman tomorrow. Otherwise you're probably going to gain 30 pounds. Don't care. Izuku and the girls were much better at tuning him out the second time around, though admittedly he had a pretty good reason for that. Heia took a quick bite of her gyoza, humming in delight at the taste. Lunch Rush really does have good taste, she admitted. I'll have to thank him for recommending this place to you, Nejire. She nodded her head in agreement. Totally. You think he still comes here sometimes? You think he knows the chefs? This soba is so good. Izuku, how's your oyster ramen? You know, I didn't take you for someone who ate oysters. He frowned as he looked down into his bowl of noodles. I guess the chefs didn't either. Nejire blinked. Huh. She peered to the side in confusion, a look that was further augmented when she saw his bowl. I don't see any oysters in that ramen. Izuku sighed. Me neither. Why wasn't he surprised at this point? It felt like this kind of thing only happened to him. He didn't even like oysters that much, they were fine, but he only ordered them because, according to Togata and Amajiki, they were a superfood and very good sources of protein. And the cooks didn't even put them in his meal. He picked up his chopsticks and tapped them against the side of the bowl, with Nejire's brow furrowing at his actions. Aren't you going to tell Tetsu whatever his name is? Izuku just shrugged lamely. It's not a big deal, he mumbled. I can still eat it. Plus, he didn't want to bother his waiter. He hated to judge someone on their looks, but the guy was just a little scary looking. It felt like if he glared at Izuku hard enough, he could turn him into a pile of dust. She shook her head. Yes it is. Nejire asked in disbelief. They messed up your order. It doesn't matter if you can still eat it, it's not what you paid for. Amajiki gave them a strange look, the first of the other three to notice their side discussion. They messed up Midoriya's order? In response, Nejire merely picked up his bowl despite his, admittedly weak, protests, showing it off to the rest of the group. Heia raised an eyebrow. Didn't you order oyster ramen? Izuku's eyes fell into his lap. Why? He trailed off slowly. But it's fine. I didn't want to cause a scene or anything. Waiter! Waiter! Nejire shouted, spotting Tetsu out of the corner of her eye. Tetsu! Silver guy! And a Nejire. Izuku whisper-shouted, "WW, what are you doing?" Alas, it was far too late. The idle chatter that had been a comforting constant since they entered the building was gone in an instant. Tetsu's head whipped around at her calls, and in no time at all he was standing in front of them again. "Is something wrong?" She nodded sternly, putting on a mean face. "Yes," Nejire said, her voice carrying a significant amount of weight as she shoved Izuku's bowl into his view. "My friend here ordered oyster ramen, but as you can see, there aren't any oysters." Their waiter narrowed his eyes as she spoke, but his face went pale at the sight of his oysterless noodles. Crap. He had a less than pleased look on his face, but it seemed directed at himself more than anything else. "I knew I forgot something." He gave Izuku another forced smile. "I'm very sorry about this, sir. I'll go and get this rectified right away for you." Before he could blink, their water was gone once more, a significant amount of urgency in his steps as he rushed to the swinging double doors that signified the kitchen's entrance. "See?" Nejire asked him, nudging Izuku's shoulder with her own. "It's no big deal, right?" His face turned so red it looked like a malfunctioning traffic light. Helia flicked Nejire on the head. "You broke Midoriya? Great job." The girl blinked. "What?" She repeated, "I helped. I didn't break him." She shook her head. "It was something he just said he didn't want to make a big deal about, and then you went and shouted loud enough to catch the attention of the entire building. Real slick, Nejire." Nejire looked like someone had just told her Santa Claus wasn't real. "But she cut herself off abruptly as she looked at Izuku's crimson cheeks, realizing the weight of her actions. "Oh, sorry about that. Don't apologize," he said immediately, only to blush even harder at himself for interrupting her. I was very kind of you to do that, Nejire. I really appreciate it." And Izuku meant that from the bottom of his heart, even if it embarrassed him quite a bit. He punctuated his words with a wobbly smile, though he was sure it looked even worse than their waiter's attempts at one. But clearly that didn't matter to Nejire. Just as fast as that look of guilt had crossed her face at Heia's admonishment, it was gone the moment she saw Izuku's smile. "Ah, Izuku," Nejire cooed, pulling him into a side hug. "See you? You don't understand our relationship. I helped." Helia and Amajiki shared a look. Togata was still too busy with his food. "Whatever you say, Nejire." "That was super cool, though," Togata added, slowly shoveling the remains of his burger into his mouth, "sticking up for Midoriya-kun like that. You sure you aren't his big sister or something?" Izuku's face went pale as Nejire's turned contemplative. "SSS sister?" Helia rolled his eyes. "If only," she snickered. "If anything, they're acting like a couple, except Nejire would clearly wear the pants in that relationship." He felt his eyes start to roll into the back of his head at the girl's words, nearly missing the way Tetsu returned to quickly place his now oyster-filled ramen back in front of him. His eyes briefly lingered on Togata's 2 plates of entrees, or rather, the scraps that remained of said entrees, but he said nothing as he departed once more. "You guys are crazy," Amajiki mumbled. Quietly, "but if anything, I'd say they're like a case of opposites attracting." Nejire looked at Izuku in confusion. What are they even talking about anymore? He never felt so small. "I don't think I want to know anymore." "I don't know you too." Togata's eyes landed on Izuku's bowl. "Hey, Midoriya-kun, mind if I borrow one of those oysters? You sure got a lot there." If looks could kill, the boy would currently be 6 feet under courtesy of Nejire. "Absolutely not." She grabbed Izuku by the shoulder, pulling him close to her side, while doing the same with his bowl of ramen. "I'm not letting you ruin another innocent person's meal like you have for me and Tamaki so many times before, especially not Izuku's." "I'm not ruining anything," Togata cried in protest. "I'm just asking him if he would be willing to share. He could have some of my nachos if he wanted." "Yeah, right?" Helia had a dark look in her eyes. "Like Midoriya would want to eat something that turns your body into a walking biohazard. I've literally been watching that sauce on those chips dissolve your napkin every time you go to wipe your face. Stop trying to swindle the kid." As they once again descended into an in-depth discussion criticizing the blonde's eating habits, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that he still didn't belong with them. But he sure was happy that he was there. Izuku sighed as he laid in his bed, playing with one of the pencils he had stolen from his desk. The oyster ramen from earlier had really hit the spot, so much so that he was thinking about laying down and taking a nap. It felt like his blankets were trying to entice him into just resting his head for a moment, the warm embrace only doubling down on the satisfaction in his stomach from their meal together. Tetsu sure did earn himself a decent tip. Well, he did finish all of his homework earlier, mainly because if Nejire invited him out somewhere again he didn't want any excuses for him to decline, but if it meant he could now take a nap, who has Izuku to deny his body what it wanted? As he slowly curled up under the covers, he couldn't help but think about how lucky he was to have met Nejire. Thanks to her, he had made a friend, or maybe a few? Helia was nice, and Amajiki and Togata were keen on giving him their phone numbers after their first day at the gym. He wasn't getting beaten up at school anymore, and he was even starting to become a little bit less than just skin and bones, even if that wasn't quite as direct as the other things he could attribute to her. But it was still sort of jarring. Did they think of him as friends? Izuku was starting to hope the answer was yes. He knew Nejire did and maybe Togata, but the others seemed less interested in hanging out with them, and he couldn't blame them. He didn't really fit in with their group, what with being 2 years younger than all of them and going to a completely different school. He was awkward and didn't say much even when the topic was directly about him, which probably weirded them out. And what if they didn't want him to come back again, or worse, Nejire didn't want to hang out with him once she realized that he was just a Izuku? His mom's scream yanked him back to reality quicker than anything else in the world could have done. Hurry! Get in here quick! Izuku shot out of his bed like a bat out of hell, nearly tripping over himself as he rushed to his door, and then actually tripping over himself as he stumbled into the living room. What's going on? His mother was sitting in the living room, eyes wide as the television played out a scene of fire and destruction in front of them. It was centered on a major city, that much was sure, but it didn't look any sort of recognizable to Izuku. In fact, it looked more like a scene out of an apocalypse movie than anything else. Is this a movie or something? No. His mother's voice was fragile and shaky. It was clear she'd been crying. It's Hosu. Right now. We're here in Hosu right now, where less than an hour ago the city was set ablaze by the criminal group known as the League of Villains. A reporter screamed into her microphone, barely audible over the sound of the blades of the helicopter they were seated in. Multiple unidentified villains have been seen canvassing the streets, while firefights have broken out at several points. Heroes Miruko, Endeavor, Manual, and others have all been dispatched. Holy shit. What the hell is that thing? Amaya, get us out of here. It's coming straight for... His mom started screaming the moment the camera started shaking, with something impacting the helicopter hard enough to knock it off course and send it spiraling out of control. When a warped, vile, evil creature flew straight up into the camera's view with melted, yellow skin and an exposed brain, and Izuku saw the unmistakable wings on its back that he knew could only belong to one other person, regardless of their color now, he started screaming too. Nejire had seen the news about Hosu the moment it broke. She knew exactly how bad things had to have been for UA to issue an immediate freeze on all ongoing internships. As she rode the train into Mizudafu, reading the daily headlines, she had the message drilled into her head over a dozen times. But nothing could have prepared her for the moment she sat down in UA's auditorium and had to listen to Nedzu begin to say a eulogy for one of her underclassmen. Ida Tenya. Slain in the line of duty in Hosu defending the innocent during the League of Villains freshly dubbed Night of Terror by the hero killer, Stain, the same villain who crippled his brother, Ingenium, barely 2 weeks prior. At least, that was what UA allowed the media to believe. The truth was far less noble, and as the non-hero courses slowly filtered out of the auditorium, Aizawa seemed determined to make sure everybody present knew that Ida Tenya died a gruesome, painful, and miserable death. He spoke neutrally into the microphone, uncaring of the way several first-years were openly crying. The tears were only exacerbated by his callous tone. And he deserved it. Before the entire building could explode into an uproar, his eyes flashed red, daring anyone to interrupt. Ida took it upon himself to launch a crusade against the man who crippled his brother, doing so solely for selfish reasons such as revenge and hatred. His reckless actions not only endangered those around him, but led directly to his death. Let this be a lesson to you all: vigilantism and petty anger have no place in heroism. If you don't already know this, then you better get with the program. Ida let his personal bias cloud his judgment, leading him to make an irrational decision that cost him his life. Now, Nejire had never had a real problem with Aizawa. He was a bit of a hard-ass, and he expelled half of her kuhais last year, which was rude, but he had never done anything that rubbed her the wrong way or went after one of her friends. Right now, though, she really wanted to knock his teeth out for talking like that. And based on the way Mirio's fists were clenched and Tamaki looked like he was struggling not to snarl, the feeling was rather mutual. Her heart went out to the pool girl sobbing her eyes out in the front row, a brunette who was being comforted by an equally distraught girl with green hair that looked like it was done in a bow. Ida was probably her friend. They got to leave after that. Nedza didn't look too happy. To be completely honest, though, Nejire didn't know where to go. Her parents were very understanding towards her about what had happened last night, and she appreciated it, but that was a long train ride north, and she didn't want to deal with that right now. Hanging around in Mizurufu was an idea, but again she had no idea where she would go, especially not when half of the city seemed to be in mourning of a 15-year-old whose memory would be built on a lie. She didn't even know why she was practically moved to tears by the disaster. As sad and regretful as the situation surrounding Ida's death was, she didn't know him. To Nejire, he was just somebody she should have met one day, someone who seemed nice but could be a real stick in the mud. She could gather that much from his highlights in the sports festival. It was horrible, yes, and she should have felt bad, but something about his death made her all sorts of shaken. Not even Yu looked as frazzled as she felt about it. She looked shaken, sure, but she wasn't exactly quaking in her boots like how Nejire felt she was. Mirio and Tamaki both looked upset, but their reactions were practically nothing compared to hers. Maybe it was because of the way that first year was crying out like she lost a loved one, and Nejire didn't want to confront the possibility that one day they would be here for one of her friends. Maybe it was because every time she thought of Ida, Nejire's mind instantly replaced his straight blue hair with curly green locks and a pair of vibrant emerald eyes that looked completely and utterly void of any life within. That settled it. Nejire wanted to see Izuku. Izuku's mom had allowed him to stay home from school that day, on account of the fact that he had been practically catatonic for the better part of the night after seeing that thing. Logically, he knew it couldn't have been Tsubasa. The boy had been more or less fine when Nejire had blasted him away into the sunset last week, so how on earth could he be whatever the hell that abomination was at Hosu? It was just a coincidence that their wings were similar, no more, no less. And then he made the mistake of turning the news on in the morning. No. That was what the name of the creature that had decided to make a home in his nightmares. Apparently, the creature, or at least a variant of it, was also involved in the UA break-in that had occurred a little over a month ago. There wasn't too much information that the police were willing to disclose, but they seemed to be mindless soldiers, hence the exposed brain, under the control of the League of Villains, who were also behind that UA break-in. All Might had been present to take down the one in the UA incident, but there was no All Might in Hosu. Just a bloodbath. Endeavor did what he could, supported by several other major heroes, but he was no symbol of peace. There was a lot of bloodshed that night, mostly from the Noma being taken out, but there were plenty of civilian casualties. The fact that the entire city seemed to wind up engulfed in flames didn't help. Also, apparently the Nomu had multiple quirks. That was how Izuku realized that it really was Tsubasa. If this League of Villains somehow had the ability to give a semi-living thing, because it was really debatable if those things were alive or not, then they almost definitely had the technology to alter their appearance, or, more likely, the ability to keep the subjects from breaking apart as they somehow forced multiple quirks into their body. It would explain why the Nomu looked so distorted, for the lack of a better term. Maybe their bodies simply couldn't handle the strain of being injected with multiple quirks. If it sounded weird that he had approached the situation with such an analytical mind, let it be known that these conclusions all came after a sleepless night full of terror and screaming. And hyperventilating. Never let it be said that Izuku couldn't compartmentalize all his problems away. So here he sat, curled up on his love seat, cradling a cup of coffee in a vain attempt to stay awake beneath his little pile of blankets. The shower he'd taken earlier had helped, but it still felt like every time he closed his eyes he saw the glassy-eyed stare of the Natsubasa as it lunged at him. Izuku's eyes shot open. This was why he couldn't fall asleep. He checked the time on his phone. 11. He had a long way to go if he wanted to make it to tonight, even if that didn't even solve his problem in the first place. Thump thump thump. Izuku blinked in confusion at the sound of someone knocking at the door. Who visited their apartment in the middle of the day? His mom wasn't home, and she almost never was at this time. Did she order a package or something? He did his best to silently move over to the door. Call him paranoid, but there was no way he was letting whoever was out there know that somebody was home. The peephole was calling his name, and as Izuku stretched up onto his tippy toes to see who it was, he fell over in shock, thudding loudly against the floor and almost certainly catching the attention of his visitor. Why was Nejire here? Scrambling to his feet in a panic, he opened the door as quickly as he could to greet his periwinkle-haired friend. "Nejire?" he asked. "What are you doing here?" "It's Izuku cut himself off sharply as he took in her frame. Her eyes were red, her shoulders were shaking, and she looked like she was barely holding herself together. Despite all of that, and despite the way her lips quivered, she still found it within herself to smile at him. "Hi Izuku," she greeted. The words tumbled out of his mouth before his brain even realized it. "Are you okay?" Nejire stopped in her tracks, and Izuku immediately made to backtrack. Sorry." He winced at how frail his voice sounded. "I didn't mean to interrupt or assume." "I don't know," Nejire whispered, cutting through his stammering like a knife between the ribcage. "See, can I come in?" His door opened faster than she could blink. Well, it opened wider than it already was. It wasn't like he was speaking to her through the peephole. Izuku stepped back and extended his arm towards his living room, doing his best to seem as welcoming as possible. She stepped forward slowly, almost robotically, and Izuku winced at the way she seemed so out of it. Nejire's eyes lingered on Izuku for a moment, but quickly found their way to the bags under his eyes. "Are you okay?" she asked, parroting his question from earlier as she stood in the entrance to his apartment. "You look, like I didn't sleep?" Izuku retorted. "It's because I, didn't." Nejire shifted on her feet. Because of the news?" Izuku winced at the reminder. Sort of." Nejire moved closer to him, slowly at first, almost as if she was scared he'd run away like a wild rabbit. The hug Izuku found himself in was different than usual. Instead of him being the one pulled into her grip, it was like Nejire was trying to find solace in his arms instead. It was weird, but not unwelcome. He tried his best to be there for her, wrapping his arms around her torso and patting her on the back. "One of my kohai died there last night," she whispered as she held on to him, "in Hosu." "Oh dear." Izuku froze briefly, the shock and horror of the situation briefly overriding his embarrassment at being hugged by the most beautiful girl he'd ever met. All of a sudden, it made a whole lot of sense as to why Nejire would be shaken. "Let's sit down," he offered, trying his best to guide himself and the much taller girl to the love seat. "Okay," Nejire agreed, voice cracking slightly as the word came out. She didn't put up any resistance, but it was still more or less a Herculean task for Izuku's tiny frame to get her a few feet over to the living room. He pulled through though, and it was a good thing too. Nejire practically collapsed into the cushions of the couch the moment the back of her legs reached it, and she nearly pulled Izuku down with her. Scratch that, she did pull Izuku down with her, but he was nimble enough to land at her side instead of directly on top of her like it originally looked. Now that they were at around the same height, Izuku dimly realized that she had started crying again. Nejire hiccuped for a moment, wiping at her tears to the best of her ability, and then they came back with a vengeance. Izuku wasn't very good at this kind of thing, especially considering the fact that Nejire had been the one to comfort him on more than one occasion, but he used that to his advantage and tried to copy what she would do, or rather, what he would want her to do if the roles were reversed. "I'm sorry," he whispered, rubbing her back with one hand and pulling her close. I'll be okay." Nejire buried her head in the crook of his neck, shaking it slowly and not bothering to voice her disagreement. Izuku chose not to push it, and instead placed his other hand on the back of her neck to try and offer whatever comfort he could provide, which probably wasn't much, but he'd be dead if he didn't give her his all. For a while there was nothing in the world but Izuku, Nejire, and the sound of her sobs. After what seemed like an eternity, Nejire finally moved her head away, and Izuku removed his hands from her body as if he had been touching an open flame. "I'm sorry," she said shakily, trying to laugh the situation off. "I don't know what came over me. Or why I'm so upset." Izuku gulped. This was going to take a firm hand, one that Izuku didn't think he had. He didn't think helping trauma survivors was an elective Muzutafu general offered. "You don't have to apologize," he replied earnestly, meeting her teary-eyed gaze. "Like you've been for me, I'm here for you. It's okay to be upset too. Did you want to talk about it?" She shifted uncomfortably, and for the first time it seemed like she was the one unable to maintain eye contact. "I just feel like if I'm going to be the strongest I shouldn't be getting so messed up over someone I didn't even know when my friends aren't even batting an eye." People handle grief differently," Izuku said quickly. Just because you can't tell what they're thinking doesn't mean they aren't as you upset. And it's okay to be, messed up too. You went to school with them, right? Even if you never had a chance to interact with them, maybe you saw them in the hallway, or watched them in the sports festival. It's natural to be sad." She made a pained sound, almost like a whimper, that really tugged at his heartstrings. But Izuku threw all caution to the wind. If he was in her shoes, he'd probably want another hug right now, so that's what he gave her. Nejire clung to him like he was the only thing in the world, tears coming down even harder than before. I hate that I'm so scared of it, she admitted through choked-out sobs, that any day a villain could kill Mirio or Tamaki or Yuyu or you or anyone else I care about and there's not a single thing I could do about it. I hate that someone 2 years younger than me got killed and I hate that Aizawa mocked him for it and I hate that Ryukyu didn't let us go to Hosu and I hate that I feel like I can't talk about this with anybody else because if I do they'll know that I can't handle everything because we know people die as heroes but… Her ramblings went on for a while. Izuku hated that he couldn't offer her more comfort, but he tried the best that he could. Eventually she seemed to tire herself out, sitting limply in Izuku's arms as he attempted to figure out what to say. It's okay to feel that way, Nejire, he said quietly. For something like this to happen, there has to have been a lot of things that went wrong. A lot of people are probably to blame, but you couldn't have done anything and that's just how it is sometimes. Your friends are strong, and they all work with strong heroes too, so I think they're always going to have someone looking out for them, even if you aren't there. This may seem a little, rich coming from me, but you're still only a K-kid. I mean, you're still in school. You shouldn't have to deal with these kinds of things, and you shouldn't have to see anybody in your school, friend or not, have to get hurt. It's okay to be afraid, and it's okay to be angry at people around you for screwing up. Had he started rambling in the middle of trying to help? Some friend he was. Nejire had gone still, even stiller than she was before, and was giving him a look that he couldn't place for the life of him. Izuku sighed. I'm sorry if that wasn't much help. It was, she replied softly, pulling him in tightly, for what was probably the 3rd time, but who's counting? Thanks, Izuku. And no problem. He stammered. I'm happy to help. And if you ever want to talk about this kind of thing? I know. They sat in a relatively peaceful silence after that, and Izuku fought the urge to yawn. His lack of sleep was really catching up to him now, and it took a lot to not let his eyes start fluttering. Izuku? Nejire asked, shifting slightly to catch his eyes. He blushed as a result of their close proximity. Why yeah? Are there things you're scared of? He gulped as hundreds of visions of starbursts erupting in front of his eyes danced across his mind. Of an old hero, weathered and worn, trying to hold back the darkness that lingered beneath the surface of society with what little time he had left. Of Nejire and the others realizing just how worthless he was and leaving him as everyone else had done before. Yeah, he whispered, quickly glancing away. There are. The blush that remained on his face became the only piece of honesty on a canvas of guarded expressions. For some reason Nejire didn't press him, and he was very thankful that she didn't. Anyways, he began, slowly standing up, do you, want something to drink? You have the same drinks as last time? She nodded slowly, her eyes following his retreating form to the kitchen. Water, if it's not too much trouble. Izuku didn't question her choice. She had done quite a bit of crying, so maybe lemonade wasn't the best way to get her fluids back. He began slowly, handing her a glass. Why did you come here of all places? Not that I'm complaining. And normally I'm not home at this time. Nejire blinked, as though the idea of him not being here was foreign to her. Where would you be? Izuku stared at her for a moment. At school? She froze as she slowly sipped her water. Oh. She mumbled, right? I didn't really think about that. I let out early because, and I just wanted to see you. His blush stormed back immediately. He stopped and started like a broken printer. Flattered? The older girl giggled at his flustered expression, a smile finally returning to her face as he tried not to implode. So, she asked, mercifully changing the subject, do you mind if I stay for a little? Izuku shook his head so quickly she looked worried it might fly off. And not at all. He stammered. But, I don't know if I have many things to do here, aside from jigsaw puzzles and old movies. Nejire hummed. Old movies? She asked, a playful glint in her eyes. What ya got? I'll let you pick. Well, Izuku rubbed the back of his neck bashfully before turning towards the cabinet that held their DVDs. I like a lot of prequark movies, but there's a few series that I really like to rewatch. Lay them on me. Hours later, when Inko returned home from a long day of work, she said nothing as she saw the 2 teens cuddled up together on the couch, sleeping peacefully in the middle of the Ice Age heptalogy, because her son liked those crappy movies, for some reason. She said nothing, but she smiled like there was no tomorrow. And took a few hundred pictures. For posterity. And maybe blackmail. Nezu let the terse smile slip off his face as he stared at the retreating forms of Tashinori and Togata. Their little meeting revealed quite a bit of progress had been made in his mastery of One for All, though for some reason he named his recent success as the result of a coincidental meeting with one Midoriya Izuku, a name that made both Tashinori and Nezu hesitate, albeit for different reasons. He couldn't assume what the symbol of peace's relationship with the boy was, but Nezu couldn't imagine it was for the same reasons as him. The principal was enthralled by the fact that this random boy, who Hadou seemed to meet on complete accident, was apparently able to not only propel the girl he befriended to new heights off the back of a few hours of quirk theory but also able to fundamentally change Togata's perception of One for All within a single conversation. Midoriya Izuku. A mystery wrapped in an enigma wrapped in a riddle, by the looks of things. His investigation of the boy had led him down some interesting rabbit holes. Quirklessness, for one, was not a common status in the modern world, especially for someone as young as he. Middling grades in his current high school coupled with downright abhorrent ones in middle and primary school, plus a record with enough red and black marks to make a ladybug blush, would lead the average person to assume they were nothing more than a troublemaker, an undisciplined youth with a penchant for trouble. Nezu was not the average person. And Hadou was not a poor judge of character, nor were she and Togata so foolish as to miss pieces of their quirks that someone with a failing GPA would be able to pick out. And he saw the boy at the sports festival, tracking him retroactively through the many security cameras hidden throughout the stadium. There was no way that timid child matched up with the descriptions his educators had provided when prompted. It was inconceivable. Which meant they lied. And considering that quirklessness was the prime reason individuals face discrimination in the modern world, it didn't take much to see why. Unfortunately, his searches had been put on hold for the time being. Nezu had a great many projects, of which Midoriya Izuku was the least important. As fun as it would have been to pick the boy's brain as soon as he could, he had much bigger things on his plate. Namely, the man standing outside his door. He pressed a button that sat on the underside of his desk, ushering Aizawa Shoyuda into his office. "You wanted to see me, sir?" Nezu nodded. There was no point in pleasantries with Eraserhead, especially not after the little stunt he pulled earlier. "I'm not happy," he said simply. "I hope you are aware that you killed Ida Tenya, Aizawa." The man had the audacity to look affronted by his words. "What the hell are you talking about?" he demanded. "Ida got himself killed." Nezu nodded slowly. "Yes," he acquiesced. "Tenya's actions were irresponsible, immature, and lead to his untimely death at the hands of Stain." His eyes hardened, and Aizawa gulped unconsciously. "But you were the one who approved his internship. We all know Stain was in Hosu, and you approved his internship with Manuel, someone who the boy had no business choosing when he had offers from Best Jeanist and Gunhead, by the way, knowing full well that the only reason he would do so was to get a shot at going to Hosu to find Stain." The teacher fidgeted in his seat. "It is not my job to make sure." "Yes it is." Venom dripped off Nezu's every word. "You are a teacher, are you not? I have put up with your logical ruses and expulsions every single time. I have defended you against countless angry parents, all because you were doing so to protect students. This time? This time you went out of your way to avoid doing your job, and in doing so allowed Tenya to run headfirst to his death. You are there to support these students, Aizawa. You are meant to guide and nurture them, and do not give me the lecture on them needing to know these things already. How come Vlad King never has a problem with students distrusting him? How come his students succeed as heroes at a rate just as high as yours do, if not higher? It's because of things like this. You think you are letting your students fend for themselves, when in reality you are simply throwing them to the sharks." He took a deep breath, slowly lowering the hackles on his fur. "And don't even think about getting me started on the little stunt you pulled at the assembly today." Nezu pinched the bridge of his nose tersely. "Most of your students are never going to trust you again. I've already received 3 requests to transfer out of the hero course in the wake of this, all from your class." Aizawa was quiet, seemingly believing that doing so was his smartest choice of action. "I see." He nodded slowly, not bothering to say more. Nezu sniffed. Did he have no remorse? "Well, I guess I should clarify," Nezu continued, "all from your former class. You are being relieved of teaching duties for one, effective immediately, not that you were doing much in the first place. Kiyama will be taking over for the foreseeable future." That got a reaction out of him, because of course it did. Aizawa stood up in indignation. "You can't. I already did. Nedzu's tone offered no remorse. The Ida family wanted your head for Tenya's death. Be grateful they settled for something as minor as removing you from your students. You will be placed on administrative leave for the time being, and I'm going to do an independent investigation. If what I find displeases me, it will become permanent. I will offer the students who requested a transfer the chance to remain, to see what this school can do with them under a teacher who actually cares about them. I do care. Nedzu slammed his paws against the desk, the thud shutting him up better than any interruption he could have made himself. If you did, then Tenya would still be alive. Get out of here before I have the bots drag you out. It was a DMN shame, but Aizawa chose this moment to finally make a smart decision. His first one in a long time, if Nedzu was right. He stood up silently, and Nedzu watched as the hero walked out without another word. Izuku stared long and hard at his phone. A wall of text of his own creation stared back. He had proofread his message once, twice, 4 separate times now. He put more care into this message than just about anything else he had worked on over the past year and a half. And then he promptly deleted it. The message was too long, too verbose, too everything, and she would probably miss the whole point. It needed to be more concise, while also sounding interesting and cool, and also not sounding like he was too desperate or too uninterested. Suffice to say, he'd been at this for a while. Izuku groaned. This S6. He mumbled to himself. At least he hadn't accidentally sent Nejire a half-finished message. The shame would probably kill him. He sighed. Back to the drawing board. Izuku placed his phone back down on his desk, turning his head towards the pile of crumpled-up papers he had already gone through on previous iterations. His trash can was near the point of overflowing, and it certainly seemed like it was only a matter of time before it spilled over. He knew he was overthinking this, but he didn't care. It had to be perfect. Pencil met paper. It was time to get back to. His phone buzzed. Izuku was not proud of the way he yelped in surprise, nor the way he jumped out of his seat. The trip to the ground wasn't very fun. He didn't really like the feeling of slamming into his floor. The climb back up was nicer, though, because he knew only one person would ever take the time to text him out of nowhere. Well, maybe not anymore. He'd gotten Amajiki and Togata's phone numbers back during their first time they dragged Izuku to the gym, and he had gotten Heia's at some point during the last 2 months as well, but Nejire was still far and away the one he talked to the most. And sure enough, that was exactly who texted him. Nejire, I'm free. Izuku. Hi, Nejire. What do you mean? Nejire. I finished my exams, it's summer break. Izuku. Congrats. Izuku finished his exams last week. His school didn't really enforce normal scheduling, and his teachers constantly cut corners in lessons, so it made sense that Muzutafu General got out for the summer a little earlier than usual. They also didn't have to deal with whatever hero exams UA and other similar schools did, so there was even more leeway there. Nejire. We're thinking about going out somewhere as a group to celebrate. We haven't decided where yet, but we know it's gonna be a blast. So are you in or are you in? Izuku felt the wind leave his sails at her words. Here he was, toiling over his desk to try and write a simple message while Nejire just blurted out the offer and just expected him to accept. He was almost jealous of how extroverted she was. Almost. Still, it wasn't like he was going to say no. Izuku. Sure, it sounds fun. What day were you planning for? Nejire. I knew you would say yes. Anyways, I'm shooting for next Friday, so the 15th. Izuku's heart dropped as soon as he read her second message. Next Friday. Suddenly he was a lot less open to going along with Nejire and her friends. Had all his preparation been for nothing? It looked like the answer was yes. He had already agreed to go out with them. Backing out would be rude, and wouldn't exactly make the third years think very highly of him, not that he thought they would in the first place. And if he did cancel, it wasn't like he'd be doing anything else if all his acquaintances were out having fun without him. Izuku shook his head. There was no point in being so negative before it even happened. Nejire probably had a million things already planned in lieu of their victory over their classes, and the girl wasn't one to do things halfway. Maybe it would be fun. Izuku. Sounds good. He hoped it was. Even if it wasn't the outing with Nejire he had hoped for and sort of planned, he was still going to be out with her and her, there? Izuku wasn't exactly sure where he stood with Amajiki, Togata, and Heia, friends. It couldn't be that bad, right? As it turned out, it could be. Come on, guys. Nejire said impatiently, pulling Izuku along in one hand and Heia in the other. I want to ride as many coasters as we can. An amusement park. With 2 of the biggest adrenaline junkies he knew, and probably in the world. Izuku was going to die. Togata laughed at the way the girl ran around like an overexcited puppy. Calm down, Nejire. His eyes twinkled in amusement as Amajiki stood in his shadow. The place just opened. We have plenty of time, you know? Nejire shook her head fervently. Don't care. She shouted, still dragging her victims along. As many as possible means as many as possible. Her eyes fell on a black coaster that seemed to reach into the heavens. Let's go on that one first. The spine splitter? Heia said slowly, brow furrowing. That's a stupid name. Izuku gulped, and Amajiki didn't look too thrilled about it either, though the purplet was nowhere near as shaky as he felt. I heard someone got hospitalized on that one last year, he said. Who cares? Nejire asked. It's one of the fastest coasters in Japan. And it's tall. It'll be like whoosh and wham and whoa. She made grand gestures with her hands as she spoke, without letting Izuku, sending him spinning around her like a rag doll. If anything, it seemed like the scary name and alarming risk just made her more excited. Heia was lucky, worming her way out of Nejire's grip and sending the girl a dirty look. You need to get locked in a bookstore that sells nothing but tea for a few hours. You know. Togata began coyly, nudging Nejire in the side with his elbow. I heard that when they were testing this ride with dummies, on one run they all came back without their heads. Her eyes sparkled. Awesome. Izuku felt his heart drop. He was definitely going to die. Really? Only one way to find out, Izuku. Nejire giggled. Let's get on that line. She ran ahead like a woman possessed, though the others weren't that far behind. Izuku himself would have been more than fine with being left in the dust, but it seemed like Nejire had other plans for him. Woohoo! She whooped as they reached the start of the queue. First ride of the day. Why yeah, Izuku mumbled alongside his friend. He took a deep breath. There was no point in freaking out already. This SED, but he had some time to try and calm down before his heart rate was sent into the low thousands. Wow! Nejire gasped in delight as they walked through the terminal. No lines. That's the perk of being first into the park, I guess. Or not. Gee, great. Nejire giggled at his horrified expression. Don't be so nervous, Izuku. She gently teased. It's gonna be great. We have a whole day of this ahead of us. As if that would bring him any comfort. Izuku hated roller coasters. More specifically, he hated roller coasters that turned his stomach into a pretzel and made him feel like his heart was in his throat. And what was he in for? A whole day of nothing but the scariest roller coasters in Japan. But that sure sounded like something Izuku would choose to do on today off all days. Did he mention he hated roller coasters yet? Because he did. Togata came up from behind them, swinging an arm that could level a city block around each of their shoulders. Demon right. He agreed eagerly, and funnel cake. Amajiki sighed from behind the trio. Funnel cake isn't even that good. I can't hear you. Togata said, purposefully loud. I'm too busy fantasizing about all the powdered sugar and fried batter I'm gonna eat. Powdered sugar? Count me in. 3 guesses as to who said that. They reached the front of the line in no time, literally. Because there was no one else even in the park yet, all they had to do was speed walk up to the ride and the whole thing was theirs. They could choose any seat on the coaster, which was a small consolation prize for Izuku, who eagerly eyed the seats in the very back. Let's ride in the front, Izuku. Nejire said, still holding onto his hand. That's where we get the best view of the ground. He gulped, but didn't fight her will, not that he even could. Sitting next to Nejire was nice, but it would have been nicer if Izuku wasn't feeling like he was going to puke his guts out. Maybe it could have been bearable if he held his hand or wrapped an arm around his shoulders during the ride, as embarrassing as that would be, but he could already tell she'd throw her hands up in the air the moment they started moving. Togata took the seat directly behind them, eagerly laughing like a madman all the while Amajiki and Heia took the final row in their car, the only two who looked completely at ease with the situation. As the restraint system locked into place, it was a single bar that lowered onto his lap, doing nothing to make Izuku feel like he wasn't going to go flying out on the first drop. Izuku gripped it so tightly that he thought his fingers might fall off. I've never rode this one. Nejire admitted excitedly, right before they took off. That means it'll be even more fun than usual. He barely even registered the words. The first thing the coaster did was launch off at speeds that would make All Might jealous, all to help the ride slowly climb up the first and tallest hill in the ride. While they neared the top, Izuku silently prayed for a quick death and a quirk in the next life, because why not, as he looked out at the skyline that slowly revealed itself. The tallest trees surrounding the park looked like nothing more than toothpicks from the height they had reached, and Nejire was literally vibrating with excitement as they approached the crest of the hill. Izuku felt more like crying. He thought he might have been as they descended at speeds that made terminal velocity look leisurely. He was definitely screaming at any rate, and Nejire was too, but for what was certainly a different reason than him, because the older girl was also laughing maniacally. Yeah. Togata shouted, offering a third voice to accompany their screams. This rules. Nejire's hands were in the air. Izuku felt like his stomach was about to be too. Or maybe it would explode. Both seemed equally likely. They hit the ground fast, immediately going back up into the air and offering the poor boy no respite as he was put through the ringer. Hill after hill was crested, each one making him think he was going to go flying out of the ride, and the corkscrew at the end made his eyes roll into the back of his head. It ended far too late. It's over already? Nejire cried as they came to a stop. No way. That was way too short. The ride attendant, a tall, lipless teenager with tiny eyes, unkempt ash-beige hair, and a name tag that read, Hananuki, shrugged. No one else is here yet. You guys can go again if you want. Heck yes. Nejire hooped. Again. Again. Heia shrugged. You heard the lady. Izuku would have protested, or at least begged to be let off, but he could barely think right now, much less open his mouth and expect anything aside from his breakfast to come out. He could only pray he passed out before they reached the top of the first hill again. They rode the spine splitter 3 more times before Nejire and Togata finally got tired of it. Izuku stumbled out of his seat like a drunkard, nearly knocking Nejire off her feet as he fell onto the railing that led to the exit for support. Whoa, are you okay, Midoriya? Heia asked, concern evident on her face. Your face is greener than your hair. It felt like it too. I'm good, he groaned. Let me find a tea trash can, just in case. His vision was swimming, so he couldn't tell, but Amajiki was giving him a pretty worried look. For good reason too, since Izuku looked like he was about to throw up his internal organs. Togata rubbed the back of his neck bashfully. Yeah, maybe we overdid that ride a little, he said. That prank probably didn't help either. He was referring to the end of their second ride. Izuku was trying not to toss his cookies, breathing labored like he had just ran a marathon, and then he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around to see Togata. Without his head. Now, under calmer, more rational circumstances, Izuku could understand that he was just using permeation to mess with him. Maybe he saw how wound up the verdette had become and was just trying to break the ice. But after his comment about dummies missing their heads, and the fact that Izuku was about as jumpy as they came, it just made him scream in terror. At least Heia was kind enough to swat him on the back of his head for that one. He genuinely feared that he was going to have an ulcer by the end of the day. Where's the next ride? Nejire asked eagerly. People are starting to show up. I don't want to wait in 3-hour lines for all the good rides. Togata rolled his eyes. Relax. We can go on all the rides today. We've only been here for a few minutes. Most people are probably still asleep. We have time to do everything. Nah. She shook her head, pouting slightly as Nejire puffed her cheeks out. You just want to get food already. He laughed. Maybe. Heia stepped between them, a stern look on her face. At least wait an hour or two before we start eating, she lectured, before turning to glare at Nejire, and Tamaki has the map. I don't trust you to not send us to the crucible first, and then 3 more times after. Izuku blinked, curiosity briefly overriding his nausea. The sea crucible? It's the tallest ride in the park, Amajiki clarified, holding onto a map of the park with one tentacle hand so it didn't fly away, and the 3rd tallest roller coaster in the world. Nejire's favorite too. That didn't sound good. At all. Heia sighed at the horrified look on his face. We'll save that one for later. Phooey. Nejire looked defeated. Well, where to instead? Izuku tuned out Amajiki as he listed off a half-dozen roller coasters within 2 minutes of walking distance, more concerned with not falling onto the ground in a daze. It didn't look like he was going to have fun today. The day wasn't over, but with each passing second Izuku's theory was being proven correct more and more. Case in point, right now. Togata was scarfing down the equivalent of 4 funnel cakes. He asked the person working the stand to just make him a really big one, uncaring of the strange looks he received in return, like there was no tomorrow, and Nejire was doing similar damage to her own funnel cake. Tamaki was merciful enough to settle for a relatively normal plate of chicken tenders and fries, and Heia was happy to just get a salad, grumbling something about how unhealthy all the food was here. Izuku, for his part, could barely stomach his cup of water. Going on 5 more thrill coasters, and 2 regular roller coasters, did that to him, he discovered. Of course, he could have assumed that already, what with his disdain for things that made him feel like he was going to puke, and the fact that he had never ridden a coaster that was anything like the ones at this amusement park. But what was he supposed to say? No, I'm good, go have fun while I wait at the exit like a pansy? Izuku briefly toyed with the idea, but ultimately decided against it, choosing to preserve what little dignity he had instead of keeping his body from feeling like crap. And he really felt like crap. Are you sure you aren't hungry, Izuku? Nejire asked between bites of funnel cake, her lips stained an off-white color by all the powdered sugar. This stuff is pretty good. Heia rolled her eyes. No, it isn't. You guys just eat like a pack of wolves because your quirks demand it. Me and Midoriya aren't slaves to our desires like the three of you. "Es so preachy," Amajiki muttered. Togata laughed as he vacuumed up his own funnel cake abomination. She's just jealous that we can eat this much and look as good as we do. Of course I am, Heia sneered. It's like you three are bottomless pits. If I ate a tenth of what you did I'd be like 3 times your weight. Nejire shook her head. Nah, Mirio's pretty heavy. She tapped a hand against her. Shin in thought, inadvertently smearing more sugar across her face. It's really weird actually. It's because of all my muscles, baby. Togata laughed. I'm as dense as a stone. His habit of talking while eating came back to bite him as he temporarily choked on a particularly large piece of batter that got lodged in his throat. Amajiki was quick to start slapping him on the back, and soon all 5 of them were treated to the sight of Togata spitting up a piece of funnel cake onto the table. Izuku gagged, and he wasn't the only one, but he was the only one to immediately rush for a trash can. If the dozens of coasters didn't make him physically sick, Togata's eating habits would have been his second choice. And what a fine second choice it was. It certainly did the trick, if the trick was making Izuku hurl. It wasn't a very enjoyable one. Izuku felt a little better after emptying his stomach of all the things that had been trying to make their way out for the past few hours, but not by much, and that feeling was immediately evaporated by their next destination. Nejire's favorite roller coaster. The Crucible. Apparently, the name didn't mean anything, it was just meant to sound intimidating. To be completely fair, it did make Izuku afraid, but it wasn't like anyone cared about what he was feeling today. It was like Nejire and Togata were feeding off his despair and using it to fuel their adrenaline rushes to new heights. Heia didn't seem to be having quite as much fun as those two, but behind all her bluster and hot-headedness, usually directed at, surprise surprise, Nejire and Togata, she seemed to be having a good time too. Even Amajiki looked like he was getting an enjoyable experience out of it, which was saying a lot since he never seemed to show too much joy on his face. The crowds made him hesitate constantly, but a friendly push by Togata always seemed to do the job for him. If only that worked for Izuku. It had pretty much the complete opposite effect on him when Nejire tried to be encouraging. Not that it deterred her. With each passing ride, it seemed like the girl was leaning even further into the experience. Good for her. Izuku still hated it. He looked up at the sleek white coaster in terror, watching yet another ride commence and launch another hapless group of teenagers into the stratosphere. Nejire noticed his staring. Pretty awesome, right? She asked, bouncing with excitement as they stood in line together. It was just the two of them, at least for the moment. Amajiki weaseled his way out of the ride by saying something about the height affecting his quirk, which was almost definitely bullshit, while Togata had been prohibited from joining the line due to the frankly insane amount of food he was carrying around. Izuku hadn't even heard of half the things the muscular teen had ordered. As for Heia, she said something about not wanting to ride alone, since each row held 2 people, but Izuku caught the weird smirk on her face, something that just made him confused. Izuku swallowed the lump in his throat. Why yeah, he agreed, putting on a brave face that he had no illusions about standing up under scrutiny. How awesome. Nejire wasn't really paying attention to him, though she only had eyes for the coaster that flew by them at speeds that sent her hair flying in the artificial breeze despite the coaster being some 30 feet above them and half as many meters away. It accentuated her beauty, but also the fear in his heart. I wish this line wasn't so long though. She whined, it feels like we've been stuck here for hours. W only be been here FF for, like, 8 minutes? Izuku mumbled. I wish we did get as stuck though. That last bit was muttered under his breath, quiet enough for Nejire to completely miss it. He was getting desperate enough that he was willing to try and speak things into existence. He had no such luck. There were no technical issues, no problems with guests, and the ride was as seamless as could be. It was practically the perfect storm for riding roller coasters today. And it really FING. The line flowed like water. One moment he and Nejire were at the tail end of the queue of people waiting to get on, and the next they were being strapped into the sleek, aerodynamic coaster, in the front again of course, because why wouldn't they get a front row view of their deaths? The ride operator had a sick smile on her face as she pulled the lever that sent them off. Thankfully there was a little more protection on this one than the spine splitter, with an overhead grip that left him feeling a little less certain about flying off the ride, but it wasn't much in the way of comfort. "Are you ready?" Nejire asked eagerly, reaching out to nudge his hand as they climbed the first hill at a painfully slow rate. Izuku felt nauseous again. His head was spinning and he squeezed his eyes shut. "Ready to die." She laughed. "That's the spirit." After an eternity of gut-wrenching incline, the ride came to a near-complete halt at its peak. Izuku tentatively opened one eye, worried to death about if the ride had broken on them, only to realize that it was just giving them a brief view of the ground before they went splat. "Ooh," Nejire crooned, "can you see any of them down there? I think I might be able to see you, but I can't tell." Izuku grimaced as he looked down, spitting in the face of every single one of his nerves screaming at him not to. He felt funny as everyone appeared as less than an ant from the height, and not in a good way. "I don't think it's siege." He screamed bloody murder as the roller coaster suddenly plummeted, rocketing back towards the earth at speeds that seemed impossible. Nejire screamed too, but she was doing so because this was fun for her. Izuku was screaming because he couldn't control his fear at a 90-degree drop that made him feel like his feet were in his ears and his skeleton was turned inside out. He couldn't even close his eyes as death rushed up to meet him. Of course, he didn't die, but it sure felt like he did as they shot across the straightaway waiting for them at the bottom of the coaster. His head slammed back against the seat and his vision went dark for a moment, only to come back right as they turned upside down on the coaster's first of 5 vertical loops. The next 4 came immediately after. Again and again and again and again. If Izuku had anything left in his stomach by this point, it would have come up. As it was, he had to settle for dry heaving as he screamed. The coaster shot into the air once more, only for the ride to suddenly begin to twist them around on a corkscrew trajectory during the way up. On the way down, they began to swirl around in a horizontal loop, almost like the roller coaster was a marble slowly circling around in a funnel. Izuku lost track of what was happening after that. It went on for too long. By the time the coaster rolled to a stop in the station, he wasn't even sure he was alive. He was pretty sure he could smell sounds. As the safety acorns released them from its clutches, he slumped against the front of the cart and fell into the sweet embrace of. Nejire picked him up with one hand, her face deadly serious. "Izuku," she said sternly as she held him up, "we're going on this one again." He was in hell. But he nodded anyway. "I dunno about you guys," Nejire began airily, staring out at the slowly dying sunset, "but I'm having a great time." Togata laughed. "We're all having a good time." He elbowed the nearest teen. "Right, Tamaki?" The boy shrugged. "No complaints from me. Even if I'm not as insane as you two," Helia hummed thoughtfully, "it was still nice to get out for the day and come here." The periwinkle-haired girl laughed. "I know, right? I still can't believe we got to go on every roller coaster I wanted. Right, Izuku?" He liked it better when no one called on him. It was easier to pretend that he was having a good time that way, and not completely miserable. Unfortunately, Nejire seemed keen on getting him involved in the conversation at every opportunity. "Why yeah," he stuttered out shakily, "Tia was, Amajiki spared him a glance, but no one else seemed surprised by his response. "You were pretty pale after our 3rd time on Skull Cavern, you know?" Nejire teased. "See any ghosts in there?" "Only my own." Skull Cavern was an indoor dark roller coaster, but that just meant Izuku couldn't tell which direction the track was going to launch him in. He was also worried about his head being taken off by a stray piece of pipe or track, which may have been a little ridiculous, but when everything is black around you there's some extra leeway in what you're allowed to be paranoid about. Togata stretched his arms over his head, groaning happily as he heard a satisfying pop come from his joints. "What now?" he asked, twisting from side to side to make his body sound like a piece of bubble wrap. "Even I'm a little tired of all the thrills now. I don't think there's any coasters we've forgotten about, are there?" "No." Amajiki shook his head. "We've basically rode everything that requires a height limit for safety." "And if you looked at Nejire you'd think we just showed up," Helia snorted. "You're terrible." The aforementioned girl just shrugged happily. "What can I say?" she asked. "I never get tired of roller coasters." "Yeah," Togata snorted, "we know." Remember when you got us all in trouble trying to stay here after hours last year? Her face flushed, a rare display of the girl's embarrassment. Miryu. She groaned, that was one time. Don't bring it up in front of Izuku. Amajiki suppressed a shudder. The park jail was so sea-cold, our parents were really mad. Helia sighed. If only I was there to knock some sense into your heads. The girl rolled her eyes as Nejire suddenly reached over to tussle her hair. That's why you're our favorite, Yu. She snickered at the way the shorter girl suddenly tried to swat her hands away. Anyways, when I was still planning this a few weeks ago, I was scrolling around on their website, and I saw that the park was apparently holding a special event today. Lucky us. What kind of event? Togata asked, interest piqued. Her eyes sparkled. A concert. Nejire said excitedly, apparently they booked the gyrus. It's not quite the same as riding roller coasters all day, but I can't say no to a good pop concert. They do pop? Helia questioned, I thought it was punk. Togata raised an eyebrow. Isn't that all just different versions of rock? Whatever it is, it's good music and I'm gonna go and listen. Nejire declared, so are we ready to go? It's being held out by the lake near the back of the park. Helia shrugged. Sure, why not, she replied, their music is pretty good, but I don't know why they'd hold a concert at an amusement park of all places. An amusement park frequented by teenagers and young adults, Nejire clarified, aka their target listening audience. It's ingenious. Me too. Togata readily agreed, the party's not over yet. I can still feel the spot where All Might punched me for our advanced hero studies exam. For some reason, everyone's eyes turned towards Izuku next, which made him all that more miserable. If there was anything Izuku hated more than roller coasters, it was concerts. Being crammed into a small space with 1,000 other people pushing and shoving around him? No thanks. He was claustrophobic enough as it was. Doing that all while eardrum-shattering music was being blasted all around him? Definitely not. And he knew who the Gyrus were, a husband and wife pop-punk band. A pop-punk band who were very fond of using fireworks and explosives during their shows. And if there was one thing Izuku hated more than anything, it was explosions. It was like God himself carefully curated this day to make Izuku as unhappy as possible. Okay. And he agreed anyway. Because even if this entire day was nothing but sucky and miserable and he was wishing he'd just stayed home, instead he'd grit his teeth and act like he was having a good time because he'd rather hate every moment of today than leave and be seen as ungrateful and not get invited out again. Even if this was the one day he felt like he should have some right to be selfish over, he'd go to that crappy concert and hate every second of it just so Nejire and the others didn't think he didn't want to hang out with them. Besides, even if he said no, Nejire would still probably ask him to go while giving him puppy eyes and his will would crumble instantly. Nejire clapped her hands together happily. Great! She cheered. And Tamaki makes 5, right? Amajiki blinked as Togata and Nejire's eager eyes turned on him. Actually, he began hesitantly, eyes constantly darting back towards Izuku for some reason, I think I'll pass. Tamaki Amajiki wasn't exactly the most outgoing person in the world. In fact, if someone outright called him antisocial, he wouldn't bat an eye. But being antisocial didn't mean he wasn't observant. Far from it. And Midoriya's behavior was ringing a lot of alarm bells in his head. Huh. Mirio blinked in surprise. Nejire's smile dipped. Why not? She asked, you usually like concerts. Remember when he wore mascara and eyeliner for that one Black Knight concert? Yu snickered at the memory. He blushed. That was something he didn't like to remind himself of. I'm, just feeling a little off after all those rides, Tamaki admitted. I don't know if all that loud noise and flashing lights is gonna do much to help. Mirio nodded in understanding. Ooh, yikes. He grimaced sympathetically. Yeah, skipping this one might be for the best, man. Yu nodded in agreement, and even though Nejire pouted, he knew his friend understood his plight, or would have, if he was being honest. Tamaki felt fine. It'd take a lot more than a roller coaster to make him unwell. Or at least a lot more force. He'd crumple like paper if he had to talk to people he didn't know. His eyes sneakily glanced over towards Midoriya, waiting to gauge his reaction. The youngest member of their little troupe looked surprised, and maybe a little hopeful, but chose not to speak out about whatever was floating around in his mind. Unfortunate, but unsurprising. In the time Tamaki had come to know the kid, he was just about the most reserved person he'd ever met, even surpassing himself, which was a real achievement. He was also very skittish, awkward, a litany of other things that would give Hound Dog an aneurysm if he tried to catalog them all. Now, Tamaki was no stranger to these issues, half of them could also be used to describe himself, for one, but Midoriya was an entirely different breed from him. He'd kind of noticed it any time they hung out, but it wasn't really his place to say anything, plus, he didn't notice how bad it was today. But the guy wore his heart on his sleeve and was an open book to those who were really trying to get a read on him. Most of the time you didn't have to do that though, since Midoriya was hardly a dishonest person. He blushed, he stuttered, and he liked hanging out with Nejire and the rest of them. A pretty open and shut case on his personality, all things considered. But today he looked completely despondent, and he was hiding it really well. To the others, at least, Nejire was having a really good time, and there was no way she was going to come down from that high anytime soon, while Mirio seemed more preoccupied with keeping himself and Yu entertained as Nejire traipsed around with their green-haired friend. Speaking of Yu, she might have noticed some of the stuff Tamaki had seen too, but it took a special kind of understanding to find what he did. It takes a miserable introvert to know a miserable introvert, after all. And if there was anything Tamaki was, it was an introvert. Maybe not so miserable anymore since he'd met Mirio, but that wasn't important. What was important was the way Midoriya looked physically ill at the mention of the concert, how he had been hiding a downcast look in his eyes since the moment they arrived, and how after every ride he secretly looked more and more upset. Well, Nejire sighed, the concert hasn't started yet. Should we find something else to do instead? It's fine, Tamaki said quickly, I don't want to ruin your fun, you know? Mirio slung an arm around his shoulder. Nonsense, he said sternly, we have fun because it's all of us together, not because of what we're doing. Some of it is what we're doing, Yu coughed into her fist. The boy ignored her. So if you're not feeling well we can just go do something else. Tamaki frowned. As nice as that option sounded, that wasn't why he was opting out of going to the concert. It's fine, he insisted. Really? You guys go on ahead, I think I'm just gonna sit down for a bit and then leave. Mirio frowned, but relented nonetheless. The guy was all too familiar with Tamaki's social battery, and was well aware he might have hit his limit for the day. Alright if you say so. Nejire nodded, though her spirits were clearly slightly dampened. No problem, Tamaki. It just means there's more music for the rest of us, right? That's not how it works. Yu flicked the taller girl on the neck. Feel better, Him, Midoriya stuttered out. As he said it, though, the purple-haired teen couldn't help but notice that his eyes contained a small amount of envy. That settled it. Alright team, Mirio ordered, pointing towards the back of the park. Move out. Feel better soon, Tamaki. The girls each gave similar words of comfort in their goodbyes, and the quartet slowly moved out. Tamaki realized he had to act quickly, so he gathered up all his remaining social skills and made his move. He tapped Midoriya on the shoulder, making the smaller teen jump in surprise from beside Nejire. Actually, he began awkwardly, can I talk to you for a moment, Midoriya? The verdette looked between Nejire and himself nervously. She nodded encouragingly. We'll wait for you outside the crowd, don't worry. Midoriya gulped. Okay. It is it, Tamaki-san. Tamaki waited until the others were out of earshot to speak, subtly waving his companion over to a more secluded location in the meanwhile. He didn't look thrilled about it per se, but Midoriya wasn't one to say no to people, as he had figured out. They stood beside one of the park's many lampposts, offering its patrons dim lighting even as the sun disappeared from the sky for the day. Did you need something or? Tamaki took a deep breath. Time to act like Mirio. Are you alright, Midoriya? He asked bluntly, you seem kinda off today. Midoriya looked surprised, but Tamaki didn't miss the way he shifted uneasily. Fine. He said quickly, too quickly. Did you think so? Was he supposed to press the issue now, or let it be? He was in a safe space and still insisted there was no problem. Wait, no, this was Midoriya. He'd say that he was fine even if he was missing a leg. Plus, he still didn't really know Tamaki all that well. He mostly only talked with Nejire and Togata, only really speaking up when prompted in group discussions. He had to be more assertive. Are you sure? Tamaki pressed, it's alright if you're not. This was so awkward. Midoriya shook his head defensively, eyes darting rapidly between where Mirio, Nejire, and Yu had walked away and himself. Really? He insisted, everything is all GG good. Tamaki sighed. This would be so much nicer if he was a clam. Play bad cop, if you could even call it that. Why have a tell when you lie, Midoriya? His eyes shrunk to pinpricks. And no I don't. He put his hands up in surrender. I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable, he continued, well aware of the way Midoriya was closing in on hyperventilation. I'm only trying to help. You've been, kind of a mess all day, and it looks like you've been having a horrible time. You don't have to hang out with us if you don't want to, you know. Midoriya took a deep breath. Actually, he took a lot of them. Tamaki gave him as much time as he needed, mostly because he didn't know what to do instead. The boy looked very vulnerable as he tried, and failed, to meet Tamaki's eyes. That's not it. He said quickly, before realizing what he had just admitted with a groan. I really like hanging out with you Gigi guys. So what's the problem then? Tamaki pressed, something that went against just about every single social norm he preferred. Midoriya swallowed thickly, eyes darting towards the paved pathway beneath them. It's a nothing, he mumbled. Really? It's just something stupid. It's not stupid if it bothers you. Tamaki couldn't have known it, but Nejire had told Midoriya that same exact thing once, and it was like a skeleton key to get him to tell all. Midoriya rubbed his arm slowly. He began slowly. It's just that, I guess I'm not the biggest fan of amusement parks and roller coasters. But I didn't want you guys to think I didn't like hanging out with you or anything. I do, but, if I said no I figured you would think I was you ungrateful or something, which isn't true because I really appreciate the invites Nejire gives me, and not that I only want to be seen as Nejire's friend. Even though I kind of am but I don't want to be invited just to mope around but I guess that's been a little harder for me to do today because it's my birthday and I really didn't want to something I knew I wouldn't like. Today is your birthday? Midoriya slammed a hand over his mouth faster than Tamaki could blink. No, I mean. He was stuttering more than a faulty car engine. If today is your birthday, why did you come to do something you clearly don't like? Why not just hang out with your other friends? In hindsight it was pretty obvious. The wince Midoriya offered him was the nail in the coffin. Midoriya didn't have other friends. That was why he never said no to anything, or why he always agreed to do things and go on outings, including ones that he hated, apparently. He was afraid he'd get dumped the moment he refused. It was why no matter how bad of a time he was having, he wasn't going to speak up or leave. Was Nejire seriously the first person to befriend him? What part of him was so unappealing to others that he wouldn't have friends for the first 15 years of his life? Tamaki wasn't an idiot. He could see the signs of abuse that heroes were taught to look for in Midoriya, plain as day, but that didn't explain why. But that was just how it was, sometimes. People didn't need a reason to hurt others, and kids could be especially cruel. You could have just, told us it was your birthday? Tamaki trailed off. Midoriya sighed. It tried, to tell Nejire, but, Eshiti texted me about this first, and I didn't want to ruin your plans. He sighed. Well, at least we can tell them now. Tamaki eyed the spot where Nejire, and Mirio once stood. If we hurry we can probably catch them before? No. Midoriya's outburst took him by surprise, and the smaller boy immediately looked apologetic. I mean, everyone looked like they really wanted to go to the C concert. I didn't want to suddenly ruin their fun by making it about me. Plus, it's already pretty late. There isn't much point in telling anyone. Tamaki stared at him incredulously. Was he being serious? There was antisocial, and then there was whatever the hell this was. It's fine Midoriya, he stressed, doing his best to appear friendly. I'm sure they'd all feel really bad that we kind of, Tamaki rubbed the back of his neck. What would he even call this shitstorm? Ruining Midoriya's birthday? Maybe, but they didn't even know it was his birthday, and Midoriya hadn't even planned on telling them. That didn't stop him from feeling like a massive failure for some reason. He shook his head ardently. Which is why they don't need to know. I didn't want to ruin their day over nothing. Nothing. He really had zero self-confidence, huh? What was Tamaki supposed to do about this? Not let him sulk through the rest of his birthday, at bare minimum. He took a breath, banishing as many negative thoughts and antisocial tendencies as he could, and grabbed Midoriya by the arm. See, come with me. The verdette froze. What? He gasped out. Biebinjuren? Let me deal with that, Tamaki said quickly, marching towards the exit like a man possessed. We're gonna go and do something else. He pulled out his phone with his free hand, Mirio's contact on screen as he started racking his brain for an excuse to take Midoriya out to do something. The fact that he barely knew what Midoriya liked to do, or even what hobbies he was interested in after 3 months of interacting with the guy made him feel like a really bad friend. and that all of them had failed him. Izuku didn't know how it happened. One moment, they were still at the amusement park, and Izuku was going through his own personal hell as he failed to keep his big mouth shut and spilled the beans about what today was to Amajiki of all people. The next? Amajiki had rescued him, and instead of having his ears bleed as he was pushed around in a sweaty crowd at a pop-punk concert, he was standing beside the purple-haired teen as the two watched some fish swim around in their tiny tanks. He had brought them to a pet store of all places, leading Midoriya through the aisles until they stumbled upon the store's rather large selection of fish. Some were local, some exotic, and some weren't even fish. They had a small number of tanks containing tiny crabs, frogs, and even bivalves like clams and oysters for some reason. The quiet yet ever-present retail music radio played overhead, and the bright fluorescent lights shined overhead made it feel like the middle of the day. I don't really know what you like, Amajiki mumbled, having let go of his arm like it was a hot stove the moment they arrived at their destination, but when I have too much to deal with I come here and stare at the fish for a while. They just float around without a care in the world, and I like watching them. Sometimes I pretend I'm just a fish and it helps me relax, and by the time I leave I usually feel a lot better. Izuku just nodded slowly, unsure of how to respond. His gaze was fixed on a small red and white striped crab, hardly more than a few inches wide, that was spitting sand at the glass between itself and him. Amajiki caught his gaze. That crab isn't very friendly. I've seen him do this before. That I see. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the taller boy frown. Sorry, he said, practically in reflex. Amajiki's frown just deepened. Why you shouldn't apologize, he mumbled, eyes turning towards a tank full of piranhas. If anything, it should be me saying sorry. Izuku blinked. Huh. He pressed on despite the way his body trembled slightly at the fatigue of speaking so much. I mean, we've been hanging out for months now and I don't even know what you like aside from Katsudon and working out, if you even do like that. Amajiki took a deep breath. I mean, we literally took you out to do one of your least favorite things and didn't even notice that you hated it until we were finished for the day. Amajiki leaned his forehead against the glass tanks, breath fogging up the aquarium in front of him. I guess, what I'm trying to say is that you shouldn't think that you have to hang out with us, he reasoned. We all like you, Midoriya, and I cancel plans I make with Mirio and the others all the time. It's not like they don't enjoy hanging out with me because of that, though, it's just how I am. I'm sorry that you felt like you couldn't say no when we invited you out, or that you didn't think you should speak up when you weren't having a good time. The shorter boy barely even registered that his eyes were starting to get misty. It's and not why your fault, Naichi-san. Izuku said quickly, Aye. Yes, it is, Amajiki interrupted. You're a good guy, Midoriya, but we haven't been very good friends. Izuku just kept his mouth shut. What was he supposed to say? Every time he thought of opening his mouth, he shut it just as quickly. He kept his eyes glued to the little crab spewing sand angrily in his direction, and kind of wished it was him inside that little cage. I don't know why you'd want to, Amajiki sighed, but you can call me Tamaki if you want. Happy birthday, Midoriya. Maybe staring at the fish worked for Tamaki, but by the time Izuku left the store he felt about as conflicted as possible. Nejire pouted as she stared at her phone, eyes scrunched up in confusion. Why was Izuku being so weird? She didn't like using that word to describe his behavior, because he probably got enough of that from his JRK classmates to last a lifetime, but she couldn't really call it anything else. Ever since their celebration of the end of the semester, and presumably Izuku's own as well, Izuku had been kind of dodgy and hard to get a hold of. She hadn't even seen him since Tamaki suddenly kidnapped him when he should have been rocking out with her to the Gyrus, which was an awesome time by the way, and even if it had only been a few days since Nejire could tell when something was going on with Izuku. It reminded her of when he had been avoiding her after the sports festival. And if he had another situation like that on his hands, Nejire swore there'd be hell to pay for the people who were making her friend miserable. Mirio caught her intense stare. No luck, huh? Nejire shook her head, a sour taste in her mouth. She was joined by Mirio and Tamaki, or rather, Mirio was joined by them at a local diner at the bright and early time of 5:30 in the morning. Which was a little ridiculous, frankly, especially for a random day in the middle of their summer break, but Mirio was awake at the ungodly time of 4 in the morning for some reason and had invited them out a little after. Nejire, despite generally being a very deep sleeper, was woken by the sound of their texts, and so here she was. The sound of footsteps caused her to look up from her phone momentarily, only to glance back down when she realized it was just Tamaki coming back from the bathroom. Have you figured out what you're going to order? he asked Mirio, who shrugged as he nursed his cup of coffee. I'll probably eat half the menu if I think too hard about it, the blonde said easily. I was asking Nejire about what was up with Midoriya. She frowned. Did something happen after we left, Tamaki? Her tone held a dangerous edge, making the manifest user sweat slightly. He seemed just fine before you asked to talk to him, and all of a sudden you're texting Mirio saying he's not feeling well either and you're gonna take him home. Nejire trailed off, a pointed look on her face. Mirio's sweat dropped, but before he could say something Tamaki cleared his throat awkwardly. I think it's something you should ask him about. He pulled at his collar. It's not my place to say. Her frown deepened. So something did happen. Like I said, ask? Nejire downright scowled. I've been trying. A few heads turned their way at her shout, and the way she slammed her hands against the table, making Mirio suddenly pick up his mug of coffee, but she didn't care about any extra attention. Izuku has barely been responding when I message him, she whispered angrily, and when I asked him about coming with us to use fashion show yesterday, he left me undelivered. So if you said something to him that made him upset. He was upset way before I talked to him, Tamaki said suddenly. Mirio blinked in confusion with Nejire, who looked like the wind had just been taken from her sails. Huh. Tamaki crossed his arms. He was miserable the whole day. What? Mirio said, I mean he looked pale as a ghost half the time, I'll give you that, but I'm pretty sure going on every coaster in the park doesn't qualify someone as miserable. Is Midoriya the kind of person who would tell you if he was upset? He countered, acting strangely bold. Nejire was too busy dragging him around, and you were too busy with your funnel cake, but me and I'm pretty sure you could tell he wasn't having a good time. Nejire leaned forward, a retort on her tongue, but she hesitated as she marinated over her friend's words. Izuku had been sort of jittery the whole time, but the girl had chalked it up to the fact that he'd said something about never being there before, plus, Nejire got jitters when riding roller coasters, but they were good ones. Was he really just hiding the fact that he hated it? Mirio looked to be considering the thought for a few moments as well, before slowly shrugging. Even if he didn't like the coasters, he reasoned, there's no way he was miserable for the entire trip. I mean, we did more than roller coasters, and Nejire told us he was on board the moment she told him about the trip. She hesitated. To be fair. Nejire began slowly, I didn't tell Izuku about where we were going until a few days before. I hadn't confirmed our plans when I messaged him. And Midoriya would agree to go out with us if we told him we were going to ditch him in the middle of Tokyo. Tamaki sighed. You act like he isn't the world's biggest people-pleaser. Her eyes darkened. You shouldn't insult him like that. It's not even an insult, Tamaki said matter-of-factly, it's just how he is. And we completely step over him all the time. That's not true. She protested, what are you talking about? Whatever spirit had possessed her friend today seemed dead set on this idea. Remember 2 weeks ago when we all went to your favorite ice cream place, and you dropped your cone? Before it even hit the ground he was offering you his own, and you took it without a second thought. He interrupted Nejire before she could even defend herself. Or how about that time you forgot your water after we got to the gym, Mirio? Midoriya practically threw his at you before you could even think about buying one from the vending machine. Even the oyster ramen thing counts. Mirio looked pensive. But those are just him being nice, yes, Tamaki agreed, and if it happened once or twice, maybe that would be it. But this is all the time with him, and we don't even blink at the behavior. Is it really that much of a stretch to think that he would hide his feelings about something if he thought it would upset you guys? Nejire immediately went to disagree, but then she thought about the time Izuku had forgotten his wallet at home the time they went out to a bowling alley a little ways out from Tokyo. He didn't have his train card on him, nor the ability to purchase one, or anything at the bowling alley for that matter, and so she had simply bought a ticket for it for him. Izuku was nearly moved to tears at the gesture, and reminded her a gazillion times that he would pay her back immediately, while simultaneously telling her she didn't have to pay for his slot at the bowling alley and that he'd just watch. Of course, she did not let that happen, but not for a lack of Izuku's trying. Tamaki went for the jugular. We've been bad friends, the purplet stressed. I mean, it was literally his birthday on Friday, and he didn't tell any of us because he was worried that we'd think he was trying to make the day about him and didn't want to ruin your fun. Nejire gasped. Ooh, you're kidding. You can't be serious right now. Her stomach sank faster than the Titanic. The look in Tamaki's eyes was anything but joking. He literally asked me to not tell you guys, he said seriously, and the only reason I know is because he accidentally started mumbling about it. She felt sick. Mirio didn't look much better. I need to go, Nejire said suddenly, standing up fast enough to make her head spin. I should. Hold on, Tamaki stressed. If you go running to apologize without thinking things through, you might just make it worse. Mirio nodded, though he wasn't thrilled. Tamaki's right, he urged. We already messed up one if we. Nejire hissed, hatred in her eyes, though it was fully directed at herself. What kind of friend, let alone hero, was so ignorant of the way someone so close to her suffered? What right did she have to act like she could handle all of Izuku's problems when she was one of them? No, this is my fault. I should have paid more attention or… We're all his friends, Mirio countered, so it's all of our faults. You weren't the only one who didn't notice. If you want to be the one who makes it up to Midoriya then fine, but we can at least help you out in figuring out how to make it up to him. She said nothing, but slowly returned to her seat. Fine, Nejire relented, but I already know what I want to do to try and make it up to Izuku. As the conversation continued on a similar trajectory, Nejire's resolve hardened. She may have ruined her best friend's birthday, but she'd be dead if she didn't fix her mistake. She owed that much to Izuku. Besides, she wanted to see him smile again. Izuku's adorable little shy grin had really grown on her. Ryuko groaned as her alarm blared incessantly. Shifting around in her large, warm comforter and shoving a pillow over her head in an attempt to drown out the noise. It was her one day off. Who the hell was trying to call her emergency number? After 5 minutes of torturous wailing, where her phone went to voicemail 3 separate times only for the person to immediately call her back, she finally picked it up with a snarl. Who the hell is this? She roared, draconic tendencies flaring up at her irritation. This is a private number. Hi, Ryuko. The bubbly voice of her sidekick greeted. Sorry for waking you up. The heroine felt some of her irritation fade away at the sound of Nejire's voice. She could never stay mad at the girl, mostly because she never really did anything to be mad at, and Ryuko knew she wouldn't call her at the ungodly time of 6:30 in the morning without a good reason. Hello, Nejire, she sighed. How are you? The girl offered her a nervous laugh through the speaker. I'm good, she responded quickly, but, I need a favor. A big favor. Izuku didn't know how to feel about a lot of things. But he especially didn't know how to feel about what happened on his birthday. Tamaki had tried to drill it into his head that what had happened wasn't Izuku's fault, but how could it not be? He was the one who was too scared to say something to Nejire about it being his birthday, the one who wasn't able to voice his displeasure at going to an amusement park, and the one who said nothing as he had a downright terrible time. How could it not be his fault? And then he decided to be petty and ignore Nejire the next time she texted him. He was such a loser. His mother likely noticed too, if the worried looks she had been giving him during breakfast meant anything. But she was at work now, and so Izuku was content to do nothing but mope around like a petulant brat for the rest of the summer, the same thing he did last year. He was really starting to accept that he was the source of all his problems. Quirklessness was just an excuse he hid behind for being a freakish recluse. Sometimes he wondered how his mother even… Ding! The faint sound of his doorbell pulled him away from his despairing thoughts. As if to confirm his suspicions, the first thing that popped into his head was to simply ignore it and pretend nobody was there. After all, they probably weren't here to see him, and he was more than content to hide in his bedroom and act like the outside world didn't exist. Ding! Too bad it seemed like whoever was outside his apartment seemed very keen on reminding him that it did. He grudgingly rose from his bed, slipping on his slippers quickly as he scurried across the wooden floor to the entrance of his humble abode, where the smell of cooked rice still lingered. Before the doorbell could go off a third time, he peeked through the small peephole to see Nejire. Because of course it was. Who else would it be? Izuku wasn't proud of the way he instinctively prepared to run back to his room. He wasn't exactly a fan of confrontation, among other things, and he really didn't want to get chewed out by Nejire first thing in the morning. But he was a sucker for his friend, even if there was a really good chance she was going to yell at him. Izuku gripped the doorknob hard enough to yank it off. If he had the level of strength that someone like Togata did, that was turning the brass ornament painfully slow. Nejire offered him a sad, small smile as he opened the door a smidge, nervousness shrouding his entire frame. Hi, Izuku, she said softly, can we talk? Okay. He muttered, suddenly very self-conscious of the way he was wearing nothing but his pajamas. Do you want tea to come inside or? If that makes you more comfortable, Nejire replied gently, doing her best to assuage his nerves. What would make him comfortable is if his birthday never happened, but he nodded anyway. Stepping back into the atrium of his apartment, he opened the door fully to allow Nejire inside. Why you want to sit down, no? I'm sorry. Izuku blinked. Whatever he was expecting, this wasn't it. It. Nejire closed the door behind her, before taking a step closer and grabbing his hands in her own, which of course, made him blush like crazy. I'm so sorry, Izuku. She was talking like she had killed his mom or something, and the look on her face matched that sentiment. He couldn't see anything but remorse in the older girl's eyes. What do you have to be sorry for? A small smile wormed its way onto her face. Tamaki told me that it was your birthday on Friday, she whispered, and that you had a terrible time with us. And that's my fault. His blood froze the instant she closed her mouth. Ichichi told you? Oh no. He told Tamaki not to tell the others and he went and did it anyways and now Izuku was going to… He did, Nejire confirmed, but only because I was being stupid and couldn't realize that my best friend was having a terrible time with me. Because of me. Wasn't why your fault. Izuku said quickly, nearly biting his tongue in an attempt to get her to stop apologizing. I didn't tell anyone and… That isn't the important part, Nejire interrupted. What's important is that I dragged you around the entire day to do things you didn't want to do, and while you hated it I either ignored it or thought you were just playing around. Izuku opened his mouth in protest, but Nejire shut him up in the most efficient way she knew how, by trapping him in a hug. She pulled on his arms gently, making her intentions clear, and Izuku could have pulled away if he wanted, but he was too busy trying to process like 30 different things to react. Plus he liked it when Nejire hugged him, so there was that too. After a long, slow moment, she pulled back slightly. Is there a reason you didn't tell me it was your birthday? His face fell as guilt washed over his frame. IIWW wanted T2, he admitted after what felt like an eternity. But ICC could never get the M message right. And eventually you texted me about going out with everyone, and I didn't want to make you have to CC change your P plans or have to choose or make it about me. It's your birthday, Izuku, she interrupted. It's supposed to be about you. I would have been thrilled if you told me it was your birthday. His eyes landed on his feet. But you seemed way happier about your C celebration than anything I would have done for my birthday. Why you'd probably just be bored of what I had planned. I would have loved it because I would have been with you, Nejire said simply, shutting him up immediately. I like spending time with you because of you, Izuku, not because of what we're doing. I couldn't care less about what the activity was. If you had a good time, I'm sure I would too. I don't have any excuses for acting how I did on Friday, but I was like that because I thought you were having a good time, too. The idea that you didn't enjoy the trip didn't even cross my mind, and I'm really sorry. Oh man. She was going to make him cry again. And Nejire. I know I can't go back and fix what I did, she continued, but if you'd like, I want to try and make it up to you, if I even can. Well, you don't have to. She pulled him in for another tight hug. I want to. Nejire ran her fingers through his hair, her other hand rubbing small circles into his back. If you let me, that is. I'd understand if you were upset at me still. Oh, of course not. Izuku practically shouted, taking both of them by surprise. I mean, I already told you that I didn't think it was your fault. I'm not upset at you at all. Nejire frowned, and suddenly he felt like he said the wrong thing. Not everything is your fault, Izuku. He winced. That was something he still struggled to accept sometimes. I know, but… No buts. She said, taking on a pseudo-stern tone. This was not your fault, got it? Izuku gulped. Got it. Say it then. This was not my fault? Nejire stared at him for a moment, her composure cracking as a few muffled giggles escaped her. We'll work on that, she decided, so will you let me earn your forgiveness? I'm still not upset at you, Izuku stammered. Even if I was, I would have forgiven you already. Does that mean you're gonna let me make it up to you? Why, you don't have anything to… Izuku cut himself off this time. Had Nejire spent the last few minutes trying to get it through his thick skull that it wasn't his fault? Was she clearly trying to cheer him up and make things right, whatever that meant? Would this likely mean they would be spending a lot of time together today if he agreed? Did he want to spend time with her? So why the hell was he trying to say no? If you really want T2, Izuku stressed, noticing the way Nejire's smile was threatening to split her face in half. I'm in your hands. Her gigawatt grin was so bright, it threatened to give him permanent blindness. Great! She clapped her hands together enthusiastically, I promise you won't regret it, Izuku. She gave his outfit a once-over. You might want to get changed, though. Izuku looked down and suddenly remembered he was still in nothing but his pajamas. His present Mike-themed pajamas that his mom had gotten him 3 years ago. The scream of embarrassment he let out might have been heard on the other side of the globe. Izuku had no idea where he was. But that was mostly because of the blndfld Nejire had requested he put on the moment they stepped off the train. It was weird and slightly jarring to walk around, wherever they were, but he trusted the older girl. The fact that she was guiding him along by holding both of his hands helped. He hesitated as she guided into a building, the telltale sound of a bell chiming as they walked through the vestibule at the entrance. Izuku hoped she took the blndfld off soon. He didn't want people to think she was kidnapping him or anything. It was like Nejire read his mind. Hold still, she said suddenly, reaching around behind his head to untie the blue bandana over his eyes, and, tada! Izuku blinked as his sight returned to him, only to blush as he realized how close Nejire's chest was to his face. She pulled back quickly, a hopeful smile on her face as he looked around in confusion. But is this an art supply store? Nejire's head shake just perplexed him even further. Not just any art supply store, she began. Look. She tilted Izuku's head towards the sign to his left, and he blinked in shock. How did you know this was where you come to shop? Nejire finished, giggling at Izuku's flabbergasted look. Funny story, kind of. Remember when we first met, and I kind of totally destroyed your backpack? Why yes. Izuku squeaked, very lost already. She tapped her fingers together bashfully. Well, while I was busy recollecting all the papers and notebooks that I may or may not have caused to fly away, she continued, I noticed some of the pages were drawings. You're a really good artist, by the way. Anyways, I also saw that one of your notebooks was actually one of those brand-name sketchbooks that sell for higher prices, but I didn't know the name of it. To say he was surprised would be an understatement. Why you remembered all that? Nejire shook her head instantly. Nope. My memory is good, but not that good. Never mind. Seeing the confused look on his face, Nejire decided to elaborate. I remembered the drawings, she explained, and that you were really good at it, but not the name of the sketchbook or anything, so I asked you. She's into some of that artsy stuff, and she told me that they aren't really sold in most shops, and this was the only spot in Muzutafu either of us could find with them here. Izuku blinked. I see. He said slowly, but, why are we here? Well, Nejire replied coyly, twirling a strand of light blue hair between her fingers, I was doing some research, and I saw that they were having an art workshop today. I thought you might enjoy it if we went to see what it was like. He didn't have the heart to tell her that he knew exactly what she was talking about, and he had already taken it before, several times, in fact. It wasn't anything bad per se, but the instructor was some middle-aged starving artist who didn't seem too invested in actually teaching any proper techniques. Most of what Izuku had learned about art over the past few years was self-taught or from online sources. But it was clear that she was trying really hard to find something he'd enjoy, and it was true that drawing was one of the few hobbies he still bothered holding on to, so. Sure, he shrugged, it sounds nice. The older girl looked like she was trying and failing to contain her enthusiasm at his acceptance. Great. She practically shouted, quickly taking Izuku by the hand and dragging him off to one of the corners of the store. They passed a few aisles in the process, with Izuku's eyes briefly lingering on a set of oil pastel pencils. They looked really good, but the price was way out of his range, so he was quick to fix his gaze to the back of Nejire's head instead. They stopped in front of a small circle of around 20 easels in the corner of the store, each one affixed with a large piece of blank drawing paper. There were 3 others occupying some of the seats in front of the easels, all grouped together and whispering amongst themselves as the instructor's eyes flickered over to their approaching forms like a pair of hungry sharks. Welcome, he said jovially. Are you here for the class? Nejire nodded eagerly. Yep. She agreed. Me and my friend here want to learn. Izuku just let her do the talking. Things were a lot simpler that way, and he didn't have to drain his already very meager social battery. The man stroked his dark gray beard as he took in her words. Wonderful. Take a seat anywhere you like. He swept his arm out towards the circle. The fee is 1,500 yen each. It was fairly cheap, all things considered, but Izuku still would have hesitated at the price. Nejire did not. She handed over the bills without a second thought, and then waited for Izuku to pick an easel before plopping down at the one directly to his left, and not so subtly scooched her station a little closer to his, but no one cared enough to say anything. The teacher waited a few minutes to see if there would be any other customers joining them, but did not look deterred by the fact that their numbers only grew by a young single woman. He cleared his throat quickly, clapping his weathered hands together to grab the group's attention. "Now then," he began, a serene smile on his face, "my name is Mr. Ross, and I am happy to have you here. Welcome to my art workshop. I hope that by the end of our time together, I'll be able to impart a few techniques of mine onto your young minds, and help preserve the beauty of—" Izuku's mind quickly tuned the man out. There was nothing wrong with his speech, but he'd heard it several times in the past, and it was mostly jargon beyond the first few sentences. Nejire seemed absorbed by it, though, so he pretended to pay attention for her sake. "There's a million things in the world you can draw," Mr. Ross continued. "Are any of you here experienced artists?" Two of the children in the little group of three raised their hands confidently. Izuku didn't want any extra attention, and didn't think his projects were very good, to be completely honest, so he stayed silent. He nodded at them. "Very good. I'm always happy to see some veterans of the craft among us. I'm sure that even though you know most of what I'm going to say, there will be something in all my words you can take inspiration from." His eyes fell on Izuku, Nejire, and the lone woman. "If any of you need assistance, don't hesitate to ask." Mr. Ross's eyes turned towards the blank easel in front of him. "A good way to start drawing is by drawing what you want to draw," he explained. "There's no point in doing something that you don't enjoy. So to begin, I'd like for each of you to think of something that makes you smile, and sketch it out onto the canvas. Don't worry about accuracy or mistakes, as there is bound to be a bit of discord between your mind and your hands as you work." If Izuku was a rude person, he would have rolled his eyes at the man's words, kind of like how the group of kids across from them did. There was nothing wrong with drawing what you liked, it's just a hobby, after all, but it was a bit cheesy to just say, something that makes you smile. Also, discrepancies between what you imagined drawing and what you placed on the paper were just the results of not having enough practice. He could remember the point where Nejire poked him on the nose. "You're starting to mumble," she giggled. His face flushed. "F for how long?" he whispered back, already fearing that he'd ruined her little plan. "Just now," Nejire informed him, blue eyes landing on her blank canvas and the charcoal pencils sitting on the ridge of the easel. "I figured you'd rather me tell you right away." He sighed in relief, a tiny amount of the tension that had suddenly emerged in his bones dissipating at her words. "Yeah, thanks," he replied gratefully, a shaky smile finding itself on his face as Izuku turned back to his own easel. Something that made him smile, huh? There weren't a lot of things that could do such a thing these days, and he wasn't going to draw a bowl of katsudon. By the way, Nejire shifted her station again, angling her easel away from Izuku so that neither of them could see each other's papers. "No peeking until we're done." A weak laugh bubbled up from his lungs. "Okay." And now he had a really good reference sheet. His mind was made up on what he'd draw before Izuku realized it. He really hoped Nejire didn't want to see what his finished product looked like. The charcoal pencils were nice because they required almost no pressure to get a good amount of coloring onto the page, but he didn't bother with those first. Instead, he traced a quick, low-quality outline of Nejire's head and hair that consisted of a few large circles and triangles, as well as a few lines across them for reference. This was second nature to Izuku by now, and he'd had plenty of practice sketching out heroes in his stupid little notebooks over the years to become well-versed in headshots, among other styles, of course. Also, as brutally embarrassing as it was to admit, this wasn't the first time he'd drawn Nejire. That honor went to the image she had burned into his mind of her blasting through the first round at the sports festival with her Nejire Comet move. It was too cool not to draw. That was what he told himself to cope with the fact that he had some really creepy habits, at least. As Izuku worked, he occasionally spared Nejire a glance, sometimes to make sure he was getting her features right, which could be difficult when working in black and white only, but also to see how she was doing on her paper. She had started strong, but whatever she was drawing quickly became too much for her to handle. "Mr." she called out, grabbing his attention away from the lone woman, "I need help." His wrinkled face crinkled in amusement at her enthusiasm. "Of course." He nodded at the woman before making his way over to Nejire, only to barely hold in his laughs as he saw what she was drawing. "I see that you've gone for a very interesting approach here." She ignored the instructor's platitudes, gesturing wildly at her paper in a panic. "How can I fix this?" He leaned forward to get a better look, wincing slightly at whatever it was that Nejire had done. "Well, I would recommend going for a less detailed start, but it may be too late for that." Izuku tuned them out, feeling a little bad about eavesdropping on Nejire's struggles. It was pretty easy, though, when he got in the zone, whether that be while drawing, muttering, or doing anything else, he got pretty bad tunnel vision. It worked out for him this time though, allowing him to give his undivided attention to the portrait of Nejire he was working on. He was very glad she could not see his paper, but he couldn't help but wonder what in the world she was drawing for her to need the instructor behind her for the vast majority of the class. As Izuku filled in lines and went to work shading, Nejire was pleading with the man to teach her a year's worth of art lessons and cram it all into a single drawing. Of course, after a half hour passed and the workshop came to an end, without any of the man's promised techniques being shared, he was bound to get his answer. But first, he had to roll up his own paper. He could already see Nejire's eyes flittering over to his easel, and there was no way he could allow that. "Done," she said proudly, her hands stained with charcoal dust. "Thanks for the help, mister." Izuku briefly wondered if Nejire already forgot the instructor's name. "Of course," he said, "I'm always happy to help foster the artistic talents of an eager learner. Why don't you share what you've created with your friend? I'm sure he'll be delighted." He gestured towards Izuku, and suddenly Nejire's seemingly infinite level of extrovertedness hit its limit, not that Mr. Ross noticed, what with immediately returning to flirt with the woman he was with for every moment not spent teaching Nejire over the workshop. She let out an awkward laugh as the two were left to their own devices. "Oh, I don't know if you want to see what I drew." Nejire rubbed the back of her neck sheepishly. "I'm clearly not a very good artist, huh?" Izuku gave her a strange look. "If you don't want to show me, you don't have to," he stuttered. It would have been a bit hypocritical of him to judge her for her decisions as he tried to hide his own page from her. Still, he was a curious person. It was going to nag at him a bit, but he could deal with that. Nejire sighed at the accepting look on his face. "Promise you won't laugh?" she asked. Now he was a little more confused than before, but he still nodded anyway. Why would I laugh?" The girl could only shrug embarrassedly as she turned her page around, revealing a portrait of Izuku. That was why. He felt his face heat up involuntarily. The red in his cheeks was intense, like molten lava just beneath the surface as he stared back at it, a very creative interpretation of how he looked. For what was probably Nejire's first attempt at drawing another person, it wasn't too bad. A lot of the proportions were, interesting, and he could see exactly where she had struggled, but if this was how she saw Izuku, then Nejire had a very flattering view of him, ignoring the little details like how one of his ears was nearly twice the size of the other or how his eyes didn't line up or the abomination that was his hair, among other things. He did not know how to respond. Nejire noted his lack of a response, blushing in embarrassment as she quickly rolled her page up. "Okay," she said quickly, "your turn. Show me what you drew." Izuku couldn't say why, but the thought of showing her his own drawing after seeing what she had created became 10 times more embarrassing. "I'm good," he replied shakily. You don't want to see what I made." She shook her head, shooting down his proposal instantly. "Nope. You saw what I drew, so now I have to see what you drew." Great. It wasn't like he had a good counter-argument. What could he even say? With a sigh and a healthy dose of shame, he unrolled his paper at a painstakingly slow pace in the hopes of getting Nejire bored and changing her mind. She did not. In actuality, the fact that he was taking so long seemed to make her more eager than before. Izuku huffed. He could already tell she was going to make fun of it, or him. And no laughing, right? Nejire fought to keep a straight face. Promise. She was going to laugh. Well, he'd embarrassed himself in front of her how many times now? What was one more line on that list? Nejire froze as he turned his paper around in his hands, eyes widening as she realized that he had drawn her in the same way that she had for himself. Of course, there may have been a slight quality difference between each of their handiworks, but Izuku was polite enough to not point any of those things out. Her mouth curved into an O shape, and Izuku was ready to beg on his hands and knees for forgiveness until he realized that Nejire was blushing. He had to rub his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. And then he did it a second time. Nejire didn't notice. Her eyes were still transfixed on his paper, and the portrait he had made of her as her cheeks turned a light shade of pink. "You think I look like this?" she asked, her voice slightly lower than usual. Izuku jerked his head up and down in the most painful nod he'd ever forced himself to do, and Nejire's eyes briefly flickered upwards to meet his emerald orbs. "You're a really good artist, Izuku." Izuku gulped. Was that a good or bad thing? Was he in trouble? Was she complimenting him, or threatening him? It's not like it's hard to make you look good. He slammed his hand over his mouth fast enough to make his face hurt, completely and utterly mortified at the fact that he had just said that out loud. Nejire stared at him for a moment, seemingly shocked, before bursting out into quiet giggles. It took her a while to calm down. Are you going to keep that picture? She asked suddenly, catching Izuku off guard. He shrugged. I wasn't planning on it, and not that I wanted to get rid of it. It'd probably just be creepy if I did so. Can I have it? Nejire probed. He threw his hands forward faster than humanly possible. It was like the paper had burnt him. Sure. She gingerly grabbed it out of his hands, their skin briefly connecting and sending a jolt through his already shot nerves, and gently rolled it up alongside her own drawing. Thanks, Nejire breathed out. Now, come with me. I want to get something. Nejire grabbed him by the hand again, but this time, she interlocked her fingers with his, nearly giving Izuku a heart attack and killing him on the spot. He was in no position to do anything but sputter and rasp like a faulty engine as she led him back towards the entrance, only to suddenly stop in front of the display of oil pastel pencils he had been eyeing up earlier. Do you want these? She asked suddenly. I saw you looking at them when we came in. Izuku shrugged with the little power he still retained over his body. He was still trying not to freak out about how soft Nejire's hands were. They're nice, but way too expensive for me. Nejire hummed as she eyed the price tag. Nah, she decided, that's pretty cheap. Can you grab them for me? I'd do it myself, but... She squeezed his hand. My hands are a little full at the moment. Oh God, she was going to kill him. The girl knew exactly what she was doing. She even gave him a cheeky grin. He gulped. But It's your birthday, Nejire reminded him, or, well, make-up birthday. Money is no object. And I got a pretty big bonus from winning the sports festival. It brought the agency a lot of publicity. And that was thanks to you. So in reality, it's kind of like your money. It's definitely not, Izuku said hurriedly. But thank you. This is very nice. She smirked at him with a vicious glint in her eyes that made her look really hot. I am pretty nice, huh? Nejire asked rhetorically. Maybe you can make it up to me by drawing me with those fancy new pencils next time. He choked on his spit. The cashier was going to have a field day with them. Are you sure you don't want me to carry that bag? Nejire repeated for the 50th time. I can hold it for you. Izuku shook his head. It's not heavy, he, also, repeated. It's just a box of pencils. And the drawings. She reminded him. Those aren't heavy either. They had been on this topic for the better part of the last 15 minutes, having been discussing it since their latest departure from the train. At least she hadn't brought the BLD LD back out this time, but that just told Izuku that their destination wasn't going to be one he was familiar with. And that made him a little nervous. Seemingly sensing his anxiety, Nejire squeezed his hand again. She still hadn't let go since she grabbed onto him back at his art supply store for some reason. He hoped his palms weren't sweaty, and that his hands weren't too warm for her or something. Her hand was nice and cool, but he could practically feel the thrum of her quirk beneath her skin. It was an interesting sensation, and made it feel like Nejire was practically vibrating in place. We're almost there, she reassured him as they turned a corner on the sidewalk. You'll love it. Love is a strong word. He hesitantly laughed. Where are we? Before he could finish, the pair bumped into somebody, nearly taking all three of them to the ground. Okay, that was an exaggeration. Nobody fell and nobody was close to falling, aside from Izuku, what with him being the smallest one of the three, but Nejire was easily able to keep him steady, but he figured he might fall over in shock when he realized who they bumped into. Ryukyu. Ryuko. The number 9 pro heroine. The Dragoon hero, Ryukyu. Also known as Nejire's current employer. The woman smiled at the pair, or rather, smiled at Nejire. Hello, Nejire, she greeted calmly. Fancy seeing you here on your day off. Nejire laughed as though the two were sharing an inside joke. I know. Crazy, right? Ryukyu's smile turned deadly. Clearly whatever it was that Nejire found amusing was not a shared joke. Indeed. The woman was in her standard getup. A long silk dress flowed down her body, red hugging her body like a second skin with a large part around her thigh. Halfway down her calves, her boots caught up with her dress to cover a good portion of her legs. A tiny headpiece that resembled a bat's wings was tied into the back of her hair, and her signature claw-themed mask covered the right half of her face. All in all, she looked really cool. And now she was looking at him. Her eyes softened a tad at the odd look in his eyes. And I don't believe we've met before, Ryukyu continued. Are you, perhaps, one of Nijire's friends? Izuku replied dumbly. He quickly realized what he was doing, panicking slightly at the prospect of making a fool of himself in front of the heroine, though based on the amused look she was giving him, he may have already been too late. Why yes? Izuku practically shouted before wincing at how excited he sounded. I mean yes? My name is Midoriya Izuku. Ryukyu's eyes widened slightly as he introduced himself. Midoriya. She repeated, that name sounds familiar. Are you the one who helped Nejire with her quirk's new developments? Nejire nodded for him. He was too busy freaking out over the fact that the number 9 hero in Japan knew who he was. All might didn't count. Yep. The girl agreed readily. He's behind all of it. We're even working on some new stuff now, too. All thanks to Izuku. I wouldn't say it's all thanks to Emi. Very impressive. Ryukyu gave him a once-over, nodding slowly. Anyone with an eye for quirks like that certainly has my respect, especially with the way Nejire talks about you. Izuku gulped. He was so out of his depth. Nejire T talks about me? Her grin turned predatory as she glanced at Nejire, who was starting to fear her boss as she went off script. All the time. She chuckled at the surprised look on his face, as well as the nervous one on her sidekick. In fact, she even told me that you just had a birthday. He looked at Nejire in confusion. You told your boss about my birthday? But you've only known about it for? Yes, no, I mean, she babbled in shock. That part is unimportant. Ryukyu let her underling stew in the hot water she found herself in, her draconic side relishing in the girl's, admittedly rather light, comeuppance, before chuckling. Anyways, she continued, she also told me you were a huge fan. Her distraction worked perfectly, turning Izuku back into an awkward mess. Well, I don't know about huge fan. You don't have to be shy about it. Ryukyu laughed before pulling a small folder out of the black bag hanging at her side. Do you have a phone by any chance? Izuku nodded quickly, already fishing around in his pocket for it. Give it here, she said, offering the manila folder in her hands to him in compensation, and hold on to this for me real quick. He was powerless to do anything but follow her orders, and a second later Ryukyu was behind them, camera app out as she swung an arm around Izuku's shoulder that made him blush in shock. Say cheese. Wow. The bright light of the camera's flash stunned him for a second, and Izuku was left blinking the stars out of his eyes as Ryukyu returned his phone. Nice to meet you, Midoriya, and happy birthday, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. Her eyes immediately shifted towards the blue-haired girl who was still struggling to figure out where her plan had begun to deviate. Nejire, I better see you in the office tomorrow bright and early. Before Izuku could blink, the heroine was already sprinting past them, leaving himself and Nejire in the dust. You, Nejire, he began slowly, turning towards his friend. What just happened? She winced. I may have told Ryuko about how I messed up your birthday, and asked her to meet you and give you an autograph, the taller girl explained sheepishly, but I think I may have irked her a bit with how I asked. I didn't think she'd act like, that. Izuku looked down at the manila folder in his hands. And this is? Probably an autograph, Nejire finished. It might not be the best thing to open in the middle of the city, so let's actually head on over to my agency now. I wanted to show you around. He hesitated again, and not just because the thought of being in a hero agency made him feel more than a little nervous, for multiple reasons. I'm sorry. The fact that Izuku was apologizing seemed to take Nejire by complete surprise. You didn't have to do this. Ryukyu seemed kind of upset at you because of this. Why you shouldn't get in trouble because of? I'm not going to get in trouble, Nejire corrected. Gently, and even if I do, I don't care. I wanted to do this, remember? If I didn't, I wouldn't have asked for my boss to show up on her day off and do this for you, you know? Why was Nejire so amazing? The world may never know, but what Izuku did know was that he was probably getting close to crying. Sorry. Nejire waved off his apology without a second thought. Nothing to apologize for. She said easily, you do like Ryuko, right? As a hero, I mean. Even if she didn't outright say it, Izuku could figure out what Nejire was asking rather easily, if she was the hero that crushed his dreams. Why yeah, Izuku agreed, Ryukyu's really cool. Dragon is an awesome quirk. She beamed. I know, right? Nejire gushed. We can talk more about it on the way to my agency. They're fine with me giving you a tour, by the way, but I've seen her do some crazy things. Her fire breath is out of this world. Nejire led him away by the hand again. Izuku didn't even think about pulling away. When Izuku asked Nejire if it was okay for him to choose their next destination, she was happy to go along with it. She became slightly confused when he took her to a grocery store. Her confusion was cleared up when he asked if she would be okay with him making them dinner, though it took all of his willpower to say that with a straight face. Cooking wasn't always something Izuku enjoyed doing. It originated from a simple necessity to be able to care for himself when his mother was absent, working late nights and lots of overtime to provide for the two of them. It meant Izuku had to become independent to a degree, and that included doing a lot of the basic household chores that would not normally fall on his shoulders. But cooking wasn't like doing laundry or polishing furniture. While there was a certain amount of monotony to it, he could enjoy the fruits of his labor in a much easier fashion compared to the other options. And Izuku liked seeing the happy face of his mother after he made something particularly good for her, so there was even more of an incentive to improve himself. He had been doing it for so long now that his mom liked his food even more than her own now. He just hoped Nejire thought so too. And that he wasn't too weird for asking to do this, especially since cooking a meal for someone wasn't usually something friends did for each other. Izuku shook his head, curly green hair falling into his eyes slightly as he stirred the egg slowly around the pan. Thinking like that wouldn't do him any good whatsoever. It wasn't like Nejire would ever go out with him, let alone see him as anything more than a friend. He was lucky enough as is. Cooking was especially nice because it required his more or less undivided attention, which meant his thoughts were less oppressive than usual. It meant he wasn't currently freaking out over the fact that he was cooking for the girl he had a not-so-little-anymore crush on, or how he knew he was trying to impress her despite this being a day about him by cooking her favorite food, or... He slowly stirred the rice. As easy as it would have been to prepare it with a rice cooker, he preferred to do it by hand, and he was trying to show off, as if what he was doing was any sort of impressive. Nejire sat at his kitchen table, watching his movements with rapt eyes. She was fidgeting with excitement behind him, and Izuku had a funny feeling she had figured out what he was making already. Out of politeness she stayed quiet, but there was no doubt she was ready to eat. Lucky for her, omuris didn't take very long to make. The hardest part was plating it all, because he had to turn around and keep Nejire in his vision as he threw on the last touches to the steamy omelette and rice. There was no doubt in his mind that if Izuku wasn't so focused on not tripping during the 2-second walk from his counter to his table that he'd be blushing like crazy again. Here you go, he said, sorry I made you wait. Her laugh was like music to his ears. I should be saying sorry for having you make me food, Izuku. She giggled. I mean, dinner and a show. And how'd you know I love omuris? Why you talk about it all the tea time, he pointed out bashfully, and I remember from the second time we met, said something about not wanting to miss out on it. Nejire took a bite before responding, and as soon as the meal hit her mouth her pupils dilated to what was probably an unhealthy degree. Holy crap! She squealed excitedly, cupping her cheeks in her hands and kicking her feet up underneath the table. This is so good. Izuku felt his face heat up as he watched her reaction. Too cute. I'm glad you like it, he replied shakily, letting out a sigh of relief as she dug in with gusto. Like it? Nejire asked, having the decency to swallow before continuing. I love it. I didn't know you could cook too. I feel kinda bad that you made this for me though. Don't be. Izuku replied quickly, putting his hands up in protest. I like to cook, it helps me relax. Any semblance of calm he'd received from preparing the meal was long gone now, though. Just watching Nejire enjoy herself made his heart beat at what was certainly an unhealthy speed. She tore through the omelette at a speed that would put Ingenium to shame. This is the best thing I've ever eaten, Nejire decided after finishing, and it's not even close. I've had food from Ryuko's private chefs before, and they would feel ashamed if they tried this. His eyes scanned her face for any hint that she was joking, or at least over-exaggerating, but aside from the big smile on her face, which was more or less always there, she seemed dead serious. The eye contact did not last long. As soon as his face started to heat up again he dropped his gaze to his lap. Oh, I don't know about all tea. Nejire shook her head. My taste buds, my rules, she said sternly, and my taste buds say that this was super-duper good. An awkward laugh wormed its way out of his vocal cords. If you say so. Izuku poked at his half-finished dinner. What was he supposed to do now? Were they done hanging out for the day? It had been nice, but he kind of wished that she stayed a little longer. Want to watch a movie? Nejire offered. We never finished that, what did you call it? Ice Age? It was like she could read his mind. Izuku was starting to wonder if she had a second quirk that allowed her to do that to him every so often. Also, wasn't it his house? Why was she offering to watch a movie with him? Their relationship was so strange, not that Izuku minded, of course. I rewatched that series a few weeks ago, Izuku admitted. But I remember you asking me about my favorite movie? When we went to the mall. We can watch that, if you want. You might and not like it, though. She shrugged. I'm sure I'll like it. Nejire said easily. I mean, you seem to have a pretty good taste in movies. If you say so. Izuku stood up slowly, moving towards the cabinet that held all his pre-quirk movies. It seemed like she had made the decision for him. Did you like sci-fi? Izuku did not, in fact, expect Nejire to like science fiction movies. The genre had kind of died out after the dawn of quirks, though the stagnant technological developments as of recent had brought it back to life over the past few years. But as they sat together on his love seat, with a blanket draped over them at Nejire's insistence, Izuku didn't think he'd ever seen her so enamored. Wow, she breathed out slowly, can you really grow potatoes with? Izuku coughed into his fist. Technically yes, but, I don't know if Mars's soil would actually work for that. Nejire nodded in understanding. How about the little robot he found earlier? What was it called again? Pathfinder and Sojourner, he reminded her. They're real. I think they're still there, but who knows? It's been over 200 years after all. And those super scary dust storms? Real as far as I could find. The Martian. A really old movie, but Izuku's favorite nonetheless. The red and orange backdrop was accentuated by the slowly setting sun outside, barely visible behind the thick curtains that his mother had hung on their windows many years ago. She slowly absorbed all the information he had offered. Awesome, she sighed, sinking even further into the couch that they shared. How have I never seen this before? It's from 2015, he mumbled. There aren't exactly a lot of copies left. Her large blue eyes flickered towards Izuku's form at his words. Then how did you find one? He shrugged lamely. The Martian is based off of a book of the same name, he explained, and I found the B-book first. I really liked it, and started asking around online if anybody had a copy of the movie they were willing to sell. It took me like, 6 months, and the only person willing to give their copy up was American, which is why it's in English. That's cool. Nejire said, eyes flickering back towards the movie. Currently, Mark Watney was driving his modified rover towards the Ares 4 MAV for his one chance at escaping the Red Planet. So what part is your favorite? Izuku blinked. What part is your favorite? Nejire repeated. I agree it's really cool and good, but why is it your favorite movie? She asked the one question he was hoping she wouldn't. Nejire must have noticed the way he tensed up underneath their blanket, because a moment later her gaze landed on him once more. You okay, Izuku? He let out a shaky breath. Why yeah, he whispered, I'm fine. It had been so long since he thought about the why. It was such a stupid reason, too, one that showed just how pathetic he was and had just about nothing to do with the movie in the first place. The girl frowned at his words, scooting closer to him until they were touching shoulders beneath the blanket. Izuku hardly noticed, at least, not until she wrapped an arm around his torso, trapping him in a side hug. Did I say something wrong? No. Izuku cringed at how loudly he had shouted. Sorry. You didn't say anything. It's just, He sighed, slouching forward as he willed the cushions to swallow him up. The reason it's my favorite movie doesn't have a lot to do with the movie itself. Nejire took the opportunity to scooch closer again, and now she was practically hugging him from behind. That's okay. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Izuku didn't want to. But he felt safe with Nejire, like she wouldn't mock him if he told her the truth. I remember the scene earlier, where it shows the world reacting to finding out Mark was alive? Nejire nodded, her head practically on his shoulder. He took a deep breath. Izuku began slowly, when I first saw it, all I could think about was how the whole world suddenly came together for him, and everyone on Earth was worried, and how they all wanted him to survive, and make it home, but he didn't even know it. Izuku wrapped his arms around his knees, pulling them up to his chest. He was alone. He didn't have anyone, and he just kept going because if he gave up that was it, and he'd never get to hear about how everyone cared so much about him but couldn't tell him. Izuku. He took a shuddering breath, taking the time to wipe at his misty eyes as he continued. When I was younger, he whispered, voice barely audible to the girl at his side, sometimes I'd pretend that was me. That I was on Mars, and everyone around me really cared about me, and they just couldn't say it yet. That one day everyone would be nice to me again, and that I'd matter, and people would just treat me like I wasn't a FF freak again. There were some bad days I've had in the past, he admitted, and some really bad ones too. Sometimes, telling myself that lie was all I could do to make myself feel better, to keep going when it felt like the entire world wanted me to just give up. Izuku didn't even realize he was crying until Nejire started wiping his eyes for him. When he felt water droplets landing in his hair, he realized that she was crying too. I'm sorry. Don't, Nejire whispered. God, Izuku, don't apologize. A guttural cry erupted from her throat. She pulled him closer to her, to the point where Izuku was sitting in the taller girl's lap as she squeezed him tight enough to crush his ribs. His arms found their way behind her in no time at all. For a while, neither of them said anything, not that Izuku would even know what to say. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Izuku, she whispered against his hair, causing green and periwinkle to intertwine, but you're not alone anymore. I'm here for you, your mom is here for you, and all our friends are here for you. I know it's selfish, but I don't want you to feel that way ever again. His heart tightened in his chest to an impossible degree. I don't feel like that when I'm with you, Izuku admitted. Her arms gripped him even tighter as Mark Watney launched into the Martian atmosphere to be reunited with his crew. Then I'm not going anywhere, she decided tearfully. You're never going to have to feel like that again, Izu, and I'll make sure no one can hurt you again. Warmth blossomed in his chest at her words, and despite the awkward and embarrassing situation he had wound up in, there was nowhere else he'd rather be in the world right now. Nejire made him feel safe, made him feel important, and made him feel like he mattered. Izuku wished this moment would never end. His heart ached at the thought of her leaving, even though logically it was only a matter of time until she had to go home for the day. But that didn't matter, he'd relish in this feeling as long as he could, and a small smile blossomed on his face as he melted into her embrace. Izuku didn't think he had a crush on Nejire anymore. He was in love with her. That wasn't good. Wait, what did Nejire just call him? Izuku was afraid. And for the first time in his life, he was afraid of Nejire. Okay, Izu, she called from behind the curtain. Here's the first one. Because Nejire had made good on her word from a few months ago and taken him swimsuit shopping. Swimsuit shopping for Nejire. And he was supposed to judge them. Just because. Nejire swung the curtain of the changing room back dramatically, stepping back out onto the shopping floor with a confidence Izuku couldn't even dream of having. Izuku instinctively covered his eyes with his hands, doing his best to not peek despite the incredible allure of doing so. His face burned hotter than the sun, and he could tell because it sort of hurt to put his hands over his eyes. Her giggles at his reaction were sweeter than honey. Come on, Izu. Nejire teased. Take a look. I need to know how this looks on me. I'm so sure it looks very nice, he mumbled. She laughed again. That's sweet, but I still need to know what you think of this bathing suit. You don't even know which one I'm wearing. Why you look good in everything. He cried desperately, not even realizing what he had just said out loud to his crush. His stammerings turned unintelligible very quickly. Nejire must have had the patience of a saint to be able to put up with him. After he finally shut himself up, Nejire made her move. You know, she said sadly, I'm beginning to think that you don't want to see me in a swimsuit, Izu. This is an important job, and I'll be really sad if you don't help me. Oh no. She was teasing him even worse now. What part of that was he even supposed to address? It felt like he was walking into a trap. He gulped. Really? Nejire smirked. Hook, line, and sinker. Really? Izuku slowly peeled his hands off his eyes, though they stayed shut as he prepared himself in the only way he knew how. Don't get abner, don't get abner, don't get abner, don't get abner, don't get abner. He opened his eyes. He immediately caught a nosebleed. Nejire was wearing a simple black one-piece swimsuit that hugged her figure nicely, with thin straps around her shoulders and the bottom reaching halfway down her thighs, leaving quite a bit to the imagination but leaving even more to his eyes. It took all his willpower to tear his gaze away from her legs, despite how perverted he knew he was being. She giggled at his gobsmacked expression. Do you think it looks good? He said dumbly. Is that a yes? She asked again, raising an eyebrow in amusement. Izuku thought she was enjoying this a little too much. Why yes. Nejire beamed at him. Great. She said happily, what do you like about it? What? Izuku sputtered, why does it matter what I like about it? Because I like all the swimsuits I picked out, so you need to help me narrow it down. She said it like it was the most basic idea in the world. Izuku nodded slowly, but on the inside he was freaking out. Wouldn't it be easier if you just show me all the ones you picked out first, and then I tell you which ones I'll like think are good? Oh. Nejire gasped. You're so right. But hold on, you haven't seen all of this one yet. What do you? Nejire spun around slowly, and Izuku saw everything. More accurately, he saw just how nicely the swimsuit hugged her figure. His brain wouldn't let him finish that thought. Thankfully, he didn't have to focus on it for long. Nejire made her way back into the changing room with a giggle, and Izuku breathed out a sigh of relief. Until he remembered that Nejire had brought like 10 different outfits into that changing room, and that most of them were bikinis. Come to think of it, that first one piece was probably the most conservative clothing she had picked out. Yeah, Izuku was afraid. Okay, how about this one? Nejire strutted out in a baby blue one piece, similar to before, except this one was much smaller. The straps were thinner around her shoulders and it did nothing to cover up her legs. At all. Izuku's eyes shot up towards Nejire's so fast that he got motion sickness. It's good too. He squeaked, voice unnaturally high. She pouted. You barely even looked. Nejire complained, I need your opinion. He slowly glanced downwards and immediately regretted it, as he felt all the blood in his body rush to his face and one other place. Nejire grinned at his reaction, spinning around again, slower this time, and Izuku's jaw hit the floor. There was even less covering on her back than her front. His eyes rolled into the back of his head as Nejire returned to the changing room once more. How he was still conscious, he had no idea. It went on like this for hours, or at least felt that way. They were the best hours of Izuku's life. After the second one piece, Nejire decided to turn to the stack of bikinis she had grabbed to try on, and while she looked very good in all of them, there was so little left to the imagination Izuku's eyes were about to start bleeding from sensory overload. She was showing so much skin. There was no way Nejire hadn't seen him staring at this point. Try as he might, he couldn't tear his eyes away from her, and wasn't that shameful? But she still hadn't said a thing to him. At least she said there was only one more swimsuit left. Maybe she had decided to take mercy on him and… What do you think? Nejire asked as she walked out. Izuku turned to look at her and… You can't buy that. Nejire blinked. Huh. He was mortified. It was like she was wearing nothing but string, and he was not going to look at her in that again. With how fast his head shot up after that first glance, he was surprised his neck wasn't broken. Nope. Izuku said decidedly, and not that one. What's wrong with it? Nejire asked, and it was really hard to tell if she was being serious or not. Don't make me say it. He cried. Nejire sighed. But this is the first one you haven't said you liked. She complained, you have to tell me what the problem is with it. Can you seriously and not tell? No. Izuku wanted to scream. It's T2R revealing. She blinked in confusion, as though he had just imparted ancient knowledge onto her. I thought guys liked it when girls wore revealing clothes? He choked on his spit. Nejire was doing this for attention? That made him kind of upset, not that he had any right to be all up in arms about how Nejire carried herself or what she wore. He was mostly just saddened by the fact that she was trying to show off for other guys, but that was because he was hopelessly into her. Realizing that she was still waiting for an answer, Izuku hastily replied. They do. He trailed off, unsure how to continue. Here's such a thing as, TT2 revealing. And it's not like you'd have trouble with getting guys' attention with any of the other swimsuits. She huffed. I don't want other guys' attention. Nejire complained. Abruptly, quick enough to make his head spin, she cut herself off. A faint blush dusted her cheeks, not that Izuku could see that. He blinked in confusion. But I thought why you said? Forget what I said. She said suddenly, but, you don't like this one? Izuku's eyes were still trained firmly on the ceiling. It's very nice on you, he said after an eternity. But I don't think you should wear that, if you want, in my opinion. Okay. She nodded. So which ones did you like the most? What would your top 3 be? Why was she asking this? He liked all of them. Was she not paying attention to the way his face was currently redder than the sun? The pink bikini with frills, the green bikini without them, and the blue one piece, he finally admitted, his cheeks on literal fire. Nejire returned to the changing room. Got it. I think I'll get them all. Which one do you think I should wear today? Right. They were doing this because Nejire and the others wanted to have a beach day before the summer ended. He had nearly forgotten, what with the hundreds of images of Nejire she had just burned into his brain. Was it even the same day anymore? Time was hard to measure when you were busy trying this hard not to embarrass yourself. I don't know, he muttered shyly, unsure if she could even hear him from behind the curtain. Alakaya said, why look good in all of them? Nejire pondered aloud, I think I'll go with the green one today. She emerged from the changing room for the final time, her selections in hand, and Izuku let out a sigh of relief. Thank God that was over. Boy, now he had to spend the entire day at the beach with Nejire in one of those bikinis. Nope, he was a goner. Come on, Izu. Nejire called, already sprinting down the sand dunes. I'll race you to the shore. And no fair. Izuku tripped over his feet as he tried to follow her. With each step, his feet sunk deeper and deeper into the soft grains of sand beneath him. There's no way I'd in. Even though Nejire was wearing a long yellow sundress, that did nothing to impede her movement. As she reached the small huddle of umbrellas that Togata and Heia had set up earlier, Izuku was still trying to keep from face planting into the ground. Stupid hero students, being prepared for anything and everything. It didn't help that he was trying to carry both of their bags. In all fairness, Nejire was carrying both of their chairs, but even if she was carrying Togata on her back, the girl still would have destroyed him. Hey, Midoriya-kun. The blonde greeted as he stumbled over. Nice day, am I right? Izuku gasped as he dumped his bag onto the ground, gingerly placing Nejire's down onto the nearest towel a moment later. Hi, Togata-san, he breathed out. Yeah, it's pretty warm. Have you been in the water yet? He shook his head. Me and you just got here, he explained, and we decided to set everything up before we went in. We're still waiting for Tamaki, so why don't you go ahead and get changed into your bathing suit? Okay, Izuku agreed. Is that where Nejire and Heia-san went? Yep. Mirio gestured to the little changing station that was a few meters behind them. I just wore my bathing suit here so I wouldn't have to deal with all that. Kinda crazy how empty the beach is, right? He was right about that one. It looked like they were the only group of people for at least a mile, maybe more. Izuku didn't know why so many people would be avoiding the beach on such a lovely day, but he wasn't about to complain. I'll be right back, he said quickly, pulling his swimming trunks out of his back and making his way over to the stall. It took no time at all to switch on his bathing suit, aided by the fact that he didn't bother taking his shirt off. He was pretty prone to sunburn, and there was also the fact that he was kind of embarrassed about how frail he was. He had seen Nejire's stomach as she modeled all those bikinis earlier, and he was pretty sure that she had more outlined abs than him. Even after 4 months of Togata dragging him to their gym to work out, he was still less than a wet noodle in comparison to all of them. And he was more than a little self-conscious about it. But what was he not self-conscious about? It was probably fine if he kept his shirt on. But as Izuku stepped back out into the sun, he didn't realize how long he had spent hiding in the changing stall. There you are. Nejire called, bounding over to him. Did you get lost in there or something? Tamaki showed up and got changed in the same amount of time it took you. Izuku laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Something like that, sorry. She flicked one of his curly green locks. How many times do I have to tell you to stop apologizing for everything, Izu? His face flushed as violently as a stormy sunset. Too many, I guess? Nejire giggled. I guess so. Suddenly he realized just how close their faces were, and that Nejire did in fact choose to wear the plain, green bikini from earlier, doing absolutely nothing to soothe his nerves. Hey, guys. Togata called, grabbing their attention away from each other. Come on over. Tamaki brought sandwiches. The aforementioned teen shrunk back beneath the sudden stares he suddenly received, looking like he wanted to do nothing more than hide inside the thin white t-shirt he was wearing, even if it was only the 4 of them who were looking at him. Izuku felt a lot better about wearing his own shirt after seeing that Tamaki was doing the same. He had seen the purple-haired boy demolish the bench press before, so maybe there was something to being at the beach with his shirt on? And my mom told me to bring them, he muttered, holding out a plate of miniature sandwiches, each held together by a toothpick down the middle. She also said that she was upset we haven't all come over recently. Heia shrugged. You definitely took after her in terms of how much you worry. I know, Tamaki sighed. Please just take the sandwiches and I'll tell her everyone liked them later. Sweet. Togata reached a massive hand out and swiped up what looked like half of the offered sandwiches in a single move. Thanks, dude. Heia winced at the movement, and not just because of the way Togata was showing off his gluttony. Mirio, she said, shocked, what the hell happened to your arm? The teen froze. Once Izuku looked over and saw what Heia was talking about, he froze too. All along Togata's right arm were massive stretches of scar tissue, running down from the tips of his fingers up to his shoulder in several long, spidery tendrils, almost like veins of skin that were bubbling up and ready to burst at any given moment. They were hard to spot, only being a few shades of color darker than the rest of his skin, but once you saw them they were impossible to miss. Oh. Nobody missed the way Togata tensed up at the question. Let's just say I found out what using up 100% of the energy in my body for permeation does, and that I won't be doing it again. He finished his explanation with a laugh, but it seemed as forced as Izuku's usually were. How is that even possible? Tamaki asked with wide eyes. I mean, when did this even happen? We hung out, like, 4 days ago. Togata grimaced. Sir called me in for help with an operation he and some other pros were working on. They were messing around with Trigger, one of them had a really powerful muscle augmentation quirk, and it was either this or half a city block going down trying to stop them some other way. A heavy silence hung in the air at Togata's words. He looked more than a little uncomfortable now, and his eyes flickered between the forms of his friends and Izuku and his arm. It wasn't hard for Izuku to tell what the problem was. Izuku stared it in the face every day. I think your scars are really cool, Togata-san, he stammered, taking everyone by surprise. I mean, you got them protecting others, right? There's nothing more heroic than that. You should be proud of them. Yeah. Nejire jumped in the moment Izuku closed his mouth. I mean, I kinda wish you told us when it happened, but that's so cool. I'm glad you're okay. What kind of operation was it? Does it hurt? How can you? Izuku nudged her with his shoulder. It was kinder than the slap on the back of the head Yu was prepared to land. Maybe don't overwhelm him with questions right away? She snarked, making Nejire let out a yeep in terror and hide behind the nearest body, which just so happened to be Izuku. It didn't work very well considering she was 6 inches taller than him, and the fact that he turned into a tomato the moment she grabbed his arms to shield herself with. Thanks, Midoriya-kun, Togata said gratefully, but it's a pretty good reminder of my limits, at least. It doesn't hurt, and the mission is still classified, but that's enough of that. He started shoving the sandwiches he had grabbed down his gullet at a rapid pace. It's time to party. Crumbs flew over all of them, except Nejire, because she was still using Izuku to hide from the dirty look Yu was shooting her. Sorry. Tamaki sighed at the way saliva flew all over the remaining sandwiches. I guess you can have the rest of them too. Togata pumped his fist in celebration, and Heia finally directed her ire towards him instead, giving Nejire the opportunity to loosen her grip on Izuku. I didn't even notice before, she began, but why are you still wearing your shirt? Asking the hard-hitting questions early today, huh? I don't want to get sunburn. Beep. Wrong answer. Nejire tilted her head in confusion. That's what sunscreen is for? Izuku looked down at his toes as they mingled with the sand. He really couldn't hide anything from her, huh? It's embarrassing, he mumbled, eternally grateful that the other 3 were busy arguing about how Togata ruined the sandwiches. I don't look very good compared to you guys. And that was the truth. Even Heia, the shortest and more than likely weakest of the 4, though that was a given considering how the others were known as the Big 3, had far more meat on her bones than Izuku. Nejire frowned, wrapping her arms around his torso from behind and making him even more grateful he was wearing his shirt. That's not true, she murmured in his ear, slowly tugging him towards the towel she had laid her belongings by. For one, you shouldn't compare yourself to us, we've been doing nothing but training for 3 years now. Then her hands moved over to his upper forearms, and he nearly had a slide as she squeezed his biceps. Besides, she whispered, I don't remember these muscles on you a few months ago, it seems like you've been going to the gym with the guys a lot, huh? Izuku spat out nothing but gibberish. He wasn't sure he was even alive anymore. Her hands flitted away. I'm not going to say you have to, but no one's going to think any differently based on whether or not you're wearing a shirt. She placed a small tube into his hands as she sat down on her towel. And if you're able to, can you get my back? I haven't finished putting my sunscreen on. She turned around, presenting her pail back for him to see. Izuku crushed the tube of sunblock that Nejire had given him in his fist. Some of it landed in his hair. That's enough of that, Helia said suddenly, at his side in an instant somehow and taking the bottle out of his hands. I'll do your sunscreen, Nejire. What? Nejire protested. But? I'm sorry Midoriya, Helia interrupted, but I need to talk with our mutual friend here about something important. Maybe you could go collect seashells with Tamaki instead? Or have Mirio get your sunscreen? Izuku had no idea what was going on. Okay, he agreed, bye. But he did not want to be caught in the middle of whatever was going on between Nejire and Helia. As he walked away, the only words he could make out from their conversation was something about rabbits, carrots, and sticks. Whatever that meant. The water was nice and cool. It was a great way to cool down after helping Tamaki try and fail to build a lasting sandcastle. There was nothing wrong with it, but when you built it right against the water as the tide came in, it was hard to prevent the ocean from taking the structure down. Togata was having a good time digging a hole, for some reason. To be honest, Izuku would have considered joining him if he wasn't constantly suffering from his crippling social anxiety. He always wanted to dig a hole on the beach. As he floated around aimlessly, he couldn't help but wonder about how weird it was that he had friends now. They probably wouldn't be friends normally, especially considering they still didn't know he was quirkless, though he was sure they might have been suspecting something at this point, but that just meant he had yet another thing to thank Nejire for. Izuku sighed as the water pushed him around with the tide. He had fallen really hard for her, and that was just going to make it all that much worse when it came crashing down. The word ever got out, at least. But he was more than happy to take that little bit of knowledge to the grave. Well, not really. He'd rather confess his love to her in dramatic fashion and have it be eagerly reciprocated, but this wasn't a fairy tale. That was never going to happen, for more reasons than there were grains of sand on this beach. He wondered if the tide would take him out to sea. That wouldn't be very fun. He tilted his head up to see how far he had drifted. A small wave of water splashed into Izuku's face. Hey! Once he wiped his eyes, he realized that he had nearly bumped into Nejire. Hey! Looking around, he hadn't really gone far at all. In fact, all five of them were pretty close together in the water. Nejire's eyes fell on his, now shirtless, chest, and Izuku suddenly felt very naked. Having fun? She asked. Yeah, he agreed, this is nice. I haven't been to the beach in a long time. Izuku's mind briefly flickered to the beach near his house, Dagoba Municipal. When he was a kid it was nice, but nowadays it was just a dumping ground. Miles and miles of trash were all that remained of Izuku's childhood memories, and something about that idea hit him a little too close to home. Until Togata cleaned the entire beach, of course. He hadn't been back since, but he was very grateful to the blonde for doing the community such a great service. She grinned. We'll have to get a few more days like this in before summer ends, Nejire hummed, but first, think fast. Before he could so much as blink, Nejire reared back and splashed him, the wave large enough to make him sputter and gasp. Almost without thinking he splashed her back in retaliation, and Nejire laughed as she was sprinkled by the salty Pacific water. That's the spirit. She encouraged, even as she sent another wave Izuku's way. Bring it on. There wasn't much of a competition here. Nejire was sending waves large enough to drag Izuku out to sea if she wanted. Any spray that Izuku sent back was absorbed by her strikes. Ooh, splash fight. Then Togata decided to join in. He leapt over to them excitedly, and as green lightning sparked off his body punched straight down into the ocean, sending a tidal wave towards both Izuku and Nejire and where Tamaki and Helia were relaxing. Nejire shrieked as she was doused in the water, completely soaking her down to the bone, and Izuku wasn't much better. The force from the wave was almost enough to knock her into him, too, but she was thankfully able to catch herself before that happened. Togata laughed in victory, only to yelp in surprise as Tamaki decided to enter the fray himself, using a dragonfly's wings, don't ask, to blow up a small hurricane that seemed dead set on hitting the permeation user. If there were a few electric arrows hidden within the storm, Helia knew nothing about that. Of course, Tamaki's quirk wasn't to control storms, so Nejire and Izuku were caught up in the crossfire, and nearly blown away in his case. Truce? Nejire asked, teeth chattering as she wrapped her arms around her torso for warmth. Truce, he stuttered back. I don't know how we're supposed to deal with. Nejire shrugged. Tamaki can't keep that up forever. Eventually he'll have to come back down to the water, and that's when we can get him. Mirio too. Izuku shook his hair to get rid of all the water sopping up his skull. In that case. He whispered his plan to Nejire, who had a very unheroic smirk on her face as he explained. All right, she giggled, I like that plan. Gee great, Izuku sighed, that makes one of us. Nejire laughed at the grim expression on his face. Izuku really did get the short end of the stick with his little idea. It'll be fine. And with that, Nejire dove under the water, already moving towards the center of the group. Izuku sighed again. Time to go get bullied. He made his movement towards Tamaki and Heia as loud and obvious as possible, but neither of them spared him a glance until he was directly behind them and trying to splash Tamaki's wings. It didn't go very well. Heia had an uncharacteristically scary look on her face as she leered down at his quivering form. You didn't think that would actually work, did you? Even Tamaki took a break from drowning Togata to look at him. And no, Izuku said, trying his best to stand his ground, but this will. Tamaki blinked. Wait, where's? A geyser erupted from beneath the purple-haired teen, completely drenching him in salt water and weighing down his wings way too much for him to be able to fly. He landed beside Heia with a splat, and the little hurricane he had created dissipated into the wind. Unfortunately, for everyone, that was when the whirlpool started. It was pretty simple. Nejire was just using wave motion in place in the water, with a very large spiral. Izuku, Heia, and Tamaki were all esigi into the current in no time at all, and it was only a matter of time before Togata was forced to leave whatever place permeation had hidden him in to join them in the rushing spiral. It was anarchy. And Izuku was sure that Nejire was having a blast, but the same couldn't be said for. Two slender yet powerful arms wrapped around his torso, slowly lifting him out of the whirlpool his partner had created. Need a hand? Nejire joked, somehow still able to keep up the whirlpool despite not holding the spiral in place beneath the water. Well, not somehow. Izuku knew how she was doing it, but he was a little preoccupied with how she was hugging him from behind as they floated above their defeated foes. Thanks. Anytime. She beamed at him before turning her gaze downward. Do you guys accept your defeat? She shouted loud enough to be heard over the rushing waves, but all Nejire received was a groan in response. Good enough for me. The whirlpool dissipated almost immediately, and suddenly the day was right back to normal, as if a small tornado and whirlpool didn't just ravage the beach. That was fun. Nejire shouted, dropping Izuku and herself back into the water after descending a good part of the way. Let's do that again. No. Everyone, including Izuku included, shouted. Nejire pouted. Fine. She huffed indignantly, we'll do something else. How about chicken fights? Heia sighed. At least that's kind of normal. Her eyes landed on Tamaki. We're doing this, I guess? Togata pounded his fist in his hand. Midoriya. He shouted, with me. The blonde made his way over to Izuku, only for Nejire to yank him backwards into her arms. No, Izu is my partner. Go and get your own. He shrugged. All right. Togata laughed. Fine then. Tamaki, we're doing this. Izuku gulped as he side-eyed Nejire. Togata was, like, twice the size and 100 pounds more than each and every one of them. Hell, he could probably hoist all of them onto his shoulders if he wanted. Are you sure you want me to ride on your SS shoulders? She laughed, and Izuku felt his stomach sink despite not knowing what was coming next. No, silly, the girl chuckled. I'll be on your shoulders. I carried you last game. This time it's your turn. God save him. Please. Are you ready? Togata called eagerly, Tamaki sitting hunched over on his shoulders. Ready. Nejire called back, perched atop Izuku's shoulders as he tried not to lose his mind. Her thighs were wrapped snugly around his head, and her delicate hands were gripping onto his fluffy hair for support. Izuku was very grateful that the water was cold enough to keep him relaxed down below. The best part was that he had to wrap his arms around Nejire's legs to keep her steady, which meant he was getting a handful of her legs as he stood there. It was enough for him to feel like he was going to pass out, all things considered. Izuku was just lucky she hadn't gotten mad at him for it yet, though it was definitely just a matter of time. And that Nejire was surprisingly light. He barely noticed her weight as he carried her. Togata grinned. Then let's go. Charge. He ran at them like a bull in a china shop, and Izuku yelped in fright as his fight-or-flight instincts kicked in. They told him to take flight. But the girl on top of his shoulders laughed maniacally, and that meant that he was going to have to fight. Go Izu! Nejire encouraged, pointing dramatically towards Tamaki and Togata. Get them. MG going to die, he whispered to himself. Regardless, he charged at Togata. He wasn't very fast, but that didn't matter much since they were already bearing down on the pair. Nejire locked arms with Tamaki as soon as he got within her reach. Nothing personal, she shouted, but you're going down. This is dumb, Tamaki mumbled. Izuku struggled to keep his balance now that Nejire was grappling against Tamaki and not holding onto his head for support, a fact that was only made worse when Togata decided to engage him, playfully trying to shove him backwards into the water. Come on Midoriya-kun, he taunted jovially, get into the spirit. Take me on. He staggered backwards at the push, nearly toppling over and taking Nejire with him, but the verdette was barely able to keep his footing. It came at the cost of having to immediately re-engage with the guys, though, which also meant that Izuku had to let go of Nejire's legs, but she compensated for that by squeezing her thighs even tighter around his head as she lunged for Tamaki. And that was what made them lose, because Izuku froze like a deer in headlights at the action, and Togata took the opportunity to knock him over. Ah! Nejire gasped as they crashed into the ocean, her legs finally separating from Izuku's shoulders. Dang it! He felt a little guilty as she spat out a small stream of seawater. Sorry. She waved off his apologies. No worries, she said easily, we'll get them next time. Togata shook his head. If we're doing this again, we're switching up the teams, he protested. I kinda wanna see Midoriya-kun try and carry me. Izuku and Nejire blanched. Were they trying to kill him? Maybe. Helia had put a stop to the chicken fights after Togata tried hopping onto Izuku's shoulders, only for the smaller boy to immediately collapse beneath his weight. How was he even able to swim with that much weight? At least Nejire was kind enough to save him from drowning, though his heart could have done without her jokingly asking if he needed CPR. Speaking of Nejire, the girl had wrapped her arms around him from behind, pressing her chest into his shoulders as she laid her chin on top of his head. I'm telling you, Izuku is on our team. You've been hogging him all day, Tamaki pointed out from the other side of the volleyball court, Togata nodding seriously by his side. And I thought we usually did boys versus girls? That was before Midoriya joined our group, Helia pointed out, and before you got a super power-up to permeation. Nejire got a power-up to wave motion too, Togata protested. His words only made the girl tighten her grip on Izuku, inadvertently pressing the back of his head into her chest. Yeah, but at least my quirk's evolution makes sense. Besides, the pink-haired girl added, with Midoriya on our team it's 3 quirks versus 3 quirks. Togata froze for a second, momentarily looking like his worst fear was realized before quickly schooling his expression. Tamaki blinked in confusion. What are you talking about? Permeation is basically 2 quirks, she pointed out, like Endeavor's kid in one. He has a fire and ice quirk apparently, which is kinda like how permeation is half phasing and half strength. Augmentation. If we take those 2 and manifest, then it's equal to wave motion, generator, and whatever Midoriya's quirk is, so the teams are even this way. Now it was Izuku's turn to tense, fears about his quirklessness being revealed immediately resurfacing. Nejire, of course, noticed, and in an instant her semi-possessive grip turned into a soft hug to remind him none of that mattered, least of all to her. Togata huffed. This is ridiculous, he griped. Come on Tamaki, back me up here. I already have, he mumbled, but, it is true that we probably have an advantage even with Midoriya on their team. See, Nejire pointed out, even Tamaki agrees with us. Well, why don't we just ask Midoriya-kun what he wants? Togata tried, right? Wouldn't you rather be one of the guys instead of Nejire's pawn? Izuku winced at the attention. It was weird being fought over. That I am okay with being on Nejire's team, he mumbled. Nejire beamed at him. Yay! She cheered. See, Mirio? Izuku likes me the most. The permeation quirk user just huffed. Fine, he grunted in betrayal. I see how it is. We gotta show them how badly they just messed up now, right? Show Midoriya-kun the error of his ways. Tamaki sighed. Yeah, I know. Helia pulled out a volleyball from her bag. In your dreams. She turned to her teammates as she prepared to serve. Nejire, get off of Midoriya and get ready to play. I'm not losing to the meathead here. Togata crossed his arms expectantly. Who are you calling a meathead? At least I have meat on my bones. Yeah, Nejire snickered. Too much, though. He leered at her in false anger, only to blink as Heia's serve landed right on his head, quickly falling to the sand as Tamaki groaned. 1-0. She shouted victoriously. This is too easy. Oh, it is on. The blonde shouted back, tossing the ball back to Helia so she could serve once again. Bring it. Izuku shuddered. Wasn't this a little too much intensity for a game of beach volleyball? As Togata bumped Heia's serve, Tamaki said it, and green lightning sparked around his muscles as he prepared to spike the ball. Izuku knew he was going to have a rough time. He was right. The score was currently 14-14, and Izuku had just about no impact on the outcome of the game. Aside from setting the ball a few times for Nejire, that was. To be completely fair, it wasn't like Helia or Tamaki were doing much either. Most of their game was spent watching as their teammates repeatedly used permeation and wave motion to slam the volleyball down onto the other side of the court as hard as they could, and it was a pretty effective strategy. Sometimes Tamaki would pull out a clam shell or an octopus tentacle to make a save, but otherwise it was basically a one-on-one matchup. Fine by him. Izuku would rather not have Togata suddenly try to cave his head in with a volleyball that moved as fast as a bullet. Togata's chest heaved as he prepared himself for what was basically guaranteed to be the last round of the match. Had enough yet? He taunted. Nejire laughed, but she didn't look much better. Well, she looked better in the sense that she was extraordinarily beautiful, even with sweat cascading down her body, but she looked just as tired as her counterpart. Not a chance, Mirio. She shot back. You're gonna eat your words in a few seconds. We'll see about that, Pixie. She gasped. You did not just call me that. Helia served the ball, only for Togata to smack it right back over to their side of the court. Nejire bumped it calmly, allowing for Izuku to set it high enough for Nejire to spike it. She hit it hard enough to knock someone's head off. That Pixie comment must have really set her off for some reason. Togata smirked as he leapt into the air, directly behind his side of the next as he prepared to slam the ball down into the sand on Nejire's side of the court. He flickered out of existence right as the ball would have smacked against his downstretched palms, allowing for it to sail smoothly to the sandy ground. Nejire blinked, anger forgotten. Did we win? He was back a second later. It. Togata cried, what the hell even was that? Izuku shrieked in horror as he realized the teen lost his swim trunks, and he wasn't the only one. It took the teen a second to notice the draft coming from down below, but once he did he was quick to reattach his lost clothing. Sorry, he apologized, but seriously, what the hell just happened? Helia snorted. She was able to look away before Togata flashed her, lessening the levels of traumatization she would have received. You tell us. I don't know. He complained, 1 second I was about to win, and the next I was permeating. It was like I couldn't even control it. Tamaki gave him a strange look. You haven't had that problem since we were, like, 7? He stomped his foot into the sand in frustration. I know. Maybe you're just tired? Nejire tried. Sometimes when I'm running on fumes wave motion will get a little bit finicky. That seemed like a weird reason. It made sense for wave motion to become less reliable as Nejire exhausted herself, what with her entire quirk being centered around her stamina and energy reserves, but permeation had nothing to do with that. In fact, you'd think it would be the other way around. If Togata was so powerful that his maximum limit on energy could break his body in the way he had described, then wouldn't it make more sense for him to not have issues with regulation when he was running low on said energy? It would make more sense for the issues with control to happen when he was at his most charged up, at least to Izuku. What seemed more likely to him was that his quirk was simply unstable, in this instance, at least. Izuku wasn't one to dictate what he thought was wrong with other people's quirks back to them. Togata's arms fell limply against his sides. Maybe, he relented, though the look on his face was a mix of confusion and hesitance as he stared out into the now setting sun. I'm gonna go lie down and eat the rest of my bento. Tamaki's eyes followed his best friend in confusion as he walked away. I'll go make sure he's not too upset, he decided, and, see what that was about? Izuku turned to follow the pair, and while he was distracted Yu saw fit to elbow Nejire in the ribs. Now's your chance, she whispered. The periwinkle-haired girl brightened instantly. I'm gonna go wash off. Nejire said suddenly and loudly, wanna come, Izu? His first instinct was to decline, having already used his one towel for the day, but he grimaced as he realized that he was also slick with sweat, likely as a result of the sun beating down on him for the better part of the afternoon. Sure. He passed Helia, and the pink-haired teen gave him a thumbs up as she took down the volleyball net. Izuku arched his eyebrow in confusion. What was that about? Probably nothing, he decided as he shook his head. He almost never understood what went on behind Heia's eyes, It was like she was always planning something out, 30 steps ahead of the rest of them. Not that it bothered him. Quite the opposite, in fact. Whenever he spent time talking with Helia, he found her company to be quite enjoyable. Though maybe she was just happy that she didn't have to constantly fight to keep him in line like she did with Nejire and Togata. Izuku noticed that the water was slightly warmer than earlier as he dipped his toes into it, which was a welcome surprise. Nejire had already leapt headfirst into the Pacific, splashing about without a care in the world as she cleaned off, and Izuku was content to watch her enjoy herself for a moment before joining the girl in the water. Not for long, though. He didn't want to make his hair even more ruined than it already was. It would probably take days to get all the sand and grime out of it. Instead, he settled for sitting in the shallows. His legs were completely submerged, but the rest of his body was perfectly dry, or drying, as he stared out into the sunset. Izuku didn't even notice Nejire until she sat down beside him. "Did you have fun today?" she asked, nudging his shoulder to get his attention. "Why yeah." He coughed into his shoulder to distract himself from his rapidly rising blush. Nejire's legs were pulled up to her chest, held in place by her arms while her toes sunk into the wet sand they were sitting on. "It was nice to come here. I like hanging out with you guys." She reached out to squeeze his shoulder gently. "We like hanging out with you too, you know," Nejire reminded him. "You're our friend. We like spending time with each other." He nodded bashfully. "I know." Izuku sighed. "It's just kind of hard sometimes, you know? Knowing that you G guys actually like me, and that I have F friends now." Nejire's heart ached. All this because of a stupid toe joint. God only knows how much he had to have gone through to make Izuku so, everything. If she ever met any of the people who had helped to make Izuku like this, she'd make them wish they'd never been born. The girl shuffled closer to him. Their legs were touching now, and Izuku blushed at the contact, even if there was nothing behind it. Being so close to Nejire always made him like this, much less when she was wearing nothing but a bikini that matched the color of his hair. "Izu," she began slowly, sending a jolt through his system at the sound of her soft, sweet tone. "I really like being with you." He gulped. "I'm sensing a th." Nejire hummed. "That obvious, huh?" She laughed quietly for a moment, collecting her thoughts. "It's nothing bad or anything but..." The older girl trailed off slowly, unsure of how to proceed. A troubled look flashed across her features, and Izuku immediately decided that it didn't belong on her otherwise otherworldly beautiful face. "Why you can say it?" he stammered. "IW won't get you upset or anything." That was kind of true. If she said something like, "I don't think we should keep hanging out," or, "I honestly don't like you all that much," it would probably ruin his life, but he would have no right to complain after 5 months of Nejire treating him better than anyone else ever had. A reality check was overdue at this point. She brushed a strand of periwinkle out of her eyes. "That's not the problem," she giggled. "I just don't know how I should say it." Izuku stayed quiet. It seemed like whatever she wanted to say was weighing pretty heavily on her. Nejire took a deep breath. "Screw this," she mumbled. The taller girl snaked her arm towards Izuku's face, cupping his chin and forcing him to lock eyes with her. "Izuku, I've gotta go." Nejire yelped and Izuku straight up screamed as Togata popped up out of the ground in front of them, a semi-panicked look on his face as he made sure his shorts didn't fall off. "Sorry guys," he said quickly, "but I just got a phone call from Sir Knight. He said there's another raid going down in a few hours, and that I need to be there. Like, I need to be there an hour ago." "Do we need to go too?" Nejire asked immediately, going from bashful to business in an instant. "What did he say? Is Ryukyu's agency involved? Does it have to do with what you were talking about earlier? What kind of?" He put his hands up and Nejire closed her mouth instantly. "Classified," he replied, uncharacteristically serious, "and even Sir doesn't know the extent of all the parties involved. If you haven't been informed already, you're not a part of it. No connection that I know of, but that doesn't matter. I need to go now." Nejire nodded. "Be safe, Lemillion." Togata cracked a small, tiny smile. "I will." Just like that, he was gone, full cowling across the beach at an impossible speed. They stared at his retreating form until Togata was no longer visible over the sand dunes. Will he be all right?" Izuku asked. Togata seemed really shaken. Nejire was silent for a moment. "I hope," she whispered. "Mirio's been getting into all sorts of secret missions ever since the start of the school year. He never talks about them, but we can all see that whatever he's doing isn't good for him." Izuku didn't know how to respond to that. So he didn't. What were you going to say earlier?" he asked, curious and desperate to get Nijire's mind away from worrying. She opened her mouth to respond, but froze. Never mind, Nejire mumbled. I'll tell you later. Izuku frowned, though his frustration with the situation was directed at himself being unable to distract his friend. Okay. Nejire sighed. Let's start packing everything up. She stood slowly, walking back to the small grouping of towels and umbrellas that remained. I think I've had enough fun for today. Izuku sighed peacefully to himself as he went about his work, dutifully attending each and every aspect of the meal he was working on. The beach trip was nice, even if it did seem like Nejire was trying to kill him during their time shopping for swimsuits. Like he told her earlier, he liked spending time with all of them, and he liked doing things with other people that weren't his mother, for a change. They all, Nejire especially, made him feel like he mattered. Even the weather was perfect. Izuku couldn't have asked for better. It was like nothing could ruin his good mood. He should have known better to tempt fate like that. He hadn't expected this. One minute he was standing in his kitchen, peacefully preparing dinner for himself and his mother, for when she returned home from work, and the next their television roared to life as if possessed. Izuku jumped in surprise. What the? He was cut off by the sound of an explosion. Instinctively he ducked his head, fearing the worst, only to slowly raise his head as he realized what the source of the noise was. The TV. He warily peeked his head around the corner of the counter he had leapt behind, watching the television raptly. He had put it on some time ago, but it was merely playing out some random cooking show Izuku had never heard of. Why was it so loud all of a sudden? And why was it showing him a vision of a burning warehouse? We're coming to you live from Kamino Ward's 8th district, where a daring rescue mission led by All Might has been mounted following the kidnapping of one UA student last night by the League of Villains. There was no reporter in the frame, likely to allow for the heroes involved to take center stage, and boy were there a lot of them. All Might, Best Jeanist, Mount Lady, and over 24 others seemed primed to storm into the compound, while hundreds of police officers closed ranks behind them. The stage was primed for an incredible showdown. And then All Might ped his fist back and blew the entire warehouse away. Even the fires were put out by the simple act of moving his fist. A dozen or so villains looked completely and utterly lost for words as they were suddenly exposed to the world, along with a face that Izuku wished he could forget. If you want a quirk so badly, why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life? Bakugo stood in the center of the villains, arms raised as though he were expecting a fight, only to blink in surprise as All Might began to systematically annihilate the villains that stood between them. They never stood a chance. As the symbol of peace prepared to deliver the finishing blow to a tall, lanky villain with hands covering his body, surging forward despite the desperate attempts of the few remaining criminals to hold him back, something happened. 1 second, his fist was inches from the hand villain's head. The next, Izuku and the rest of the viewing world were treated to the sight of a boogeyman long thought dead. An explosion rippled across Kamino, powerful enough to briefly turn the screen to static before it recovered, and all of a sudden All Might and a scarred, faceless man were staring each other down, the number one's fist ensnared in what seemed to be a black mass that extended from the new villain's hand. Hordes of Nomu rushed forward from some unseen place as well, engaging all the heroes that had been ready to rush in and fight. Izuku had already been lost by this point, but things started getting insane after that. All Might rushed forward to engage, and he and the villain traded what seemed like a million blows in an instant. Their fists created shockwaves that destroyed the streets around them, slowly lowering them into a crater, but to the world's horror it looked like All Might was losing. His eyes darted back towards where Bakugo had been standing, where he was now engaged in what seemed like a fight to the death with the 3 remaining villains. One was a girl with a large tan cardigan who repeatedly lunged at him in an attempt to skewer him with her knife. One was a heavily scarred man who launched bursts of fire periodically at him, and the last one was the hand villain from before. Despite how powerful his former tormentor was, it was clear that he would lose. Hell, it seemed like he would lose to any of them in a one-on-one fight. It looked like the villains were toying with him more than anything. Eventually, it looked like the fight would end rather unceremoniously. The hand villain got in close, arm extended to wrap around Bakugo's face, only for the boy to be yanked away by... Wait, was that Togata? Izuku's eyes widened at the way he phased out of the way of one of the girl's stab attempts. That was definitely him. Bakugo didn't seem to like being interrupted, turning towards his savior with a decidedly less than kind look in his eyes, but he didn't have much time to react before Togata rocketed away from the villains, empowered by full cowling. The boy was deposited at the feet of the police, quickly swarmed by lesser heroes, and disappeared into the crowd as Togata immediately returned to face the villains. Just like All Might would. Unfortunately for him, they were gone, the only trace of them remaining being the quickly disappearing violet portal that stood where they once were. For whatever reason, Togata, and no other hero for that matter, did not move to assist All Might in his battle with the villain, even after most of the Nomu were slain. Maybe it was because anyone giving All Might that hard of a time would likely be killed immediately if they tried to interfere. Whatever the reason, it made for the perfect duel. The ultimate villain for All Might to fight. Izuku wondered if he'd even have enough time to win. He still remembered the hero's words to him on that rooftop, well over a year ago by this point. If he was down to 3 hours back then, what was his time limit now? Steam was slowly rising from his body. It looked like that limit was close, if he hadn't already hit it. He was well aware he was muttering up a storm by this point, but he paid it no heed. No one was going to chastise him for doing so in the comfort of his own home, and he was alone anyways, so it didn't matter. In the midst of yet another one of their gargantuan clashes, where All Might continued to get pushed backwards, the villain said something that made All Might freeze. It was like he was stabbed in the heart. And then the villain actually did stab him, through the stomach, where Izuku knew his injury was, and that was when he realized that this must have been the same villain to injure him all those years ago. No wonder that fight was never made public. If people knew a villain like this existed, one with such power and cunning to seemingly be the leader behind the League of Villains and to be able to injure All Might, it would be far harder to convince them that society was anywhere near as safe as they thought. A puff of smoke erupted from the hero's body, like the final gasp of a dying god. All Might stood, heavily wounded, in the form he had accidentally revealed to Izuku all those months ago. Traces of lightning danced around his form, just like Togata. Izuku didn't need to be there to hear the gasp of surprise that erupted from the crowd. It looked like that would be it for the symbol of peace, he thought numbly. Even if All Might somehow survived, or even less likely won, the image of a shrunken, hollowed-out form of All Might was now likely going to be ingrained for eternity within the minds of Japan. It was the end of an era. A few moments passed where nothing happened, aside from a few words that were going to stay between the villain and All Might, before the man went for the killing blow. All Might countered with a punch, seemingly throwing every last bit of power into his left arm. A feint. Izuku had seen Bakugo do something similar to this far too many times to count. All Might was on his last legs here, and it looked like he'd use any and every dirty trick left in the book he could to try and take the villain down with him. It reminded Izuku of the same sort of punch Togata had thrown at the beach. And somehow, by some miracle, it worked. All Might's left arm crumpled like wet cardboard beneath the villain's might, but his right was unimpeded as it folded the man like a lawn chair. It was like All Might summoned a hurricane around the two in his final act, and the villain, just like every other time All Might wound up in a fight, was defeated. But so was he. Cameras and microphones swarmed the #1 hero as soon as the villain's defeat was confirmed. All Might looked like he wasn't going to do so much as blink until they got quirk-suppressing cuffs on the man, and Izuku didn't blame him. His final speech as a hero was nothing special. He announced his retirement, among other things, and did his best to encourage a society currently going through the worst case of shell shock probably ever to find its feet and keep going without him. Until he got to the end. His eyes narrowed slightly, but his omnipresent grin was still there as he pointed at what Izuku was sure was one of the cameras surrounding him and smirked. Now it's your turn. Now it's your turn. What an odd thing to say. Maybe it was meant for Endeavor? After all, he would certainly become the newest #1. Even if there was no way the man could ever truly embody the symbol of peace, you needed a lot more than a number by your name to do that. Maybe he was speaking to the next generation of heroes. He had become a teacher at U. Izuku winced involuntarily at the reminder of seeing him at the sports festival, so it was easy to imagine that he was speaking to the Nejires, Tamakis, and Togatas of the world. My quirk kind of evolved, for the lack of a better term, a few months ago, and now I have super strength. He practically threw himself at the remote, frantically pressing the rewind button and freezing on the picture of All Might pointing into the crowd. That was wrong. He was pointing at the people watching, sure, but he was also pointing at the arrayed army of heroes who had all participated in the battle that took place. He was pointing at Togata. As if that mattered. Izuku's eyes stung. Liar, he hissed, as if All Might was standing right in front of him. Permeation is basically two quirks. Quirks didn't just evolve. Izuku was right. He was right and he hated it, and now he felt sick and his head hurt and The boy barely reached the trash can before the bile in the back of his throat erupted outwards, spewing his lunch out into the bag as he groaned out pitifully. Even after he finished throwing up, his body continued to shake as the full brunt of the truth bore down on him. In hindsight, it was so obvious. All the pieces were there for him to put it together, but Izuku just never made the connection. All Might was injured and running out of time to be a hero. All Might suddenly shows up to teach at UA. He was looking for successors. Togata worked out of Nitai's agency, the former sidekick of All Might. He already had a foot in the door. Togata suddenly develops superhuman strength, just like All Might. Izuku never stood a chance. All Might was there at the sports festival for Togata. He would have won it resoundingly if not for Nejire. Togata left early from the beach today because All Might needed him here. Every other time he left early must have been the same. All Might was secretly a shriveled husk and used his quirk to hide it. All Might had a quirk that could be passed down. And he gave it to Togata. Izuku wanted to scream. And cry. So he did. Liar. He shouted at the top of his lungs, eyes locked on to the frozen visage of the now former hero on the screen. Hypocrite. A hole. It didn't make him feel any better. Was it even All Might's quirk? Did he have a teacher who passed their power on to him? What kind of quirk was as strong as All Might's, gave one superhuman abilities, and also could be passed down? It was probably a stockpiler, and if it could be passed on and let All Might be as strong as that, it had probably been around for a while. Was All Might originally quirkless? The answer was, more likely than not, a resounding yes. And that was what broke Izuku. I hate you. He threw the remote with all his strength at the couch because he wasn't about to make his mother pay for that, but he really wanted to throw it at the TV. He wanted to punch All Might in the face. He wanted to kick and yell and punch and spit on him and make him feel half as bad as he had made Izuku feel. Did he simply hate what he once was? Did he look down on Izuku? Did the very thought of being quirkless again make his skin crawl? He hoped it did. He hoped All Might had the worst experiences of his life now. Izuku couldn't be a hero without power, a power that All Might apparently had and could have given him. Izuku would have done anything, literally anything that man wanted to be a hero. Not even that. He would have done anything to just hear the hero say he believed in him. He would have liked the bottom of his shoe, no questions asked. He would have done all the training in the world for a fraction of a chance for All Might to support him. He would have fought the man's arch-nemesis without a second thought if that was what it took. But he gave his quirk to someone who was already gifted, who was already going to be one of the greatest heroes Japan had ever seen. Someone who had it made for them. Life wasn't fair. And it seemed like life wanted to remind Izuku about that every chance it could. Izuku screamed at the top of his lungs until he couldn't scream anymore. Then he went to his room and found all the old posters he had carefully taken down of All Might after he crushed his dreams and ripped them all to shreds until they were nothing but scraps. Izuku punched the floor until his hand was a bloody mess. He cried and cried and cried like a petulant child when they didn't get what they wanted, because that was all he really was, and nothing would ever change the fact that no matter what he did or how hard he tried or who he met, he would never amount to anything or achieve his dreams because his toe had one extra bone and his idol knew he was worthless when he had once sat exactly where Izuku did, but that didn't matter because Izuku was a loser and a failure and an idiot, and what right did he have to complain? It wasn't his power or his right to choose, it was All Might's, but was it so wrong just to wish that the person he looked up to all his life would see him as something more than a problem or a liability or a name to be listed at the bottom of the list of obituaries in next morning's paper? Or, hey Yu, I have a question. Izuku sighed as the bell rang out, signaling the start of the school year. Another year with Kaken. His first year of middle school had come and gone, and it wasn't much different from his time in primary school. He got beat up, was mocked for being quirkless, and had no friends. Business as usual. Hey Midoriya, a feminine voice called out, can I sit here? Izuku blinked in confusion at the sound of someone actually talking to him, and laughing at him did not count, okay? He looked up to see who it was and froze in shock. Koru Kyoko. One of the most popular girls in his grade, and for good reason. She was friendly with everyone, well, everyone except him, and was considered one of the prettiest girls by most of the male members of his class, though they tended to use far more crass terms, and for good reason. With short yet cute violet hair and an expression that oozed positivity, it was hard not to like the girl. And she was talking to him, asking if she could take the seat behind him. Sure, Keikaru-sen. Izuku said, shocked and delighted. Was this his chance to make a friend? Koru smiled at him. His heart soared. Thanks. Say, have you done the homework Akita-sensei assigned us yet? Why yeah. He tried not to sound too enthusiastic. Did you need it? Yes please. You're a lifesaver. Izuku quickly glanced around the room, making sure no one saw the interaction. Whenever anyone so much as looked at Izuku the wrong way, with any modicum of friendliness or pity, they tended to be reminded of just how much of a freak he was, and that staying far away from Deku was for the best. But no one seemed to care about Core talking with him. That was when he should have realized that he was being played. Izuku sighed as he looked around the lunchroom. Even the outcasts didn't want him sitting with them. Even though he may have made a friend, it seemed like the rest of the school was just the same. Midori Yakuin. Over here. He froze as he heard Core calling out to him, and his eyes zeroed in on her position at a table in the corner of the cafeteria. She patted the seat beside her, and Izuku had to pinch his arm to make sure he wasn't dreaming. You good? Core asked amusedly, watching the way he sat down slowly. You know, I've never seen you in the lunchroom before, is there a reason for that? He missed the way she hid a laugh at the question, still too busy processing that she was actually interacting with him. Oh well. Izuku mumbled, I usually just eat out in the courtyard. She frowned. That's no fun. You should eat here with me from now on. Really? Izuku hated how eager he sounded. Leave him alone. Core said sternly, staring down Bakugo with an unflinching glare. You're being so cruel. He sneered, explosions in his hands as he looked past the imposing form of Core to glare at Izuku. You're lucky your girlfriend was here to protect you this time, Deku. Core didn't respond, so Bakugo stomped off. The moment he was gone, Core was fretting over his wounds. Are you okay, Izuku? This was the first time she had used his first name. And the first time someone had stood up for him. It was too good to be true. I am alright, Kersen, Izuku sniffled. Thank you. She smiled at him, though it didn't reach her eyes. Call me Kyoko. His heart was doing backflips now. Was this what being in love was like? If it was, he never wanted this feeling to go away. Kyoko had told him to meet her here in 15 minutes, but Izuku couldn't help himself. She had blown him a kiss at the end of class, telling him to show up behind the school at 3. Was he supposed to be patient? His life had gotten so much better over the past week. Kyoko was awesome, bullies were starting to leave him alone, her friends were starting to open up to him, and now it seemed like maybe, just maybe, she liked him back? He was ecstatic. So sue him for being a little overexcited, he even ran to the corner store and bought some flowers. Things were moving kind of fast, even for him, but he wasn't about to complain. Deku's here already? He froze at the sound of a voice that was decidedly not Kyoko. He spun on his heel in surprise, coming face to face with what seemed to be half his class, or half the guys, at least. Tsubasa, Kotaro, Mitsugo, and a few others were all blocking the exit. Hi! He squeaked, only to be met with cruel laughs. Deku even bought flowers. One boy jeered. Another was howling. This is too good to be true. Izuku was starting to worry. What was going on? I have to go, he said suddenly, a cold fear creeping up on him. I don't think. Kyoko stepped through the crowd, meeting his eyes easily. There was nothing but disgust waiting for him. Seriously? She sneered. Flowers? You're embarrassing, Deku. He wilted like the roses in his hands at her words, recoiling at her use of the rest of the school's nickname for him. IITT thought. You thought what? She cut him off viciously. That I liked you? That I was your friend? You're even dumber than I thought. Somewhere in between the cracks in the pavement, Izuku's heart fell, broken beyond belief at her callous indifference, no, at her active hatred of him. What was going on? As if on cue, Bakugo walked through the crowd next. Well, he sneered. I guess our April Fool's prank went a little longer than it was originally planned. Tough luck, Deku. Izuku fell to his knees in despair, eyes watering like a leaky faucet. All this was a prank? The crowd roared in approval as their leader smirked. I knew it would be funny if we got someone to pretend to be your friend, and you fell for it hook, line, and sinker. The blonde laughed. I mean, seriously? You thought I would leave you alone just because Koru told me to? As if. He whistled appreciatively. But I didn't think you had it in you, hot stuff. Koru batted her eyelashes at the boy, blushing slightly at the praise. I knew you'd like it if I went along with it for a bit longer. She swooned. Bakugo cackled. Demonstrate. He stomped over to Izuku, yanking him up by his hair and getting scarily close. Let this be a lesson to you, Deku. No one is ever going to love a quirkless loser like you, and the sooner you get that through your thick skull the better. I'm honestly doing you a favor, teaching you this lesson before you get hurt for real. Every time he tried to say something, nothing of value came out. He was so shocked that he couldn't even open his mouth. The rest of what he said went in one ear and out the other. The beating he received barely even registered in his mind, even as many of his classmates went overboard as a result of being denied the chance to pummel him over the past month. All that he could think about was how right they all were. That was the first time Izuku realized he could never be loved by someone else. What is it, Nejire? The pink-haired girl sighed. Are you going to ask me about the plans for your beauty pageant dress again? Nejire shook her head fervently. No, nothing like that. She sighed. It's just... The next day, Izuku's voice was practically gone. With all the screaming he had done the night before, it wasn't that much of a surprise. Nor was it a big shock that he woke up on his bathroom floor, even if it gave his mom a hell of a fright when she got home early that morning. Thankfully, she didn't question it. Izuku being weird was the furthest thing from anyone's mind today, and for good reason. All Might was retired. Done for. His time had passed. And Togata was his successor. Both literally and figuratively. Briefly, Izuku wondered how exactly All Might could pass along a quirk, but he soon realized it didn't matter in the slightest. All that mattered was that he... Nope, that didn't matter either. Who cared about what one quirkless child thought about being a hero? All Might certainly didn't. And why should he? What did Izuku even have to be upset about? It wasn't like he'd be a worthy successor in any sense of the word. What did he have that Togata didn't? Absolutely nothing. Why would All Might consider him as a successor? He wouldn't. He had no reason to. Izuku had nothing to offer. No quirk, no heroic spirit, no power, nothing. There wasn't a single reason Izuku deserved anything All Might had to give, much less when compared with Togata. He had no reason to even be on the man's radar. So he should just shut up and stop throwing himself the world's most miserable pity party. All Might was right, and Izuku was wrong. He couldn't be a hero, and he should just be realistic. It was his fault all these things happened to him, after all. Izuku was at fault for allowing his delusion to fester for so long. That didn't do much to quell the ever-growing bitterness in his heart every time he thought of the man. It wasn't even fair of him to think that way, though. All Might didn't know better. All Might shouldn't have to know better. Izuku was less than the pebbles beneath the man's boots. What right did Izuku have to act like this? None whatsoever. Even thinking about Togata was enough to make Izuku miserable. He was like the polar opposite of Izuku, tall, outgoing, popular, friendly, had a perfect family, from what the boy had told him during their gym sessions at least, an amazing quirk, supportive friends, the admiration of all. He could go on and on and on and on. Izuku, up until, for months ago, had none of that, and the only thing they both had in common now was that Izuku had 4 more friends than he did before, and if it weren't for Nejire having terrible time management, he'd still have 0. Togata got everything he could have needed to succeed and more. Izuku got nothing. It shouldn't have been a surprise to see which one of them All Might chose to be his successor. Life wasn't fair. But Izuku knew that he'd known that since he was 4 years old. Izuku didn't get nice things because he was Izuku. Bakugo was right. He was just a Deku. And that was all he'd ever be. How do you know when you're in love? He could tell his mom was worried, and honestly, Izuku didn't blame her. He had barely touched his breakfast, lunch, and now dinner, too preoccupied with wondering whether or not to see if he could reach terminal velocity from leaping off the roof of his apartment building. Taking it to the grave would probably be the best way to make sure he didn't accidentally reveal All Might and Togata's secret, after all. Even if he really didn't want anything to do with, well, either of them, to be honest, Izuku wasn't looking to bring the downfall of hero society about. He didn't think he'd ever be able to look at his friend the same way ever again. Though, not that Togata deserved that treatment. He hadn't done anything to deserve Izuku's animosity, having been nothing but kind to him since they met, ignoring the whole following him home thing that one time, but he was a petty little loser and his brain couldn't stand the idea of things just being normal between them anymore. And once he started being weird to Togata, it was only a matter of time before the teen got tired of him, and so would Tamaki, Helia, and Nejire. And then he'd be back to square one. No, actually he'd be in the negatives, because now Izuku would have undeniable proof that it really was his fault that he didn't deserve anyone's attention or pity or kindness, even though he should have known that already, so he'd be basically required to do the world a favor and... Izuku! He blinked. Why yeah? His mother frowned. Are you okay? That was the 3rd time I called your name. Izuku smiled, but both of them knew it wasn't real by the way it didn't reach his eyes. I'm fine, he said. Really? Her bottom lip quivered, and Izuku was racked by guilt. He even lied to his own mother. What a horrible son he was. She didn't deserve to have to put up with him. You know you can talk to me, right? She tried. I know I haven't always been the greatest mother, but I love you, Izuku. I love you so much. I love you too, Mom. He said with sincerity, you haven't done anything wrong. I couldn't ask for a better mother. Not that he could ask for anything in the first place. He didn't deserve his mom, or anything, for that matter. And that was true. With how shameful he was, it was a miracle his mother even bothered to stick around. His father sure didn't. If anything, his words seemed to only make things worse. And he wasn't quite sure why. He was finally getting it through his thick skull that he didn't matter, after all. Why was this a problem? A knock on their door took Izuku by surprise, but his mom merely sighed. I understand if you don't want to talk to me, she whispered, and the way her voice cracked made him feel so much worse, but would it maybe be easier if you talked to one of your friends? The door opened unprompted. Izuku's heart fell. His mom had called Nejire. Yu blinked in surprise. Whatever she was expecting, it wasn't this. How do you know when you're in love? She repeated slowly. What brought that question on? And why are you asking me? Nejire looked uncharacteristically vulnerable. I don't know. She mumbled. I've just been thinking, I guess. And I mean, you've had boyfriends before, haven't you? I just want to know what it's like. At least she was tactful enough to lead him outside and away from his mom. Nejire had taken him to a local park that he'd never been able to remember the name of for many reasons, not the least of which being the fact that he'd been forced to avoid it over the years due to how often Bakugo frequented it. That happened to a lot of his favorite places over the years. Izuku would find somewhere, enjoy the solitude, and then one day someone from school would see him and Bakugo would make sure his safe space was removed in swift fashion. He eventually gave up on having places outside his home to call his own. Nejire was as friendly as ever. Her hand was intertwined with his own, leading him slowly down a worn-out dirt path as Izuku put up no resistance. Normally he'd at least have the decency to blush at her actions, as he had done all of yesterday, accompanied by plenty of stammering and stuttering and bashfulness, but for some strange reason it was like none of that mattered now. It was like his realization last night had given him the final wake-up call he needed. No matter how desperately he had fought for things to be different in the past 12 years, no matter what he did or who he met or how hard he tried, he'd never be anything more than a Deku. Not even Nejire could change that. His infatuation with her was just as pointless as he was, after all. If she never saw him again, it'd probably only be a matter of time before she forgot about Izuku entirely. The idea that anyone would love him, much less someone as incredibly amazing and perfect as Nejire, was complete and utter horseshit. And the sooner he accepted that, the sooner he could. Well, Izuku didn't know yet. Maybe he'd kill himself, maybe he'd run away, maybe he'd cut all ties with Nejire and the others and force them to realize how worthless he truly was and allow everything to go back to the way it was before he met her. It really didn't matter. She was uncharacteristically silent as they walked, which was both a blessing and a curse. It meant he didn't have to try and act all happy and positive. Nejire would see right through it at any rate, but it also meant he was left alone with his thoughts, which was never a good idea. She hummed a soft tune as they walked, and her eyes constantly landed back on him, but seemed content to leave it at that. For now. There were a handful of other people out and about, what with it being a public park and all, but they were generally far and few between. And unlike Izuku, they all seemed very happy. It must have been nice. It was nice and warm, even with the soon-to-be setting sun lazily hovering just above the edge of the treeline, so when they passed a pop-up ice cream stand he wasn't really surprised by the way her eyes flickered over to the cart like a moth to a flame before shooting back to him. Do you want to get something? Izuku asked quietly. Nejire pursed her lips. Do you? He shrugged. I'm fine either way, he mumbled. You can get something if you want. A simple, I don't care, would have sufficed as well, but she didn't deserve an attitude from him for no reason. She hesitated, eyes lingering on Izuku for far longer than before. Okay, Nejire finally said, let's go. Izuku followed alongside her like a lost puppy, which really was all he was to Nejire. She was just nice enough to let him stick around for a while, which spoke more to how unreasonably patient she was than anything about him. She stepped up to the vendor calmly. 2 mint chocolate chip cones, please, the girl ordered, briefly separating from Izuku to take out her wallet and pay. It went over his head, But Nijire's worries were just cemented by the fact that he didn't even offer to pay. Izuku always offered to pay. They were done in no time. Nejire offered one of the cones to Izuku, and as much as he didn't want to, he took the ice cream. She had paid for it, and clearly expected him to take it, so he muttered out a quiet, "Thank you," as he accepted the gift. Nejire frowned. "Let's go sit down," she suggested, pointing to a free bench a couple dozen meters away. "My legs are killing me." "Okay." "I don't know if I'd call any of those relationships love," Yu mumbled. Nejire looked at her with wide eyes. "You would date someone even if you didn't love them?" She asked, "What about that Toma guy?" Her face flushed. "Do not remind me of him." Izuku's eyes looked out towards the treeline from their spot on the bench, slowly liking the ice cream cone Nejire had given him. He wasn't very hungry, nor was he in the mood, but if he went and threw it out he'd basically be spitting in Nejire's face. He already kind of was, to be honest, between the silent treatment he was giving her and the fact that he couldn't, meet her eyes. No need to do it twice. Nejire was similarly slow in eating her ice cream, though her gaze was more or less fixed on Izuku. For free. Hand hovered over his own, having been laid to rest limply against the bench, and after a few more moments of indecisiveness she reached out and grabbed it. Aside from a split second of tenseness in his body, at her actions, Izuku didn't respond. What was he supposed to do, say thanks? She was only doing it to try and make him feel better. She probably hated touching him. "Do you want to talk about it?" Nejire asked, voice barely above a whisper as their eyes fell on a small group of children playing tag in the field in front of them. Izuku frowned slightly. "About what?" He countered, "Nothing's wrong." Maybe she would have believed it if his body hadn't betrayed him, voice peaking at the end of his claim. Nejire ran her fingers through his own, squeezing slightly. "I don't think your mom would ask me to come see you over nothing, Izu." A pit settled in his stomach. He hated how he always had to make people worry about him. Now Izuku was even less hungry than before. His gaze landed in his lap. He had nothing to say. "I can't force you to share," she continued, "but it's good to talk about these things, sometimes." His mind traveled back to the time Nejire had found him after Tsubasa. He winced at the memory of the boy and his horrible fate, and his cronies had taken their time beating the snot out of him. She had something similar then, did she not? And hadn't Izuku only grown closer to his friend since that day? But Nejire said sometimes. Not now. Izuku couldn't exactly say, "Oh, I realized All Might had a quirk that he could give to other people and I'm upset that he didn't give it to me even though I have no right to complain because I'm completely worthless and undeserving. By the way, Togata's been lying to us, he's All Might's successor and has his quirk now." And no, he did not mumble that out loud. He sighed. Even if it did bother him, it shouldn't. He couldn't blame All Might or Togata for his life turning out the way it had. Izuku had no one to blame but Izuku, and that was a fact. What was he even upset about? Aside from the All Might thing, he kind of felt numb. Numb about the realization that everything was his fault, numb about the fact that he'd never be able to change who he was, and numb at the fact that he deserved this for years of hopeless faith in a world that had no want or need for him. So yeah, kind of hard to portray that to Nejire. His eyes flickered to hers, and he immediately regretted it. There was nothing in her blue orbs other than compassion and worry for Izuku, and it made him sick with guilt all over again. Didn't he owe it to her to at least be somewhat honest? "I found something out that I probably shouldn't have," he mumbled, curling in on himself slightly, "and I don't know what to do." "What did you find out?" she asked immediately and predictably. As great as Nejire was, she was a sucker for knowledge. He let out a bitter laugh. "I don't think I can tell you, and I don't think you'd want to know." Nejire frowned. "You can tell me." That's not what I meant." Izuku shook his head. "I can't tell anyone." "Oh." Nejire nodded slowly in understanding. "Did you accidentally discover some crazy government conspiracy or something?" He gulped. "It's probably worse." She cringed. "Yikes, that is it's." Nejire looked slightly more apprehensive now. "Are you able to talk about why it's bothering you, at least?" Not really." Well, maybe he could have. But he wasn't about to dump that nightmare on her. Nejire scooted closer. "Well," she decided, "even if you can't talk about it, that's okay. I'm here for you either way, Izu." She pulled him into a side hug. Izuku hated how much better she made him feel. Yu sighed. "But, well, love is hard to describe, Nejire. It means different things for different people." "What was it for you?" Nejire pleaded. "I mean, help me out here." She was never going to stop, huh? At first, nothing is different. They stayed on that bench for a while. Izuku appreciated her presence. He knew he wasn't very good company, but Nejire didn't seem to mind. Speaking of Nejire, I have bad news. Izuku turned to look at her. Did I do something wrong? No. Nejire shouted, quickly turning a few of the heads around her before realizing how loud she had gotten. She coughed into her fist. No, it's just that. She deflated slightly. Class 1A and 1B, the freshman hero courses at UA, were attacked by villains a few days ago at their summer training camp, and one of them was kidnapped. As a result of that, and the rescue attempt that happened last night, the principal decided to turn UA into a boarding school. We have dorms now, we live on campus, and we're supposed to only leave in case of emergencies, or, in the case of hero students, for our internships and related obligations. So this was it then. He should have known better to have gotten so close to her. Izuku knew he wasn't allowed to have nice things. Apparently, friends were included in that arrangement. The worst part was that there was nothing he could do about it. Actually no. The worst part was that it wasn't even something he could be mad at Nejire about. It would have been easier if she said she hated him, if she spit in his face and left him in the dirt to rot like garbage. Izuku couldn't even blame himself this time. There was only one person who really held fault this time, huh? Why did Bakugo have to take everything from him? He hadn't even heard from the boy in over a year, and now the only good thing that had happened in Izuku's life was about to disappear forever. All because Bakugo got kidnapped by villains. Because some way, somehow, it always had to be Izuku who got the short end of the stick. He should have expected as much by now. Izuku! She reached out for him. He jerked back, practically on reflex. Okay, he mumbled, trying to ignore the semi-hurt look on her face. Got it. It wasn't hard for her to figure out what he was thinking. We'll still be able to hang out. Nejire said quickly, attempting to reassure him to the best of her ability. Third years get a lot more leniency with this kind of thing, and Netsu knows we have a lot of responsibilities. She was just trying to be nice, but empty platitudes meant nothing to him anymore. Okay. His ice cream was starting to melt. Izuku just wanted this to be over. Nejire frowned. I'm sorry, Izu. It's fine, he whispered, throat tight, not like it's your fault. He wasn't going to cry. He wasn't going to cry. Wasn't going to cry. And he didn't. But it was close. Izuku took a deep, shuddering breath. I should go, he mumbled, quickly rising from his seat. Why, he probably got a lot to do with packing in. Nejire reached out to stop him, gripping his hand softly. Stay, she requested, please. At least for a little longer. The wind left his sails immediately. He slumped back down in defeat. Okay. She hesitated at the miserable look on his face, before deciding to slide over to Izuku's side and hug him. It ended far too soon. Feeling better? Nejire asked with a smile, clearly still concerned. He nodded slowly. Why yeah, Izuku mumbled, thanks, Nejire. Of course, going from a worm to a content worm wasn't much of a difference. He did feel a little better, but it didn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. She toyed with one of his strands of hair for a moment. Of course, Izu. I'm happy to help. Unconsciously, he leaned into the contact. Nejire was more than happy to keep playing around with his unruly mop if he didn't mind. For a while at least. She did stop eventually. Izuku nearly whined at losing the feeling of her fingers running through his hair, and he immediately wizened up. He coughed into his fist. Sorry. Nejire ignored his apology, and he didn't blame her. She had a conflicted look in her eyes as she looked between Izuku and the sunset. Izu, she began slowly, about yesterday? Huh. He blinked in surprise, before remembering the moment they had been sharing on the beach before Mirio showed up. What is it? He dimly realized that they were just as close now as they were yesterday. His cheeks flared up instinctively. She sighed. Sorry about leaving you hanging at the beach, Nejire apologized. It wasn't very nice of me. It's fine. He shook his head quickly. You were worried about Titogata, so I understand wanting to wait to tell me, whatever it was you wanted to say. The older girl spared a glance up at the crimson sky, smiling softly. I think now is a good time to say what I wanted, don't you think so? She had an indescribable look in her eye. Izuku had no idea what to think. Why yes. Nejire giggled. I was hoping you might say it each. Whoa! Nejire and Izuku leapt away from each other in surprise as their tranquil scene was suddenly disturbed. A boy who had seemingly been riding his skateboard around the park had tripped and face-planted right in front of the bench the two were sharing, letting out a pained groan as he laid in the dirt. "Are you okay?" Nejire asked suddenly. "That looked like it hurt." The boy rolled over onto his back, with Izuku dimly realizing that he wasn't wearing a helmet or any sort of padding, and it was then that he finally got a good look at the teen. He couldn't have been much older than Izuku, if at all. It was hard to tell from the way he was sitting on the ground, but he also looked to be somewhere around Izuku's height, if not a little taller. He had medium-length shaggy blonde hair with a black line that looked something like a lightning bolt running through it. He donned a pair of ripped jeans and a leather jacket, and Izuku thought he looked like he would have been more comfortable back in the 21st century. "I'm all good," the boy said smoothly, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. "I guess I was so distracted by your beauty that I forgot how to ride for a minute." Nejire and Izuku blinked in confusion. "What?" The boy, now seemingly fully healed from his little tumble, leapt to his feet enthusiastically as he tried to smooth down his hair. "My name's Kaminari Denki," he greeted, clearly attempting to be suave. "What's yours?" He was clearly just trying to talk to Nejire. It wouldn't shock Izuku if the blonde didn't even realize that he was there. She smiled at the boy, though the girl was definitely still a little lost. "I'm Hadou Nejire," she replied before turning to him, "and this is Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you. Are you sure you're okay?" Kaminari wilted at her question slightly, only to immediately perk back up. "I'm good," he laughed. "Promise." His gaze landed on Izuku for the first time, and he fidgeted underneath the boy's eyes. "Who is this guy? Are you two siblings?" he asked, almost immediately turning back to see Nejire's response. Izuku choked on his spit. Nejire just laughed. "Nah, but can you imagine that, Izu?" she teased. "No, we're just friends." She hesitated as she said friends. It was brief enough for it to miss Kaminari, but Izuku certainly noticed. What did that mean? Why would she think about whether or not to say that? Did she not want this random guy to know they were friends? Was she embarrassed to be around him in public now? Is that why she took him to the least populated park in the city? His mind was running a million miles a minute. Kaminari just laughed again. "My mistake," he said earnestly, before stepping a bit closer. "But can you blame me? You definitely give off a mature older sister vibe." Izuku's brow furrowed. What was that supposed to mean? Wait, was this guy flirting with Nejire? Nejire looked lost too. Huh. Kaminari must have realized that whatever he tried to say didn't land, as his face quickly erupted into a blush. "Damn it, Mineta," he whispered before shaking his head. "Never mind. Say, do you like heroes?" She lit up. "Of course." Nejire said happily. "Why?" Kaminari smirked. Izuku guessed that he thought he had found his in. "Well, you're in luck," he not so subtly bragged, "because you're looking at the next great UA alumni, the stun gun hero, Chargebolt." Nejire gasped. "You go to UA?" "Yep," he said proudly. "Class 1 it. We survived a villain attack, you know. Twice." The girl was delighted. "Awesome. I didn't realize you were one of my kohai." His eyes widened. "You go to UA too?" "Duh. I won the third-year sports festival." Nejire was ecstatic. "Nejire-chan at your service." Kaminari's jaw dropped. "Wow." He breathed out. "You must be crazy strong then, huh?" She smirked playfully. "Maybe," Nejire hummed, "but most of that is thanks to Izuku here." Nejire gestured to him, but Kaminari didn't even bother looking his way. Instead, he just nodded along at her words. "Cool, cool," he agreed easily. "Say, you wouldn't happen to have any tips for your kohai, would you, senpai?" "Sure. What kind?" she asked excitedly. As Kaminari began to ramble about homeroom teachers or something, Izuku began to feel more and more out of place in the conversation. He hadn't said a single thing. Yet, clearly to Kaminari's approval, and even Nejire seemed enamored with the boy so far. Was he being replaced already? Or was Nejire enjoying the attention Kaminari was giving her? His heart sunk at the thought. Sure, she seemed to just be being friendly, but he was being kind of obvious. If Nejire didn't appreciate it, wouldn't she say something? After all, she wasn't saddled with the same social anxieties that Izuku was. So if she was having a problem, she'd say something. And she seemed more than happy to let Kaminari prattle on. The guy wasn't even being subtle with the glances he was giving her. The final straw was when he realized Kaminari was giving him a get lost gesture with his hands, trying to wave Izuku away like a fly. He was demonstrating his quirk, some form of electrical manipulation, with his other hand, making sure Nejire wasn't taking her eyes off of him to see what he was doing. Izuku swallowed thickly. He wasn't needed here. Nejire probably wouldn't even notice if he left. She had more than enough entertainment from Kaminari as his flashy, fancy quirk and his status as a hero student to keep her invested. He stood up and walked away as quickly and quietly as he could, completely unaware of the way Nejire almost immediately picked out his absence, or how she and Kaminari's conversation derailed right after. Izuku just wanted to be alone. He didn't. He really didn't. He was so tired of being alone. Love is weird, Yu admitted. Soon, you realize that you really want to be around them. And when you have to be apart, all you can think about is how much you want to be with them. Izuku stared out at the calm waters of the lake silently, taking refuge at the water's edge. He was hidden from the rest of the park's prying eyes here, having waded through some seriously tall grass to find this space. Less than 3 feet behind him, the grass shot right back up to shoulder length, and there was barely room for 2 people if they were sitting shoulder to shoulder. But that wasn't a problem for Izuku. Because he was alone. Just like he always had been, always was, and always would be. He hated being alone. So much. But that was just how it was for him. Izuku had a lot of thoughts flying around in his head as he stared out at the purple sky. Not a lot of them were good ones. There you are. Izuku flinched as Nejire's voice made its way to him, with the girl quickly moving to occupy the tiny space between his left side and the grass. He moved to the side, and Nejire let out a quick, thank you, as the situation Izuku imagined earlier came to fruition. They were close. Really close. And even then, his right arm was still brushing up against the reeds. What happened earlier? She asked. Why'd you get up and walk away? It took me forever to find you. Sorry, he muttered, but, Kaminari wanted me to. Hey, he didn't know the guy, and he'd probably never see him again. Izuku had no qualms about throwing him under the bus if it meant Nejire was any less mad at him. She tilted her head to the side. What? Nejire breathed out, confusion clear as day on her face. Why'd he want you to leave? Izuku's heart fluttered at the simple gesture of taking his word as is, just the fact that she accepted his word as truth, instead of possibly questioning whether or not he would really say that, made his stomach do backflips. And that was really sad. But he was really sad, so who cared? Unfortunately, now he had to address her question, and Izuku wasn't really looking forward to this conversation. Because, he explained, voice low, that guy was flirting with you, Nejire. He wanted me to leave so he could talk to you alone. Nejire blinked. Oh, she said, a glint of something in her eyes. Oh. Her whole demeanor suddenly shifted. I guess that was why he wanted my number, and why he got all weird when I went after you. Izuku gulped. Did you want to go back? No. The sheer amount of resolve in her answer took him by surprise. And now I'm pretty glad I didn't give him my number too. I can't believe I didn't realize that he was into me, he is so not my type. She wrinkled her nose, as if the thought of Kaminari being interested in her made her sick. Oh. Izuku was happy about that information, but he tried not to show it. Jealousy was an ugly color, after all. Nejire was silent for a moment. Flirting, huh? Izuku stayed silent. Her eyes flickered over to him briefly, and he had no idea where Nejire was going with this. Your heart flutters when they smile, and you can't stop yourself from smiling around them either. You can't help but imagine what it would be like to be a couple, and if you already are, then you can't help but imagine what comes next. What's your type, Izuku? He nearly jumped out of his skin at the question. What? Nejire shrugged, but it was clear she was struggling to keep a straight face. You know what I mean, right? What do you look for in a girl? She definitely noticed the way he winced as she repeated the question. Izuku laughed nervously as he struggled to figure out an answer, at least, an answer that wasn't just you. I'm not very picky, but, girls are really interested in guys like me anyways. The periwinkle-haired girl rested her head on her hand as she stared at him. Guys like you? She questioned. Izuku shrugged lamely. Yeah. He trailed off slowly. Guys like him. I'm not very tall or strong, I have a plain-looking face. Things like that. Being quirkless doesn't help much either. The small smile that was residing on Nejire's face slowly fell away at his words. I don't know about other girls, she began coyly. Here, let me tell you about what I look for in a guy. He froze. There was a 99% chance that he was about to have his heart crushed. First off, Nejire began slowly, I want someone who can keep up with me when I talk, even when I'm spouting off a million questions per minute. That's pretty important to me, but I have a bunch of other requirements too. I'm a pretty physical person, so they'd need to be okay with plenty of hugs and hand-holding, among other things. I'd also want them to be smart. Like, making my head spin with how smart they are. And he'd need to be a good cook. I'm really bad at cooking, so if we ever got together he would have to be happy with making most of the food. He gulped. Call Izuku crazy, but that kind of sounded like, SS sure you'll find someone else like that? He tried. I wasn't finished. His breath hitched. Oh, he squeaked out, voice distorted. She hummed happily. He should be friends with all of my friends, so that they were our friends, Nejire continued. He'd have to like heroes, because what kind of boyfriend wouldn't support their girlfriend like that? Quirks too, because I need all the help I can get with wave motion. A younger guy, too, I'd like it if they were, I don't know, 2 years below me in school? I'd also want him to have cute little tics, like maybe he mutters a lot or blushes at the slightest praise. That would be adorable. I'm also pretty picky with my looks, so I think he would have to be decently fit, but I'm not looking for a musclehead or anything like that. Pretty shy, but open with me. Communication is important. A light bulb went off over Nejire's head. Oh, she gasped, and he'd need to have soft, fluffy, curly green hair that I could play with for hours, along with cute little freckles and the prettiest emerald eyes I've ever seen. She had a mischievous little smile on her face, but the blush on her cheeks was unmistakable. Her eyes were as serious as he'd ever seen them, though, a faint glow emanating from within as Izuku felt the entirety of wave motion's energy bearing down on him. Do you know anyone like that? Izuku wasn't breathing anymore. He wasn't even sure he was alive. You? Izuku stuttered like a faulty printer as his face turned red enough to make him look allergic to compliments. That's pretty SS specific. Nejire nodded. Yeah, I guess it is. But I don't know, she sighed. Maybe they wouldn't like me back? Her right hand, which had settled on Izuku's back sometime during her description of her ideal guy, reached around his shoulders. Her left snaked up his face, cupping his chin to force Izuku to meet her eyes. Their noses were touching, and if Izuku wasn't as red as a steamed lobster before, he certainly was now. He was trapped between a rock and a hard place, if both the rock and the hard place were Nejire. What do you think, Izu? Nejire whispered, biting her bottom lip. If you were in that guy's position, what do you think he would say if I told him I was in love with him? Izuku mustered up every last bit of courage that remained in his body. If there was ever a time he needed it, it was now. He met Nejire's eyes as confidently as he could. Emerald green met sapphire blue. I think he would have to finally admit that he's been head over heels for you for months, Nejire. Izuku had never seen Nejire's smile as wide as it was until that moment. Her laugh was the most perfect melody he had ever heard. I was hoping you'd say that, Izu. The next thing Izuku knew, she had closed the gap between their faces. Their lips were touching. Izuku had no idea what he was doing anymore. But he tried his best. If the pleased hum Nejire let out against his mouth as they kissed was any indicator, he was doing a pretty good job too. It ended far too soon for either of their likings. He gasped for breath that they finally separated, only to immediately start blushing again as he realized that not only had they just kissed, but also that was his first kiss, and oh my god, he had just kissed Nejire. You're mumbling, Izu. Nejire stared at him with half-lidded eyes and a sweet grin that made Izuku's heart melt like hot chocolate. He struggled to find the right words. See, can you blame me? He immediately winced. That was stupid even for him. Sorry. She laughed as she placed a finger against his lips to prevent his apology. No, Nejire agreed, leaning in close to his ear, I can't. I'll let you in on a little secret, Izu. That was my first kiss too. The girl giggled at the way his body went ramrod straight at her words. You better take responsibility for stealing my heart, okay? Izuku nodded so quickly his head nearly flew off his shoulders. IWW will. He knew he sounded unbelievably eager. He didn't care. Nejire tapped a finger against her lips in faux confusion. I don't think that's the right thing to say now, is it? Huh? Izuku blinked in confusion, until reality hit him like a ton of bricks. Oh. He sure was glad she kissed him. Otherwise there was no way in hell Izuku was going to be able to say this without passing out. In fact, he was shocked that he hadn't already passed out. But he would take what he could get. Will you go out with me? He tried. And, be my girlfriend? Nejire smiled. I'd be honored, Izu. And then she leaned in and kissed him again. He couldn't be happier to kiss her back. Izuku had been through a lot in his short, miserable life. He had been told by everyone to give up. He had been beaten down, mocked, bullied, and told to kill himself. He had his dreams completely and utterly shattered, with not even the faintest of scraps left to cling on to. But now there was a light at the end of the tunnel. All thanks to Nejire. He loved her. And by some miracle she loved him too. Despite the fact that it was almost completely gone from sight, the sun had never seemed as bright as it did now. Yu watched as her friend walked out of the room, a small smirk on the Pinkette's face at Nejire's determined look. Go get him, Nejire. Having a girlfriend was nice. Okay, that was the understatement of the century. Having a girlfriend was really nice. No, great. Hell, it was amazing. The fact that it was Nejire made that feeling 10 times better. It constantly felt like his heart was going to beat right out of his chest. In a good way, of course. Aizu. Say, case in point. Izuku's ears burned as Nejire held her chopsticks up in front of his face, a small piece of chocolate being held within their grasp. He squirmed in his seat slightly, his girlfriend waiting with the patience of a saint for him. But they're right there. He mumbled, I assented. A little improper to do this in front of them? Nejire shrugged, an easygoing smile sitting atop her lips. You think too much. She hummed. Who cares? There are friends. We're a couple. This is fine. His blush only intensified at her words. But she was the expert here, even if Nejire had already told him that she was as new to this as he was. Ah, Izuku said, opening his mouth enough for Nejire to place the chocolate in his mouth. It was pretty sweet. The chocolate was nice, too. See? Nejire giggled, tracing her fingers along his arm. That wasn't so bad. And no, Izuku agreed, face as red as the strawberries on Heia's plate. It was nice. The newly anointed couple fell into their own little world. 3 people stared at them with wide eyes and slack jaws. Well, 2 of them did. The third one was trying not to laugh. What the? Mirio whispered. Tamaki looked shell-shocked. Since when are they? Nejire told me it happened 4 days ago, Yu explained, looking away from the pair to offer them some semblance of privacy, and that it would have been 5 had someone not interrupted their little moment together on the beach. Mirio blinked. What did I do? You totally interrupted her as she was going to confess her love, you idiot. She said angrily. Do you know how long Nejire had been planning that scene in her head? You totally ruined it. The blonde looked eager to fire back, but he was interrupted by Tamaki's mutterings. It's like they don't even realize we're here. He whispered, watching in shock as Nejire wiped away a chocolate smear on the corner of his lips with her finger, or that they're in public. Yu rolled her eyes. Let them have this, she huffed. At least they waited until the desserts came out to start being all lovey-dovey. Nejire has been wanting this for at least a month, and I'm sure Izuku is over the moon but too embarrassed to admit it. Izuku, Mirio repeated, since when are you two? If he's close enough to us to date Nejire, then he's close enough to me for me to use his first name. She said simply. Tamaki sighed. Good for them, he said, giving his approval to the new couple. But, couldn't they have, T told us? Yu gave him a strange look. She literally told us, and I quote, me and Izuku are together now, the moment we arrived. I thought she meant together like they were around each other again. Her strange look became a deadpan stare. You cannot be serious, she groaned. Nejire literally hugged him into her melons and held him there the moment she saw him. The manifest user shrugged. That's happened before. Several times actually, now that I think about it. I just can't believe that they're actually a couple, Mirio added, still shocked. But I'm happy for them. Congratulations, you too. He started clapping. Tamaki joined in. Yu wanted to pull her hair out in frustration. Thanks, guys. Nejire cheered. Glad you approve. Isn't this wonderful, Aizu? He nodded slowly, wishing for nothing more than the ability to melt into his seat to escape the situation of being applauded for dating her. Why yeah, he agreed wholeheartedly. Thanks. I promise I won't, hurt Nejire, not that I see could. We know what you mean, Heia interrupted, and we know you wouldn't. But if you ever did, no one would find your body. Izuku nodded, suddenly very serious as he met Heia's eyes unflinchingly. Understood. Yu. Nejire pouted, quit teasing my boyfriend. She pulled Izuku in for a hug, burying her face in his hair and making Izuku look like a fresher strawberry than anything found in Dionysus's vineyards. He still hugged her back. And Nejire? Togata's eyes sparkled. I can't believe how well they go together. I can't believe Nedzu approved Nejire's request of letting her leave campus every day to spend time with him. Tamaki mumbled. I mean, he was laughing as she walked out of his office. Laughing? Have you guys ever heard Nedzu laugh before? Izuku perked up slightly at the mention of UA's principal. Is he really that scary? He asked. I mean, he must be really nice to let Nejire basically ignore the whole stay on campus rule. Togata shrugged. Who knows with our principal? He shrugged. He's a mystery sometimes. The quirkless teen nodded quickly, averting his eyes from All Might's successor as quickly as he could and refocusing his attention on anything else. Namely Nejire, because she was still holding him like a stuffed animal, not that he minded in the slightest. He hadn't been able to so much as look in Togata's direction without becoming immensely uncomfortable, which was unfair to the guy since he hadn't done anything and had been nothing but nice to Izuku, but he couldn't help but be reminded of each and every one of his inadequacies every time his eyes landed on the blonde. Lucky for Izuku, that wasn't exactly a far cry from his normal behavior. He could pass it off as normal at least for a little while, and then he would just get over it, right? The real miracle is all of us getting today to be off campus, Heia added. I mean, I know that third years get a lot more leniency with this stuff than the freshmen, but still, it's like our days off are shared on purpose or something. Tamaki sighed. Snipe-sensei told us in homeroom on Monday that that was exactly what they did. Were you not paying attention? In case you forgot, she pointed out, I'm in 3B. And also I wasn't because Nejire had just told me that she and Izuku were together, so I was a little more focused on being happy for my friend. Togata tilted his head to the side in confusion. Why did Nejire tell you right away when we're only finding out about this now? Because I have been helping her with this for the past month. Yeah. Nejire finally pulled away from the red-faced and secretly giddy Izuku to playfully glare at Togata. You wouldn't know love if it hit you in the face, Mirio. And Tamaki's too shy for what I was planning. Tamaki sighed. It's true, I would have suggested waiting for Izuku to make the first move. Yeah. Heia rolled her eyes. That would have worked great. Izuku shrank in his seat. Probably not, he mumbled. That's okay, Nejire hummed. I'm more than happy with how things turned out. He nodded in agreement, sighing softly. Definitely. All that tension that had been seeping out of his body at her words came back to hit him like a freight train as Izuku's girlfriend placed a kiss on his cheek, making Togata laugh at the face he made, Tamaki gasp and whisper something about how scandalous Nejire was being, and Yu roll her eyes, but the tiniest little smile on her face was unmistakable. Yeah. It didn't matter that Nejire was his girlfriend now. She was still going to kill him. Not that Izuku cared. He loved each and every moment with her. Well, Tamaki sighed, I guess it's time for us to go back. We only get a few hours, and me and Mirio already burned most of that hanging out with our families. Togata rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Time flies when you're having fun, you know? Okay. Nejire nodded quickly. Nedzu said I can have all the time I need, so I'm going to stay out and explore. Which is just code for, I'm going to spend every moment I can with Izuku, Heia translated. She didn't bother disproving the pink-haired girl. You can come if you want, Yu. Heia declined the invitation with a shake of her head. As fun as I'm sure it would be, she said coolly, I know you've been waiting for this for months. Have fun, you too. Bye, guys. Togata waved happily. See you back at Nejire. See ya. Izuku waved back hesitantly, though his eyes were anywhere but on Togata, and his mind was stuck on Heia's words from a moment ago. Months. Nejire blushed softly. Yeah, she mumbled. Months? I don't know about you, but I kind of started realizing how much I was attracted to you after that day we slept together at your house. His face became beet red almost immediately. Even if Izuku knew what she was talking about, why did she have to word it like that? Oh, ID definitely had a crush on you for a WL too. There was no world where he could say that with a straight face, including this one, but the fact that they were finally together gave him enough courage to spit it out. Nejire's giggles made it all worth it. I'm really happy you did. She punctuated her statement with another kiss on Izuku's cheek that gave him butterflies all over. I still do, he admitted bashfully, still red as a stoplight. Beeb, His hesitance caught her attention easily. Is something wrong? No. Izuku said quickly, too quickly, Maybe we should be less, affectionate in PP public? That doesn't mean I don't like it. I really do. But, everyone seemed at least a little off-put. And maybe it would be better to save that stuff for DD dates? Nejire stared at him like he'd grown a second head, at least until she finally figured out what he was stammering about. I don't care what a bunch of strangers think, she decided. I like being cute with you. He blanched. IW was talking about, Titogata, Tamaki, and Helia. IT think they felt a little awkward watching us. Her eyes widened in understanding. Oh, she breathed out, really? Izuku nodded slowly. I'm sure that they're happy for Urus, he stuttered, but I don't think they really care for watching that. Nejire hummed. Alright, I guess that makes sense, she agreed, but if it's just us I still want to be able to hug you. Like I said, I do too. It's really nice, he mumbled, but it'll feel better if we're alone. Like on D-dates and stuff. The girl's grin turned dangerous. Izu, she crooned teasingly, is this your way of asking me out today? His face fell slightly. Is it as bad as it sounded? Nejire's giggles were music to his ears. It was very sweet, she decided, pulling him in for a hug. Very you. I'd love to. Did you have somewhere specific in mind? Izuku blushed as he returned the hug, resting his head against her shoulder. He'd been looking up D-date ideas? He really liked the way Nejire lit up at his words. Do you like roller skating? I do. Nejire said excitedly. When I was younger, I would use wave motion to push me forward really fast on my skates. I crashed a few times, but it was worth it. Have you ever been roller skating before? He shrugged, internally thrilled that his idea had landed. A few times, he said. I was okay. By okay, Izuku meant that he fell on his face more times than he could count. But he could deal with possibly humiliating himself if it meant Nejire had a good time. That was still okay for him, though, since he SCKD at just about everything, but that was neither here nor there. That's fine, Nejire hummed. I can teach you. Do you want to go now? Izuku offered the most amazing girl he had ever met a shy smile that made her heart soar. If you'd like to. I would. His smile became that much bigger. Gee, great. Izuku slipped his shoes off quickly, moving to strap his rental skates on as quickly as possible. Nejire had finished 5 minutes ago. She gave him an amused look. Need help with that? I'm good, he muttered, fiddling with the straps on the skates. Thanks though. He hesitated. How much time do you have? Izuku asked. I don't want to make you late or anything, and I really don't want you to get in any trouble. His girlfriend waved off his concerns. Didn't we talk earlier about how Principal Nedza basically said I could do what I want? She asked. Well, why yeah, but I thought you were exaggerating. Nejire shook her head. Nope. She said, popping the P. I'm as free as a bird. As long as I'm back at UA before my curfew, which is an hour later than everyone else's, I'm good. She smiled as she thought back to the conversation she had had with her principal. The door opened as soon as Nejire approached, not that surprised her anymore. Come in, Hadou-san. A cheery voice called from inside. She walked in calmly and confidently. She had to do this. For herself, and more importantly, for Izuku. Hello, sir, Nejire said, trying to keep an air of professionalism around her. Thank you for agreeing to speak with me. Nedzu waved her platitudes off. Think nothing of it, he said cheerfully. I'm always happy to speak with my students, especially one as exemplary as yourself. She smiled. Maybe she had earned enough goodwill to get an exception after all. Now. Nedzu clapped his paws together. What is on your mind, Hadou-san? Hope bloomed in Nejire's chest at the easy smile on her principal's face. I'd like to see if I could get some kind of exception to the new rules regarding our required presence on campus. Denied. Nedzu's smile didn't even twitch. Nejire deflated immediately. What? She cried. But I haven't even. These rules were implemented for a reason, Hadou-san, the Chimera said coolly, and as a third year, you are already granted far more freedom than even most teachers. That should be more than enough time for any possible off-campus needs. She didn't stand a chance, did she? Nejire was half ready to throw in the towel already. But then Izuku's happy smile came to the forefront of her mind, as well as his bloody and bruised face after she had first visited his school, and his remorseful admission of how all his classmates hated him. They would go after him again, wouldn't they? Her eyes narrowed. With all due respect, sir, she began, tone guarded, you haven't even heard my reason yet. The edges of Nedzu's lips quirked up. Very well, he agreed. Please, enlighten me. Determination bloomed in her chest. It wasn't over yet. I need the time off to spend with my friend, Midoriya Izuku? Granted. Nejire blinked. Whoa. If Nedzu's smile was calm and practiced earlier, now it looked wild and giddy. Permission granted, Hadou-san. He seemed to relish in the confusion on her face, quickly typing into his computer. So long as you are back on campus by curfew, which will be extended to an extra hour to account for traffic and other unforeseen circumstances, you have full permission to leave campus once per day for as long as you wish. This privilege can and will be revoked if you abuse it, or if your academic performance slips as a result of this privilege, but otherwise you have my full support. The confusion that marred her eyes was wiped away by happiness almost immediately after, though she was still more than a little confused. Thanks, Principal Nedzu. She said gratefully, if there's anything you ever need me for, don't hesitate to ask. She stood to leave as the door opened behind her, but waited for the verbal dismissal. Think nothing of it, he hummed, before putting a paw up to stop her exit. But if you got the chance, would you ask Midoriya his thoughts about you? Perhaps see if he has an interest in pursuing a greater education than he could ever hope to achieve at, what was it? Muzutafu General Education? It took Nejire a moment to figure out what he was implying, but when she did her smile threatened to split her face in two. Yes, sir. She saluted the principal, and was quick to make herself scarce in case Nedzu changed his mind. Her pace only increased as she heard him start to laugh, which was really scary. Nedzu hummed quietly as his chuckles died down. Based on how eager Hadou had looked, it seemed like he'd finally get his chance to invest some more time into his next big project. How fortuitous. It was weird, but Nejire wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Izuku smiled, completely unaware of the fact that Nejire was currently lost in thought. That's good, he said, rising to his feet slowly. If you're already, I think I'm whoa. As soon as he tried to take a step, Izuku stumbled backwards, not used to the feel of walking, or sliding, around with wheels on his shoes. He landed squarely on the bench he had been sitting on to attach his shoes in the first place, grunting as the wind was briefly knocked out of him. Nejire was dragged back to reality almost immediately, her eyes landing on him in an instant. Are you okay? She asked quickly, moving over to his side with no trouble at all. Why yeah. Izuku nodded slowly, wincing at the thought of immediately falling on his face in front of Nejire. I guess I'm not as good at this as I thought I would be, huh? He sighed. Was there anything Izuku was good at? Drawing Nejire didn't count. Was that still weird, or was it okay now since she was his girlfriend? His hobbies were so lame. Nejire reached her hand out to him. Come on. She smiled at the confused look on his face. Let's go. It's okay if you stumble a bit, I've got you. He blushed as he accepted her help, and at the ease at which she was able to pull Izuku onto his feet, only to stumble yet again as he tried to maintain his balance. But like she said, Nejire got him. She giggled as he crashed into her torso, being nudged backwards slightly by his weight, but was able to keep her footing with no problem whatsoever. See? She asked. I got you. The warmth in his cheeks was like the gentle glow of a setting sun. It was like she was trying to make him fall in love with her for a second time. Thanks, Nejire. He gave her a brief, tight hug for a moment, before quickly separating, though he held onto her hands to make sure he didn't fall again. Nejire cooed at him. You're so sweet, Izu, she teased, running her fingers through his own. You ready? Izuku offered his amazing, awesome, perfect girlfriend a shaky smile. As ready as I'll ever be. Izuku lied. He was not ready. Not at all. See? Nejire shouted over to him, this is awesome. Nejire was, to put it mildly, really good at roller skating. She had even chosen to use inline skates for their date, and was putting them to good use. She weaved through imaginary obstacles in her path on the rink, expertly weaving and bobbing around without a care in the world. And that was before she added wave motion to the mix. She mostly used it as a means of propulsion, shooting tiny, harmless little spirals out of her hands that gave her a little extra oomph, and meant she didn't have to raise her legs to speed up. They also doubled as stabilizers, since Izuku knew there was no way she should have been able to stay on her feet with some of the moves his girlfriend was pulling off. All in all, it was quite the spectacle. It was also very good at stoking Izuku's feelings of inadequacy. How was he supposed to keep up with that? Izuku could barely stand on his own 2 feet right now, And Nejire may as well have been flying around the rink. Was he just going to be holding her back? Would she rather spend their time alone, having more fun than she ever would have with him? What if this was just the beginning of the end, and Nejire realized that she'd be so much better off without him? She could have any guy in the world, after all. Maybe she'd realize how big of a mistake it was that she had somehow managed to fall for him. And then Nejire shot him the most beautiful smile in the world, and all his worries melted away. How was she so good at that? She came to a stop right in front of him, pretty periwinkle hair flowing gracefully behind her. Your turn. Izuku paled. I don't think I see can really do, He gulped. Why, you're amazing. Nejire blushed. It felt really good to be able to make her do that, by the way, and shook her head. I didn't mean exactly that, she giggled. Just go around the rink once or twice and see what it's like. Oh. He nodded at her words, pushing off the small orange wall that ran around the rink to protect people from stray skaters and making his way to the floor itself. She stopped him before he could. For good luck, Nejire whispered as she grabbed his hand, holding him in place for an instant. Before Izuku could ask what she meant, she leaned in and gave him a quick kiss that left him weak in the knees and with his stomach doing somersaults. Her blue eyes sparkled at the stupefied expression on his face. Sorry, she chuckled, though she didn't seem very apologetic. But I couldn't resist. You can't just say those things to me and not expect a kiss anymore, okay? He nodded dumbly. Izuku's brain power was basically reduced to that of a Neanderthal. Okay. But even with Neanderthal-level intelligence, Izuku could still make the connection that compliments equaled kisses. He'd have to give Nejire more compliments. Because Izuku really liked her kisses. He stumbled his way onto the smooth, slightly curved floor of the roller rink, off of the dark shag carpeting that covered the majority of the building. He was ready to do his best to impress the beautiful girl, who he knew was watching his every move with undivided attention. Izuku slipped and fell on his but the moment he tried to move. Because of course he did. He scrambled to his feet as quick as he could, cheeks burning as he tried to ignore Nejire's gasp from behind him. I am okay. He practically shouted, with the other skaters doing their best to avoid his downed form. In Izuku's haste to escape from his embarrassing fall, he moved too fast and fell again. Please kill him. He got up slower this time, both as a result of being humiliated and the knowledge that he could fall again at any time. His legs were shaky, but he was able to slowly roll around the length of the circuit back to Nejire, even if he wasn't able to do anything close to what she could on her wheels. He also fell a third time, because why not? He was pretty sure the other skaters around him were starting to laugh. You definitely got better as you went around, Nejire noted. That wasn't bad. Izuku sighed. You don't have to sugarcoat it. She shook her head quickly. I wouldn't do that, Nejire insisted. I mean it. You looked like you were really getting the hang of it by the end. I'm still nowhere near as good as you. Her eyes briefly darted around the building, looking towards all the other patrons. Do you think any of the people here are as good as me at roller skating? He shrugged. Most of them didn't exactly scream athletic to Izuku. Probably not. Exactly. Nejire clapped her hands together. Just because I've been doing this forever doesn't mean you can't be doing good yourself, Izu. I know, but... She tapped his nose with her index finger. No buts. You were improving, and that's all that matters. Now let's go. Nejire stepped out onto the floor with him, snagging his hand in her own as she started to skate. Izuku didn't really have much of a heads up, and so soon enough his girlfriend was pulling him along as she moved with the elegance of a swan. Wait. Izuku interrupted, doing his best to match her movements. Even if she wasn't doing anything fancy, it was still tough to keep pace with Nejire. We're skating together? Thanks. Nejire said happily. I told you I was going to teach you, didn't I? She squeezed his hand gently. Besides, she hummed, I like holding your hand way more than spinning around in circles. It's not even close. The words came tumbling out of his mouth before he could even think about it. I love you, Izuku blurted out. His face immediately turned deep red, but as much as he would have liked to walk back the embarrassing statement, it was true, and he wasn't about to look Nejire in the eyes and say he didn't mean to say it. Nejire giggled. I love you too, Izu, she whispered, lots. Don't you forget it. I won't. He couldn't fight the smile that slowly grew across his face. I wanted to ask, though, Helia said that she, was helping you? With, us? The taller girl nodded. Yep, Nejire confirmed. I've never had a boyfriend before or even, felt like anyone the way I do about you, and Yu's had a bunch of boyfriends, so I figured that if anyone knew romance it was her. She was super helpful with trying to get us some alone time over and over, and also was the one who suggested that I model bikinis for you to show you that I liked you. Did that help?" Izuku sent a silent prayer thanking Helia. He had never been more grateful for the pink-haired girl than in that moment. "I didn't realize that was what you were trying to do." He mumbled sheepishly, I liked it." That last part was muttered as quietly as possible, partly thanks to his own embarrassment and partly due to the fear that she'd call him a pervert for saying it, but Nejire seemed more pleased than anything. "I can live with that," she decided. "It probably wouldn't have been very romantic for you to confess in the middle of the store. And I don't mind hearing you say that, Izu, it just means you think I'm pretty." "You're so beautiful it makes my head spin," he admitted. "I mean, and no one even comes close to you, Nejire." She smiled, squeezing his hand a little tighter. "And I guess that means I look even better in a bathing suit." "Why you look great in everything?" Izuku whispered, well aware that this conversation was towing the line of something indecent for a public space. But yeah. Nejire slowed them down to a pace barely above walking speed so that she could lean into his ear. "I guess that means we're just going to have to go back to that store soon so you can get me a few more bikinis then, Izuku fell on his face. He fully blamed Nejire, this time. It seemed like they were roller skating for hours. Maybe that time frame was accurate, maybe it wasn't. But every moment that he spent with Nejire felt like it stretched on forever, and he relished in every moment of it. So whether it was minutes or hours, it ended far too soon either way. But that wasn't the end of their date. Not by a long shot, especially since it seemed like neither of them could get tired of each other. When Izuku offered to make Nejire dinner, the offer was accepted without a second of consideration. She did request Omuris again though, but Izuku was more than happy to spoil her in any way he could. It was unfortunate that she fell asleep on the train ride, though. His face blazed crimson as Nejire napped, head resting gently on his shoulder while her arms were lazily attached to his midsection. She was as cute as ever, but it was a little embarrassing when there were plenty of other passengers around them. Especially because they were getting looks. Nejire was a celebrity, after all. Her popularity was only slightly diminished from the time since her win in the sports festival, and even at the roller rink there were children lining up for her autograph whenever they took a break. And it was only made worse by the fact that people were taking pictures. It left Izuku trapped in a really awkward situation where he either woke Nejire up, thereby interrupting her nap, and he had no clue if she needed the sleep or not. Or he said nothing and let people photograph them when she might not want to be. As much as he liked the feeling of Nejire resting against him, his gentlemanly side, or whatever he had that constituted such a thing, won over. He nudged Nejire once, twice, and then a third time, and she finally stirred. "Why might want tea to wake up," Izuku whispered, doing his best to appear discreet. Nejire blinked wearily. "Huh," she mumbled, "are we at our stop?" He shook his head slowly. Even though she was awake now, she hadn't lifted her head from its spot in the crook of his neck. "And no, but people are taking pictures of us." She hummed noncommittedly. "Does that bother you?" "No, but..." "Then they can take pictures, I don't care." She punctuated her statement with a brief kiss on his cheek that really got people's attention before closing her eyes again and going back to dreamland. Oh man. If looks could kill, some of the guys on the train would have to have been charged with murder with the way they were looking at Izuku. He had never seen anyone so jealous, much less jealous of him, but to be honest, he couldn't blame them. He did have the most amazing girl in the world hanging off his arm, after all. Izuku was completely undeserving of Nejire's affection, and it seemed like anyone with eyes, that wasn't one of their friends, could tell. But he didn't care. As long as Nejire loved him, for whatever reason that may be, he was going to embrace it. His arm crept around her side, pulling her slightly closer to him. Even though she was asleep, Nejire leaned into the touch. She exhaled softly, her breath tickling his neck and sending goosebumps down his skin. Izuku tried his best to meet every stare, and every lecherous leer sent Nejire's way, for that matter, evenly. It was terrifying and he'd much rather have curled up in a ball and let them send their dirty looks, but something about Nejire's comforting presence gave him the courage he needed to stand up for himself. The fact that he really didn't like the looks some people were sending Nejire helped, too. Otherworldly beauty only deserved so much attention. Even if Izuku knew he was probably the worst offender in regards to staring at Nejire. But he had a right to, even if he tried not to. Something told him that Nejire would be more than happy with Izuku staring at her with nothing but awe in his eyes. It wouldn't be the first time, after all. I still can't believe how good you are at cooking, Nejire complained, good-naturedly, like, I've tried making omuris before, and this isn't even close. How long did you have to practice to get this amazing? Have you ever thought about a career in cooking? I bet I could get you a job working for Ryuko as a chef, and we could see each other at work too, even if you were only there on the weekends. Oh, wait, you could also be an artist. Which career sounds better? Izuku smiled shyly at the way she raved about his food. It was even better than when his mom praised his efforts. I'm really happy you like it, he said, eyes crinkling slightly at the way Nejire beamed at him. I just sort of started one day a few years ago and kept cooking ever since. I don't know when I got, good at it, but my mom has never said anything I've made is bad. Not that I think she would. Being a cook or a chef would be a possibility, I guess, but I've sort of looked around at that before, and most restaurants prefer people with quirks that help them cook. But, why you don't have to get me a job working for Ryukyu? He never thought about being a full-time artist either. I've never really considered that I could do that. Nejire hummed, pondering his mutterings as she placed her now empty plate on the table in front of them. They were sitting together on the love seat as some old pre-quirk television show played in the background. Nejire seemed happy to trust his judgment with whatever he wanted to put on television, saying that she never could sit still to watch a 30-minute show, so he put one of the tamer episodes of Kitchen Nightmares on. What could Izuku say? He liked Gordon Ramsay. It had something to do with the way he yelled at other people as much as other people yelled at Izuku. And it wasn't like they were paying attention to the television in the first place. Nejire and Izuku only had eyes for each other. Well, I guess you're just a natural, Izu. Nejire ruffled his hair playfully. Just like with mini-golf. I used that game you gave me, by the way, and it was fun. I couldn't beat Yu or Mirio or Tamaki, but we all had a good time. But I was serious about that job offer for Ryuko. She would never discriminate against someone because of their quirk, or lack thereof. You have my word. If you ever need a job, I'm sure she'd hire you in an instant. Ryuko really likes you too, you know? I've told her a lot of stories about you, obviously, especially since you're my boyfriend and she wanted to know all the details of that, but you left a really good impression on her. Izuku's heart ached. Nejire was so amazing. Thanks, he muttered, touched beyond belief at just how everything she was. How helpful, thoughtful, encouraging, he could go on for days. I'll keep that in mind. Excuse me. He stood up suddenly, grabbing both his and Nejire's dirty plates and bringing them to the sink to wash for later. It was a convenient excuse to give him some breathing room from his girlfriend for a moment, because Dimon, if his heart hadn't already exploded from how amazing she was, it was getting really close to. Is this really what being loved felt like? It was the most wonderful thing in the world. He would never get tired of it. As he mused about how perfect Nejire was in just about every way imaginable, his girlfriend took the time to turn the volume up on the TV, and the sound of English swearing was quick to drag him back to the present. Wow, Izu! She laughed. This show is crazy. And kind of gross. Why'd you put it on for us while we were eating? And who is that angry old guy? He hurried back to the couch to see Nejire's eyes locked onto the TV, and now that the food was out of the way, her legs sprawled along the length of the couch, covering most of the cushions. Oh, they really serve that stuff to people? Izuku chuckled weakly. Why, sorry. He began awkwardly. It's just a show that I like from way back when. I figured if I put it on as background noise it would be fine, since we were talking to each other. She nodded. Yeah, you're right. But who's the old guy? And why can't I stop watching? That's Gordon Ramsay, he explained, still standing up. He was a famous pre-quirk chef, mostly for the screaming he does on his shows. I guess it can be kind of addicting. There's a lot of times where I lose track of time watching it. Nejire nodded slowly, eyes still transfixed on the screen. I understand completely. He looked down at the couch again. There was still a little room on the far end for him to sit and not disturb her, but... And Nejire? He asked quietly. Her eyes flickered back to him. Yeah. Izuku swallowed hard. Is it okay if His eyes darted between her face and her legs, and she froze as she realized what he was asking. Oh, sure. Nejire said quickly, swinging her legs off the couch and patting the spot beside her. Sorry, I didn't mean to kick you off. Thanks, he mumbled. But, that isn't what I meant. She blinked in confusion. Then what did you? Do want to cuddle? He blurted out, before immediately slamming his hand over his mouth in embarrassment. And never mind. Nijire's giggles were still music to his ears. So bold, Izu. She teased, returning to her original position on the couch and patting her legs. That was my intent with sitting like this, by the way, you don't have to ask. He nodded slowly, unsure of whether to be thankful or upset that she was wearing long pants. It was probably for the best that she was, because he definitely wouldn't have been able to take his eyes off of her legs otherwise, but he kind of wanted to do it anyway. Izuku's face was hot enough to melt steel beams as he gingerly laid on top of Nejire, his head resting right above her chest. Is this okay? He asked shyly, causing her to lovingly run her hands through his hair. It's wonderful, she cooed, you're nice and warm. But don't get comfortable yet. Huh. Nejire moved one of her hands down to his cheek, lifting his head up slightly as she kissed him. Unlike their kiss at the roller skating place, this one was long and slow, almost like their kisses in the park. By the time they separated, the redness on Izuku's face was no longer from embarrassment, rather, a lack of oxygen. That was for taking me out on a very nice date, she whispered, slightly red in the fact herself, only to lean in and kiss him again after a moment. And that one was for cooking us a really nice dinner. And then she kissed Izuku a third time. He was literally gasping for breath by the time they stopped, but he couldn't be happier. What was TT that one for? Nejire beamed at him, her smile bright enough to blind. That one was because I love you, and you make me feel like the happiest, most important and most special girl in the world when I'm with you. She moved her lips towards his ear. And you can have as many of those kisses as you want. Now his face was red because of the massive blush on it again. It was like Nejire knew exactly what to say to make him blush like an idiot. I'll love you too. Both of them leaned in again, lips already only centimeters away from each other. You idiot. Nejire and Izuku yelped as one as they shot backwards at the sound of shouting, only to freeze as their eyes landed on the television where the TV chef was berating the foolish owner of a restaurant lost to time. She started to laugh, and it wasn't long until Izuku joined her, resting his head against her shoulder. This is a good show, Nejire decided, placing one hand on his back and another in his hair. I like it. Izuku wrapped his arms around her in turn, nuzzling her neck slightly as he inched even closer to her. I'm glad I can share things I like with you. Nejire hummed softly, and he became acutely aware of the fact that he could feel her heartbeat. Don't you remember, silly? She asked, gently playing with his hair. I'll like anything so long as I'm enjoying it with you. Izuku loved her so much. That thought was one of only two things he could think about as they laid together and watched several hours of mediocre television together. The other? How in the world did he get so lucky? I am here. Togata strutted into the building with unparalleled confidence after throwing the doors open, swagger on full display as he walked up to the front desk. The cashier gulped, no doubt intimidated by the blonde's massive frame and the fact that he walked in like he owned the place. Can I help you? His grin made him look like a knockoff, or perhaps rebooted, version of All Might. Yes. Togata boomed, I would like to purchase a lane for me and my friends. And perhaps some bowling shoes for all of us. Helia swatted the back of his head. Stop being so dramatic, she huffed, glaring daggers into the back of his neck. We're just going bowling. And you're not even that good at it. He shrugged his muscular shoulders. If at first you don't succeed, Togata recited, try again. And I'm pretty sure I'm still better than Nejire at least. The aforementioned girl pouted. Not true. Nejire protested. You haven't beaten me at bowling in over a year. Togata smirked. Only because we haven't even gone bowling since our second year, he teased. I don't think you realize how bad you are at this. Nejire sniffled. Izu. She cried. Mirio is bullying me. Izuku's face became flush with warmth as she wrapped her arms around him, and he did his best to comfort his not really upset but still a little miffed girlfriend to the best of his ability. He returned her hug gently, rubbing small circles into her back as she huffed. It's okay, he tried. That just means you'll have to make him eat his words now, alright? She nodded into his hair. You're right. Nejire exclaimed. Mirio, I'm definitely going to beat you today. It'll be so one-sided that I'll make you regret ever touching a bowling ball. He rolled his eyes. Whatever you say, Nejire. Nejire didn't bother responding. Even though her mood was raised significantly by Izuku's comforting presence, she didn't bother releasing him from their hug. Instead, she took the opportunity to sneak in a kiss on his temple while no one was looking. You're such a sweetheart, Izu. Only for why? He mumbled, unable to fight the goofy smile that blossomed on his face at the look she was giving him. He was really bad at flirting, but she didn't seem to mind. Nejire giggled. "Darn right," she whispered, "and I'm all yours. Just don't go around cavorting with other girls now, okay?" "IW wouldn't dream of it." The cashier watched their group with a dumbfounded look. "So do you want to rent out a lane for 1 hour or 2? Tamaki sighed, lamely realizing that he'd have to take the social reins for the moment. "T2 please." He nodded slowly as he pulled out the rental shoes. Why did he always have to get the weird customers? Izuku sat down on the plush, U-shaped couch in front of their lane, having already entered his name into the display screen. As far as bowling alleys went, this seemed about as generic as they came, not that that was a bad thing. It had a TV screen hanging above the lane that would keep track of their scores, a table in the space between the couch and the bowling ball recollection machine, and a kitchen for customers to order food to their lane if they wanted to. Togata had already gone to order enough food to feed a family of 10. Sadly, that wasn't even close to surprising anymore. Nejire plopped down beside Izuku, throwing her legs over his own. "This is nice and comfy," she said cheerfully. "Are you gonna have any of the food Mirio ordered?" He fidgeted slightly, and not just because Nejire was wearing shorts, and therefore giving Izuku a very good look at his girlfriend's soft thighs in his lap. "I don't know," he said awkwardly. "I feel kinda bad about not helping to pay for any of this." "You paid for your portion," she reminded him, "and it's not like anyone other than Mirio wanted the food. Just tell him thanks and have some of the fries." Izuku shrugged noncommittedly. Talking to Togata was not on his list of things he wanted to do anytime soon. He knew it wasn't fair to the guy, especially since he had never so much as looked at Izuku the wrong way and had been nothing but friendly, but he couldn't help how uncomfortable the blonde made him now. It was impossible for him to differentiate between Lemillion and All Might now. "I'm back." "Speak of the devil." Togata quickly typed in his name to finalize their lane, before leaning back and sinking into the couch between Tamaki and Heia. "Someone please remind me that they said to go back in 20 to get the order. I'm almost definitely gonna forget." Heia rolled her eyes as she stood up, moving over to grab her bowling ball to start them off. "If you didn't have us to think for you, I don't know how you'd be able to remember to put clothes on before walking out of the house in the morning." He offered her a cheeky grin as he stretched out on the couch. "That's what friends are for, isn't it?" "Yeah," Tamaki agreed, sighing slightly, "but if you can't even remember to get food, maybe we should be a little more concerned." The pink-haired girl snorted as she stared down the lane, her stoic facade cracking slightly at Tamaki's jab. She refocused quickly, however, and the bowling ball flew out of her hand in no time at all. It sped off down the lane under 4 watchful pairs of eyes. Tamaki was too busy setting a timer on his phone, but Heia could only sigh as it slowly swerved to the left and barely clipped the edge of the pins. She sighed, "Only 2? I'm better than that." Her second attempt didn't go much better. A big fat 5 to the left of her name was all she received for her efforts. "That Sikidi. It's okay you," Nejire said encouragingly. "It's still 5 more points that Mirio is gonna get." "Har har," the blonde grumbled. "We'll see about that." "Your turn, Tamaki." He nodded slowly, taking Yu's spot coolly as he mimed throwing his 9-kilogram ball. On the third swing he let it fly silently, the ball practically gliding over the waxed planks as it demolished the rows of pins like they weren't even there. A crappy animation played on the screen above them as he got a strike, and Izuku was suddenly reminded of the best part of bowling. "Nice one," Heia complimented, paired immediately with Nejire's shout of, "Great job, Tamaki." Even Izuku was impressed, or at least impressed enough to admit it. "Congrats." The shy teenager shrugged. "Thanks," he mumbled, "but it's nothing special." Nejire nodded in agreement. "That's true," she agreed, "but only because you're probably going to have, like, 6 or 7 more." He blinked. "Tamaki's really good at bowling, huh?" "Yep." She leapt off the couch. "But now it's my turn. And I think that I'm overdue for a strike myself." "Good luck with that," Heia snorted. "Gee, good luck," Izuku said earnestly. She huffed. "I'm glad someone believes in me." Nejire stuck her tongue out at the only other girl in their group before batting her eyelashes at Izuku. "I'll make you proud, Izu." And with that, she launched her bowling ball down the alley. Straight into the gutter. Nejire fell to her knees in despair. "Darn it," she whined, "why couldn't we have gotten bumpers?" "Because you like rolling your ball into them instead of aiming for the pins," Heia said drily. "Maybe try and aim next time?" She scampered over to where her bowling ball had returned, quickly yanking it up and narrowing her eyes at the pins downwind of her. Hiya! Once again, her bowling ball was sent flying, and Izuku couldn't help but wince at the way it landed in the gutter, only to bounce back out immediately and barely collide with the leftmost pin in the back of the pyramid. Only one. Another crummy animation played on the screen, and it did nothing to make Nejire feel better as she returned to her spot beside Izuku, head hung low in shame. That's it. It could have been worse. He tried, scooching closer and patting her awkwardly on the shoulder. At least you got one, right? Maybe you just need tea to warm up? His wonderful girlfriend sighed despondently. Maybe. Nejire mumbled, "Come here." What? Nejire pulled Izuku into her lap, breathing out softly as she wrapped her arms snugly around his torso. She buried her face into his dark green hair, and his face erupted into color as he realized she was giving his curls little kisses. Nejire, Izuku choked out. She hummed. What? She asked in between kisses. Is something wrong? It's my turn. He whispered, split between feeling embarrassed and totally loved. It would have been nicer if they were alone, of course, and not in the middle of a bowling alley with their friends, but part of Izuku was learning to not care about that. She heaved out a sad sigh. Fine. Nejire relented, releasing him from her. Embrace, but after your turn you're coming right back and letting me hug you, okay? His cheeks burned as he nodded. Imagine trying to tell him this time 6 months ago that anyone, let alone someone as incredible as Nejire, would want to hug him, among other things. It was almost too good to be true. But Nejire seemed to take plenty of enjoyment in reminding him that while it may have been good, it was definitely, absolutely, 100% true. The fact that Izuku had the lightest bowling ball out of all of them was a little embarrassing. It was a 6-kilogram ball, which was only marginally lighter than Yu's 7-kilo ball, but it was still kind of sad. He also wasn't very good at bowling. He could aim down the lane well enough, but he wasn't exactly a pro at keeping his hands straight or rolling the ball very well. Still, getting 4 pins on the first go-around wasn't the worst start in the world. Doubly so when he got another 3 on his second attempt. Togata nodded approvingly as they swapped spots. Not bad, Midoriya-kun. Izuku tensed. Thanks, he said quickly, eyes darting away before he had even passed the blonde. Lucky for him, it seemed like nobody noticed the way he was completely and utterly incapable of facing the older, taller, cooler, better than Izuku in every way teen, meaning he wouldn't have to explain his actions anytime soon. Of course, that was what it seemed like, but there was always someone in their little group who would catch things like that, even if Izuku himself didn't notice. Yu frowned at the way Midoriya flinched away from Togata, but held her tongue. Something had clearly happened there, but there was no rush in figuring out what. She trusted Midoriya and Mirio to work things out between themselves, and if she needed to step in, she would. He made his way back to Nejire in no time at all, melting into her arms almost immediately as she wrapped him up in another hug. How come you're better than me at all my hobbies? She complained, first mini-golf, now this? Izuku shrugged. I think I just got lucky, he mumbled, and it's not like it's all your hobbies. I'm pretty sure that you'd mop the floor with me if we ever sparred for some reason. That got Nejire to laugh, even if it was only momentarily. I don't know, she teased, running her hands up and down his arms. You're pretty strong now, Izu. Might give me a run for my money. There's only one way to find out, right? He shuddered beneath her gentle touch. I'm good. He replied shakily. I'd rather, sit like this than, get folded like a lawn chair. You sure? Nejire asked, blowing on his ear. I can be very gentle. And then she nipped his earlobe. Thank God Togata finally took his turn, because otherwise Izuku was going to burst into flames. Power! He shouted enthusiastically, chucking the ball down the lane. Togata only had a moment to relish in the way it sped off before his smile turned to horror as, just like Nejire's before him, his bowling ball rolled straight into the gutter. No! She cackled in delight. Serves you right, Mirio. You really shouldn't be surprised, Helia added. It's not like you didn't use bumpers last time either, dude. As Togata tried again, only to wail in despair as he got another gutter ball, Izuku couldn't help but shake the feeling this wouldn't be much of a competition. Strike, Tamaki mumbled. That was the 5th one. It was only the 6th round. He had more points than the rest of them combined. At least, Izuku thought that he did. He didn't really understand how points were calculated in bowling. He was in a respectable 3rd, around 10 points behind Helia. Her lead was growing, though, so he didn't have much hope in passing her again. The only real race was for not last. Nejire and Togata each had less than 30 points to their name, and it seemed like the only thing keeping them in the game was the fear of losing to the other. Wow! Togata said loudly, crumbs flying out of his mouth as he stuffed his face. This pizza is great. All the food here is… Well, maybe not Togata. He was a little preoccupied now. Tamaki recoiled in disgust as he sat back down, with Heia hurrying to take her turn, and more importantly, get away from Togata. See, close your mouth, he urged, wincing, please. Togata rolled his eyes, but obliged nonetheless. Party pooper. Nejire hummed. These fries are pretty good, she agreed. Want one, Izu? Izuku shrugged, briefly putting down his soda to allow Nejire to feed him. He knew his girlfriend well enough by now to know that was her intention. Okay. By the time he turned to face her, he was blushing like a maiden, unable to conceal his bashfulness, while Nejire had already begun to wave a French fry in front of him. You know what I'm gonna say, right? He opened his mouth. Nejire giggled, placing the fry in his mouth. Have I told you how adorable you are, Izuku? Izuku quickly chewed the single French fry, deciding to finish his food before responding. Why yeah. She hummed. I guess I have. Nejire gave him a brief peck on the cheek while no one was looking. But only because I really like telling you that. Your reactions are so cute. He felt his face heat up again, but instead of trying to hide it, Izuku just inched a little bit closer to her. As embarrassing as it was to admit, one of his favorite things about Nejire was how affectionate she was, for lack of a better term. Actually, there were better terms. Cuddly, touchy-feely, tactile, but most of those words made him even more awkward. In a good way. Nejire was more than happy to reciprocate his actions, leaning into his side and cooing happily at the contact, and the big, shaky grin on his pink face. He felt the tension seep out of his body, and all of a sudden it felt like the two of them were the only people. Midoriya, Heia repeated, shaking Izuku out of his wonderland, it's your turn. He let out a quiet eep in surprise as he realized how distracted he had become, something that garnered a snort from Togata and a sweet smile from Nejire. Sorry. Izuku stammered, sorry. She waved off his apologies. It's fine, Romeo. Heia smirked at the way he somehow became even more flustered at that nickname. Just take your turn and you can go back to canoodling with Juliet in no time at all. Tamaki put a finger to his chin in thought. Wouldn't it kind of make more sense for Nejire to be Romeo and Izuku to be Juliet? He wondered aloud. I mean, she's definitely the more assertive of the two. Izuku felt his soul leave his body at their teasing. He wasn't surprised in the slightest when he threw 2 gutter ball in a row. As Nejire stood up to take her turn, but not before offering Izuku a consolatory hug, of course, Togata wiped away the last of the grease on his face from polishing off his pizza. Anyways, he began, I almost forgot to tell you guys, but Netsu told me we're gonna be meeting the underclassmen next week. Tamaki blinked. Why? I don't really know, he exclaimed, but he said that we're supposed to meet 1A and 1B before the work studies program starts, give them some inspiration, raise their spirits, something like that. He shot a glance towards the pinkette on his other side. Not you though. Said it was a job for the big 3 and the big 3 alone. She snorted. Great. I'm glad I don't have to deal with some of those kids. I feel terrible about their situation, but… Heia pursed her lips. Some of them seem, well, really unqualified. Didn't almost all of 1A just fail their licensing exam? Tamaki nodded. I think, only like 6 of them passed? 7? Something like that. All of 1B got their licenses, though. Togata winced, standing up to take his turn as Nejire returned to, in her words, the best seat in the building. That's rough. But, well, they have been through a lot. I mean, losing a classmate must have been really hard, and then having another friend kidnapped. Izuku did his best to not react to the blonde's words. He'd be shocked if Bakugo considered any of his classmates friends. Even Tsubasa, someone who had known him for nearly as long as Izuku, was barely above himself in Bakugo's eyes. And barely above, completely worthless didn't amount to much. He twitched uncomfortably at the memory of Tsubasa, briefly squeezing his eyes shut in an attempt to block out the screams that thing had let out as it attacked that helicopter in Hosu. Izuku still had nightmares about it. But yeah. Togata continued, walking back after knocking down 5 total pins across his 2 attempts. If our Kohai need a little pick-me-up, then it's our job to do what we can to help. Heia frowned. I get that kind of thinking, but… She trailed off uncertainly. You remember the one with the explosion quirk, right? Or Endeavor's kid? How about that blonde who could copy quirks? It seems like none of them have the right temperament to be heroes, and that's just from what we could see during the festival. He shuddered at the mention of Bakugo. Ooh. Nejire clapped her hands together in excitement. I can't wait to meet all our new Kohai. I can't wait to meet the meteor girl. Or the pink girl. She was really cool. Or the shadow bird guy. Sentient quirks are so cool, I hope that one is. And that they let me talk to him. Or the one they had to chain up to the podium. I wonder why they had to do that. And then he completely froze up because Nejire wanted to meet Bakugo. That was not good. In fact, that might have been the second worst thing Izuku had ever heard. He shuddered at the idea of her actually wanting to meet Bakugo, and then at the realization that that was already happening, and then the thought that she might actually like Bakugo, and oh no, that thought completely ruined his life, because what if she wanted to bring him around with her friends like she had done for him? And a hand squeezed his forearm. Izuku nearly screamed before realizing that it wasn't the blonde himself, and that Bakugo wasn't even here. It was Nejire. And she was looking at him in concern. Was he that obvious? Are you okay? She asked subtly, eyes on anything but Izuku and voice low enough to pass beneath Tamaki and Togata. What happened? Even though she wasn't directly looking at him, so that no one realized she was fretting over him, yet if he didn't want them to know, Izuku could see the concern in her eyes. It's nothing, he whispered back, pulling her hand off his bicep and taking it in his own. I'm fine. Izuku tried to smile for her, and her lips quirked up at the edges in response, but both of them knew it was fake. Nejire laced her fingers through his own, humming happily at the way he immediately squeezed her hand. You, she called, catching the girl's attention immediately. Do me and Izuku a favor and take our turns for us. I need to ask him about some coupley stuff. She rolled her eyes. So? Yu shot back. You can ask it in front of us. We don't care. Nejire frowned softly. Okay, she replied. If you really want to hear us talk about how much of my melons Izuku thinks I should show in public, you will take your turns. Togata said quickly, already moving to cover his ears. We don't need to hear that. Have fun. La 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 la. Izuku wasn't much better, looking at his girlfriend in a mix of confusion and horror. What are you? Thanks, be right back. Nejire said quickly, pulling Izuku along to the far corner of the building. That was funny. Now that they were alone, Izuku's flustered look died down slightly. Why do we have to talk about, that? She shook her head playfully. I was just making up an excuse to talk to you alone for a second, she explained, a teasing smile slowly worming its way up her face. But if you do want to talk about my chest, or maybe look or touch, all you have to do is ask nicely, Izu. And then maybe later. He said quickly, trying not to pass out from the teasing or sneak a look at her melons now that Nejire had said something so risque about them. The look in her eyes made it clear that while she was teasing him the offer was genuine, and Izuku couldn't tell if that made things better or worse. His beautiful, amazing, perfect girlfriend giggled at his response. If you say so, she sang, but for right now, I want to hear about what's bothering my sweet boyfriend so much. Izuku's mood was dragged back to earth pretty quickly at her words. It's really nothing important, he protested. I don't want to. You aren't burdening me or bothering me or troubling me, Nejire said, listing off all the possible responses Izuku could have given her. I want to hear about what's upsetting you, and then I want to deal with it so you don't have to worry about it, and can instead worry about normal things like feeling me up later or trying to get second place in bowling today, okay? He choked on his spit. Leave it to Nejire to go from 100 to 0 to 100 in no time at all like that. Izuku swallowed heavily. It's just... began hesitantly, unsure exactly how to explain what was bothering him. He shot her a grateful look as she reached out to hold onto his other hand. You remember when I told you that I was quirkless? He took a deep breath. Izuku explained, how about when I said that someone from my middle school threatened me and the rest of my class into not applying? Her eyes hardened slightly, though they held all the warmth and love in the world for him and him alone. They made it into the hero course at UA, he blurted out, and they probably shouldn't even be there. He's horrible to people, me especially, and since Togata said you guys were meeting all of the freshmen, I got worried that you'd want to talk to them or you wouldn't realize who it was, or worse, you'd like them, or the other way around. And breathe, Nejire whispered into his ear softly, having stepped forward to embrace him. Breathe, honey. I've got you. A sharp breath racked Izuku's frame, and he wrapped his arms snugly around her in turn. "I'm okay," he mumbled into her soft shirt. "Thanks, Nejire." She planted her lips squarely on his cheek, lingering for a few seconds to remind Izuku how much she loved him. "Of course," she hummed, "anything for you, Izu." Her eyes narrowed slightly as she processed his words. "Actually," Nejire began, "if you tell me who exactly this bully is, I'm sure I could get his butt kicked out of UA for you." Izuku froze. What? He gasped. "I don't even go to you. Why would you get him kicked out? I see could be lying or over-exaggerating, and it's not like your school cares about some random kid." She shushed him with another kiss. Of course, his cheeks didn't do the talking for him, so she had to lock lips with Izuku to get him to shut up this time. It worked very well. She kissed him a little longer than was strictly necessary, though there were no complaints from him whatsoever. "If he bullied others, he isn't a hero," Nejire said simply as she pulled away, though her face stayed very close to his own. "And he doesn't belong at our school. Especially if he bullied, threatened, or hurt you, Izuku. I can't speak for the rest of your classmates, or him, but if he was willing to hurt someone as precious and kind and caring as you, then he's completely undeserving of the privilege of being a hero. Say the word, and I'll get his butt kicked to the curb faster than I won the sports festival." His heart was beating out of his chest. Did Bakugo's fate really rest in Izuku's hands? Could he really ruin the boy's fledgling career, just like that? Nejire certainly seemed to think so. And that was a difficult thing to consider. So he didn't. "I'll think about it," he said quickly, stowing it away for later. "I don't want to talk about him anymore today. I'd rather spend it with you." For the first time, Izuku made the first move in kissing her, on the lips, that was. He'd been able to get away with sneaking in little pecks on her cheek or jaw before, but he'd never had the courage to actually give Nejire a real kiss before. Until now. He wasn't even sure what compelled him to act this time, but it probably had something to do with how beautiful she was, how much he was totally in love with her, and how completely and utterly unparalleled the way she treated him was compared to anybody else in his crummy life. Or a mix of all three. He just hoped she didn't. Nejire gasped in surprise against his lips, but it only took her a moment to realize what Izuku had done. She wrapped her arms around his face, one cupping his cheek and the other gripping the back of his head and getting lost in his curls, and what Izuku had originally intended on being a brief, if too throttlingly sweet, moment quickly turned into Nejire trying to sek his soul out of his body. It still ended too fast, it had to end it all, with both of them breathing heavily as Nejire gave him the biggest sheet-eating grin Izuku had ever seen. "Yuha," she panted, "you should kiss me more often, Izu." He nodded slowly. "I really want to now." He breathed out. She looked like she was half considering kissing him again, but a spark of something flashed through her eyes. "Izuku," Nejire began quieter, "can I ask you something?" Izuku tilted his head to the side. "Of course," he replied immediately. "You can ask me anything, Nejire." Her smile grew at his words. I know, she chuckled before getting slightly more serious. "If you could go to school at UA with me, would you?" Izuku blinked. That wasn't what he expected. What? "It's just a hypothetical," Nejire hummed, "but if you could, would you? I know I'd rather have you around me all day instead of the bottom-feeder jazz that like to go after you. We wouldn't even have to go out far to meet up, we'd both be on campus. When it got cold we could cuddle up together under a pile of blankets, when it was hot we could spend a day at the pool, and when it stormed we could huddle up in bed together and stay nice and warm." And Nejire. She looked at him with big hopeful eyes. Well. His heart melted. "Why, you're only going to be at UA for half of a year until you graduate." He mumbled, "And there'd probably still be bullies, and it's not like I even could get in." "I still have like 8 months left until I graduate," she reminded him pointedly, "and if I can keep you from getting harassed at your current school, I could do it at UA, too. We could spend even more time together, and I could show you all my cool teachers and classmates who I'm sure would like you a whole lot. Besides, it's just a hypothetical." For some reason, Izuku didn't think it was as abstract of an idea as Nejire was acting. But even so, "If I could," he mumbled, "I would. Just to be with you even more, even if you'd probably get as sick of me from me being around so much." Nejire beamed. "I could never get tired of you, Izu." She leaned in close to his ear. "How about after we're done here I come over to your place, and I show you just how true that is? You can even..." Bang. "What the F dash?" She leapt away from Izuku like a bat out of hell at the sound of something breaking, immediately followed up by Helia cursing loud enough for both of them to hear from across the building. What the? Nejire cut herself off in shock as her eyes landed on their lane, where Togata was frozen mid-swing. Except his bowling ball wasn't in his hand. It looked like it had been launched through the wall on the other side of the alley. And it was clear who the culprit was. Tamaki and Helia looked just as shocked as he was. The shy teen had extended a hand, as if he thought he could have been able to reach out and stop Togata from doing whatever that was. And call him crazy, but it looked like something was moving underneath Togata's arm. Maybe it was the distance, maybe he had finally snapped, but it looked like his skin was wiggling, like there was a snake writhing just beneath the surface. What happened? Nejire asked incredulously, staring at the bowling ball-shaped hole in the wall in shock. Mirio, did you? Yeah, he muttered, eyes wide in shock. He had an almost haunted look on his face, though it was quickly shifting to horror and guilt. I didn't mean to, I thought that. What the F? The employee behind the counter groaned. Why does this sheet have to happen when I'm here? That seemed to shake Togata out of his stupor. I'm so sorry, he said immediately, bowing at a sharp 90-degree angle and pulling out his wallet. I don't know what came over me. His rambling apologies continued on for a while. I'm gonna go get my manager, the worker sighed. I don't get paid enough for this. Togata nodded slowly. Izuku didn't think anything could get the blonde to leave his spot in front of that desk. Tamaki, Nejire asked incredulously, did he seriously just chuck a ball into the wall for no reason? Tamaki shrugged nervously. I guess that's one way to describe it. He mumbled, I don't know. Everything was fine, we were having fun. Then Mirio kind of froze up as he took his turn. The next thing I knew it was like the bowling ball was shot out of a cannon. Mirio didn't even blink until Yu started shouting at him. Izuku frowned. Something weird was going on with Togata, and he wasn't just saying that because the guy had inherited All Might's quirk and was the man's successor. But it wasn't his place to say something. Plus, he didn't really like thinking about the whole All Might Togata thing. It made him depressed. Instead, he filled his thoughts with the girl to his left who made him feel like he was the only one in the world that mattered and sent his heart rate skyrocketing. She caught his longing gaze after a moment, and instead of blushing or looking away, Izuku found the courage inside himself to smile bashfully at his wonderful girlfriend. Right answer. Nejire's smile made him melt in an instant. He was so in love. But was that really such a bad thing? Nejire hummed a happy little tune to herself as she, Mirio, and Tamaki waited outside Class 1A's homeroom door. She was so excited to meet them. Well, she was kind of excited to meet them. She did have a job to do, after all, namely figuring out which one of them was the one who had tormented her precious, adorable, amazing Izuku. He had been strangely tight-lipped regarding any extra details about the guy who he had told her about at the bowling alley. Even her patented Nejire kisses weren't enough to make him tell, and she gave Izu a lot of Nejire kisses yesterday. But he had admitted to a little bit of what this prick had put him through, and oh boy, if Nejire wasn't a hero in training, she'd currently be wanted for murder based on what Izuku had told her. As it was, she had to settle for beating the snot out of them when she figured out who it was and reassuring Izuku that she was never going to let those things happen to him again. The worst part was that she knew he didn't tell her the worst details of the bullying, despite her pestering her sweet, caring bundle of nerves of a boyfriend for the better part of the weekend. So she couldn't comfort him about those parts that were clearly eating at him, but Nejire figured she did a pretty good job at it either way. They did a lot of cuddling, and hugging, and kissing, Nejire's favorite by the way. She loved Izuku's lips. The door swung open. That's our cue, Mirio said excitedly. They marched into the room in tandem, more than comfortable with the 19 pairs of eyes on them, well, except Tamaki, but that was kind of expected with how he had reacted to 1B, as they smiled and stood in front of the freshman. Her smile twitched at the way more than one of the guy's eyes found themselves looking somewhere lower than her face, but that was okay. She'd just punch them into a building in a few minutes, and most would be forgiven. Only one guy was allowed to look at her like that, and her little cinnamon roll wasn't here right now. Nejire didn't think the students realized that she was doing some staring of her own, though. She had a lot of questions floating around in her head looking at these guys, and she wanted some answers. Students, Kayama-sensei introduced, these are the 3 third-year students who stand at the top of all UA students, also known as the Big Three. If you'd like to introduce yourselves? Sure thing, teach. Mirio interrupted eagerly. What's up, everyone? I'm Togata Mirio. Nice to meet ya. Tamaki shuddered. I can't do this, he mumbled from Nijire's side. I can't imagine all of their faces as potatoes. She giggled. Come on, Tamaki. Nejire urged. You need to have the heart of a lion, not a kitten. You know, even though you're human, you know what I mean. She turned to face 1A, who were still staring at them, although most of their gazes had gone from awe to confusion. This is our kitten Amajiki Tamaki, she began cheerily, and hi, my name is Hadou Nejire. Why are you wearing a mask? The boy, at least, Nejire assumed it was a boy, blinked in confusion as she suddenly walked towards him. Are you sick? She continued, or do you think it makes you look cool? It does, but that's a weird reason. He made to answer, but her attention was already stolen by someone else. Pink girl. She pointed dramatically at the girl with pink skin and horns, who in turn suddenly looked very confused. If your horns break off, do you think you can grow them back? Your hair looks fluffy too, is it? I have a friend who… Nejire cut herself off again. This time, her attention landed on the only one she recognized from before the sports festival. Oh, you must be Todoroki, right? Yeah. She smiled at the silent, unmoving figure in the back of the class. How'd you get that big burn mark on your face? Or how'd you get that cool robot hand? What happened to that? Can you shoot lasers out of it? Or maybe a flamethrower? How about a tiny hand inside of the robot hand? Why are your eyes two different colors? She felt a little bad about the way she made him flinch with the hand question. If Izuku was here, he'd probably remind her that people usually felt bad about their prosthetics and scars being exposed like that. Yu would too, but she'd hit Nejire and that was a lot less nice than her boyfriend gently correcting her. But it was too late to stop her now. The Nejire train had left the station. Mineta, are those ball your hair or what? I don't get it. And can you stop looking at me like that? So you're a tree frog and not a toad, right? You're too cute to be a gross toad. Why'd they chain you up at the sports festival? Are you part Pomeranian? You seemed really angry even though you won. That last guy set her off. He looked mean with a capital M. In fact, he looked like he was ready to start screaming at Nejire the moment she looked at him. The spiky blonde hair and messy uniform didn't do much to dissuade her from those thoughts. Maybe he was the one who hurt her Izu? Nobody in 1B seemed to fit the description. They were all really nice. Except for that Monoma guy and that greensword guy, but they seemed pretty okay after Tamaki beat them up. Speaking of Tamaki, didn't Mirio say he? As you can see, Kiyama-sensei began now that Nejire had finally stopped pestering everyone. These are our top students. In fact, Togata here is, in all seriousness, probably the closest thing we have to the next #1 hero without All Might. Endeavor included. That got some reactions from people. Mostly gasps and wide eyes, but there was one student who seemed a little more hot-headed. Bullshit. The spiky blonde roared. There's no way that this plain-faced goody-two-shoes jock is anywhere near the level of All Might. Nejire caught the way a few of his classmates flinched when he opened his mouth, doubly so when he slammed his palms against his desk. Kiyama-sensei's eyes narrowed. I would appreciate it if you treated your seniors with a little more respect, Bakugu. He sneered, but wisely held his tongue. Mirio just laughed. That's okay, Midnight-sensei. He laughed. I know that Nejire is more than strong enough to defend our honor. The red-haired guy, Kirishima, Nejire remembered, blinked. You aren't going to fight us yourself? He asked, tilting his head to the side in confusion. But Midnight-sensei just said that you were, like, the next All Might? Yeah, but fighting you guys wouldn't be very fair. Mirio shrugged lazily. Well, it won't be very fair this way either, I guess, but Nejire is a lot nicer than me. She probably won't beat you up too badly. Nejire smirked. Yeah. She agreed. You guys can all fight Mirio if you beat me in a spar, but I don't think that's gonna happen. The original plan had been for Mirio to fight them, since Tamaki had gotten his turn against 1B and Nejire didn't usually care for beating up her kohai, but since Mirio was currently having trouble with his quirk, they agreed that the best way to not accidentally maim a freshman was to have Nejire stand in for him instead. Plus, the girl was kind of itching for a fight. She remembered that Kaminari jerke, and how he had tried to drive Izuku away from her. Not cool. If they didn't immediately become a couple after that incident in the park, she'd probably be holding a grudge. As it was, he'd have to settle for it being resolved on the battlefield. Based on the half-worried, half-lecherous looks the blonde was giving her, he knew what he was in for. Screams echoed around Nejire in horror as she attacked, with her kohai all fighting desperately in vain to keep her away from them. This was fun. Kaminari shrieked as Nejire suddenly flew in front of him, already preparing to discharge enough electricity to kill a herd of elephants, but he was way too slow. Nejire picked him up with one dainty hand and threw him into the arena's wall before he could even blink. That would teach him to look at her like that. Only Izuku had that right. Mineta screamed in horror as she threw him into his friend next. Nejire didn't like perverts very much. A wave of ice was launched at her, courtesy of one Todoroki child, but a single blast of wave motion was enough to turn it into snow cone fuel. A second, weaker blast was enough to send the boy with the robot hand into dreamland. None of them offered much of a challenge. They were all far too slow, far too weak, or both, unfortunately. Kirishima was kind of tough. He was probably the strongest 1-1A had, and was able to survive a direct hit from her. That earned him some respect, especially since he was still able to move afterwards. The second hit knocked him out, but it was the thought that counted. One by one they all fell, and Nejire was able to pick out each and every one of their flaws as they were defeated. Sorry Yaoyorozu, but you're too slow. I'm not going to respond to you during a fight, Shinso. You can't only rely on that. Koda, you need to be more proactive. If you got some ants to attack me, that might have been the only way to beat me. Tokoyami, you seem really traumatized. You need a therapist or something. She sighed. It ended far too soon for her likings. Her kohai should have at least put up a fight. Kiyama-sensei hadn't called the fight for her yet. Did she forget about one of them? Die. Nejire blinked in confusion as she turned around, only to frown as her face was met with Bakugu's palm. Die. She repeated slowly, jerking her head out of the way and yanking his arm forward. What kind of hero says die? He screamed like a feral hog as his plan was foiled. Even the sports festival winner wasn't quick enough to set his explosions off in time. They popped futilely against the air as Nejire held his wrist away from her, and he couldn't do anything to prevent the punch in the gut she gifted him. Exclamation point. He wheezed in pain as Nejire dropped him unceremoniously against the ground, struggling to pull himself up. I'll kill you. She wrinkled her nose in disgust. You'll kill me? He nodded savagely, spittle flying from his mouth as he lunged forward with sparking palms once more. You're done for. Nejire threw him into a wall too. Maybe even a little bit harder than she did for Kaminari. What kind of person acted like this? And he wanted to be a hero? Nejire was shocked he was even allowed into this school. No wonder the villains wanted him to join them. If he acted like this all the time, she could see why they thought they could flip him to their side. Nejire sighed angrily. She could tell that her judgment was being kind of clouded, but could you blame her? It looked like she had found exactly who Izuku was talking about. And she wasn't very happy. This probably wouldn't be the last time she had to deal with him. Uremi Ito was not a very forgiving person. He still remembered exactly how it felt when that beach had slammed his face into the pavement hard enough to see stars, even all these months later. How Deku of all people found a woman like that to defend him, he'd never know. What he did know was that now Deku was off limits, what with his wear of a bodyguard and her friends protecting him constantly whenever classes let out. Whether he bribed them, did their schoolwork, or whatever the hell it was, all that mattered was that Deku was trying to weasel his way out of his place as a bottom feeder, and for some reason those Yue assholes were defending him. And that set him off. But if there was one thing that Uremi was, it was patient. He'd never forget the humiliation that blue-haired Beach had put him through that day, and the moment he got his chance he'd ruin both of their lives. It took a long time, but his chance had come. He'd seen the tabloids. Shitty news sites like The Times of Tokyo and the Musudafu Inquirer had started picking up on the fact that the Beach, who was apparently the FING winner of the sports festival, had been seen in public with Deku, doing shit like holding hands and hugging and all that stupid junk, and they were leaving no stone unturned in their quest to find out more and more about her new boy toy. This type of shit usually made Uremi sick, who gave a f about some crappy celebrities and their pointless hobbies. But he wasn't about to complain this time. Because now the exact reporting that made him sick was giving him the chance to ruin Deku and the bimbo's life. Uremi strode into Deternat Daily News with a proud smile on his face. He knew their reputation for going after quirkless establishments, and he knew they would love what he had to say about Deku and the Beach. He walked up to the first reporter he saw, a woman with blue skin and lavish clothing. "Excuse me," he began slowly, "I have a scoop you might be interested in." The sink cracked beneath the weight of Mirio's hands, porcelain splinters falling to the pale tile floor as hairline fractures erupted beneath the weight of One for All. "You are fine," the blonde hissed to himself, "get over it." Nothing is wrong. One for all disagreed. Yellow and blue lightning sparked across his skin, and the black tendrils that plagued his nightmares threatened to burst free from within. Sweat dripped down the side of his face as he struggled to contain the quirk, gasping when the sink shattered in his grip. F-. He winced. This wasn't good. Mirio was supposed to go on patrol today, but it looked like that wasn't going to happen. If he could barely make it to the bathroom, how the hell was he supposed to be a hero, let alone All Might's successor as the symbol of peace? Minute. He sank to one knee, breathing heavily as 7 distinct voices screamed in his mind. What are you saying? Mirio cried in frustration. I can't understand. More unintelligible yelling. He could feel the inky black tendrils struggling to break free beneath his skin, and it took all the blonde had to keep it from bursting forth. Even now, with his will steeled and body hardened, little black slits of darkness slowly managed to wiggle their way up through his skin. Mirio felt sick. One for all was getting more and more unstable. With each passing day, it felt like his control over himself and his quirk was slipping away faster and faster. Several shadowy figures danced around the corners of his vision, each reaching out to him but unable to fully connect and disappearing whenever he looked at them for too long. What was happening to him? He reached for his phone. He had a less-than-fun phone call to make. Izuku hummed absent-mindedly alongside his music as he worked on his latest project, a 2,000-piece jigsaw puzzle. It wasn't exactly cheap, but it turned out that he had a lot more money to spend when he wasn't wasting it buying new notebooks to replace the ones his classmates had flushed down the toilet or getting it directly yanked out of his wallet. He sighed softly out his nose. He really had been pathetic before Nejire had practically saved him, hadn't he? Well, okay, he was still kind of pathetic, but having the most amazing girl in the universe constantly telling him how great he was and how much she loved him was doing wonders for his self-confidence. The fact that her smiling face was the only thing he could think of whenever he went to the gym helped, too. It was like he had his own personal cheerleader in his head, constantly encouraging him to improve, if not for himself, then at least for Nejire. And that thought was a pretty damn good motivator. He'd do anything for her. Where did this piece go? Izuku frowned at his table. It didn't look like it belonged anywhere on the puzzle. He'd filled most of the edge out as well as a patch of bright blue sky near the top left corner, but he hadn't even gotten all the pieces flipped over yet. Maybe instead of just using what he could see, he should... Izuku yelped in surprise as his phone suddenly exploded in noise, blaring the loudest ringtone he was able to find and cutting his soft classical music off in an instant. He rubbed his ears in pain, but there was no mistaking the gigawatt grin on his face. That would not have been there had anyone been around to see it, for what it's worth, as he picked the phone up. Hey, Nejire. Yeah, he gave his girlfriend's number a special ringtone. The most annoying, loud, and painful one he could find, because he never wanted to miss one of her calls. Not because that sort of thing mattered to Nejire, but because Izuku was trying his absolute best to be a good boyfriend and wanted to be as available and open as possible for her. Plus, Izuku just really loved talking with her. Could you really blame him? Hey, Izuku. The tone she responded with immediately set him on edge, his good mood almost instantly being put into jeopardy. What's up? He laughed nervously, trying to maintain a bright facade in the face of the somber sound of Nejire's voice. Oh, and nothing much, he said, forcing as much positivity into his voice as he could, just, working on a pea puzzle. How are you? Izuku turned his eyes back down towards the table as he awaited a response. Maybe if he tried to focus on both things it'd ease his nerves? But what if he missed something important? Or Nejire sensed that he wasn't fully paying attention to her? She sighed through the phone, and he immediately sensed her irritation. I'm fine, Nejire grumbled. I'm sorry, but I have bad news. Yeah. He sort of figured that part out on his own. What is it? Izuku asked, anxiously tapping his foot against the floor. Nejire sighed again. I think I'm gonna have to bail on our date plans today, she muttered. Sorry? He deflated like a leaky balloon at her words. Oh, he said quietly, okay. Izuku's heart sank. Did he do something wrong? Why did she cancel? Would it be wrong to ask? Was she finally getting tired of him? I'm sorry, she apologized again, tone full of sadness. I was really looking forward to that escape room thingy too. It's okay, he found himself repeating. Things happen. It was hard to hide the disappointment in his tone. He tried his best, but there was a pretty good chance she could tell how her cancellation affected him. If she wanted to share why she was canceling, she'd tell him, right? Nejire usually had no problem sharing things with him. Did that mean it was Izuku's fault? Yeah. Nejire mumbled. Someone called out for their daily patrol, and since I had the day off I was the first person they called to have cover for them. Well, technically I wasn't the only one they called up, so I'm only doing a civilian patrol, but you get the point. I'm really sorry again. Izuku felt his mood rise slightly at her explanation, even if only because it meant that she wasn't canceling because of something he had done. See civilian patrol? Izuku questioned. That's when you just walk around in normal clothing, right? Yeah, it's super boring. She complained. I mean, I'm basically a glorified police officer. Not that there's anything wrong with police officers. My dad is one. Anyways, all I'm going to be doing is walking around the city all day and basically acting like a backup hero if I'm needed, which I probably won't, because I always miss the good stuff, but sometimes I'll get called on to, like, help get someone across the street, or help an animal off of a roof, things like that. The worst part is that I'm basically missing our date for nothing. If I ever find out who called out to get the hero commission to force me to work, I'm gonna show them what for. An idea blossomed in his head. The odds of it actually happening were low, but Izuku had to at least put the offer on the table for Nejire. Well, he began shakily, if it's really going to be as boring as you say, maybe I could come with you and we could just spend the day together there instead? Izuku cringed at just how lame he sounded. Nejire was probably trying not to laugh at him. It took her a while to respond. Oh, Izu, she whispered after an eternity of silence, you don't have to? I want to, if you're okay with it, that is, he insisted, stumbling over his words as his bravado faded. Like you've said, it really doesn't matter what we do, right? I just like spending time with you. But if W can't do that or you don't want me de-distracting you, I totally get it. Nope. Nejire's stoic voice was like a dagger through his heart. At least, until she continued speaking. You've made that offer, there's no backing out of it. Are you ready to take responsibility for your words, Izu? He blinked. Yes. She giggled through the phone. And you're sure you can handle the consequences? See consequences? Things. He just knew Nejire was bobbing her head up and down eagerly. Consequences. I'm gonna text you an address for us to meet up at when my shift starts, and then you're going to have to accept whatever comes next, which may or may not but is also definitely going to include me kissing you the moment I see you. Izuku gulped, but there was no denying the way his heart sped up at her words. Is that a yes then? Nejire went silent for a moment. No, that wasn't it. She was trying to muffle her giggles as she processed his words. Of course it's a yes, silly, she cooed. I'll see you in around 2 hours. Just don't wear any of those goofy shirts you like. But Nejire, Izuku complained, they're really funny. Izu, no. She huffed. I know you have plenty of other shirts. We just went to the mall again and got you like 10 more. I can't stop you from wearing them when it's just us, but imagine if I had to rescue someone and the first thing they saw was you with a shirt that said, pajamas. They'd probably be so confused that they might go into shock. He sighed. That didn't even make sense. People just didn't understand the appeal. This could have been his chance to finally convince her that a shirt that said, pants, was hilarious. Fine, he grumbled good-naturedly, just text me the place you want us to meet up at when you're ready, and I'll be there. I'll see you then. Nejire finished excitedly, bye. Thank you. I love you. Another smile bloomed on his face. I love you too. Never let it be said that Nejire wasn't a girl of her word. As Izuku approached her with a bright smile and shy wave as he tried to catch her attention, he suddenly found himself lacking for oxygen as she kissed him hard enough to make him see stars. Not that he was complaining, of course. Kissing Nejire had easily become one of his favorite hobbies, if not his number one outright. She wore a simple white knee-length skirt with frills alongside a light blue undershirt with a bright pink jacket over top it all. She also had her plush unicorn purse with her, as per usual. Izuku found the object strangely adorable. Thanks again for coming out with me, Izu, she cooed, holding him gently in her arms as she continued to embrace him. It was really sweet of you to offer. This will be so much nicer with you here. Sorry again about having to cancel our other plans. I'll make it up to you later, I promise. Izuku would have responded if he could have, but Nejire was making that a little difficult with how she was pushing her generous chest into her face. It was the sort of thing that Nejire just did sometimes. With him, of course, she wasn't shoving her melons into just anybody's face, but it still left him mildly embarrassed every time she did it. Especially because they were in public. But she had long since proved that she did not care about what other people thought about her. He wished he could have had her confidence. Maybe then he could have enjoyed the feeling of his face squished between her chest a little. But, regretfully, Izuku could practically hear his ancestors screaming at him in disappointment. He pulled himself away from her, if only slightly. "Why you don't have to make anything up to me," he insisted, smiling slightly despite the red-hot blush spreading across his cheeks. "It's not your fault, right? I'm just happy we still get to spend time together, that's all that matters to me." Nijire's smile was so bright that he felt the urge to look away, but he couldn't take his eyes off the angel in front of him. "You always know what to say, Izu?" She giggled softly, teasingly batting her eyelashes at him as she did so. "If I don't have to make it up to you, then maybe I'll just, I don't know, treat you to something nice once we're done here." Izuku gulped. He had a funny feeling their definitions of something nice didn't have very much overlap, at least in this instance. His first thought landed on something like getting ice cream or maybe sharing a milkshake, but the look in Nijire's eyes, and her track record with this sort of thing, told him she meant something decidedly more than. Not that he was complaining, not in the slightest. He'd never forget the day she showed up at his house wearing a cheerleader uniform of all things, only to then come in and show him the routine she had come up with. Easily one of the best moments in his life. He offered his periwinkle-haired sweetheart a shaky laugh. If you really want to do that, then I'm not complaining." "Oh, I know you aren't, Izu," she crooned sweetly. "After all, I still remember just how much you enjoyed it when we went back to your apartment after our day bowling and you should probably get G going." He interrupted, voice several octaves higher than usual and face several shades redder than healthy. After all, why you said this was a patrol and I'm pretty sure that means we should be walking around and not just talking about TT. Nijire shrugged. "Civilian patrol really isn't that important," she explained. "It's like having fourth-string security for a concert that is already just about as safe as can be. I wear normal clothes, walk around like a normal person, and if a building blows up I get to be the first person rushing in to help." He shuddered. "Maybe don't talk that into existence." "You're right," Nijire agreed. "Nothing big is going to happen, no one is going to have any emergencies pop up, and we're going to have a nice little make-up date." Okay. Izuku couldn't help but smile as she looked at him with nothing but love in her eyes. Sounds good. I'm really good, She kissed him on the tip of his nose. "I know what you mean, sweetie. Let's go and have fun, okay?" Izuku couldn't help the way his eyes lit up at her words, or how he leaned into the feeling of his hand in her own, a feeling that only got better when she squeezed his hand softly, tracing patterns into the back of his palm. "Okay," he agreed, unapologetically happy, "let's do that." Nijire was right. Civilian patrol really was boring. Or, rather, it would have been if he wasn't there to keep her company. A fact that Nijire found very important to remind him of, over and over. There were a few people who recognized her, even outside of her hero costume. She was happy to say hi to all of her adoring fans, giving out autographs as frequently as Izuku gave out blushes. Of course, there were even more people who recognized her but didn't approach. In fact, it seemed like there were more of them than usual. If anything, it seemed like everywhere Izuku looked, there were people whispering, looking at them, pointing, you name it. It made Izuku kind of anxious. But Nijire didn't care, if she noticed at all. He tried to follow in her footsteps of uncaringness, but the fact that it seemed like just about everybody on the street was taking notice of them and doing their best to avoid being caught doing so made it harder than it likely would have been. But that was fine. It just meant Izuku had an excuse to walk a little closer to Nijire, both to hide his head against her shoulder and to take in her almost inhuman beauty. Even with the amount of people watching them, in an almost predatory manner, may he add, Izuku still found himself having a good time. It was unusually warm, likely being one of the last days of the year where most people would be wearing a t-shirt and shorts instead of a sweater and jeans. Fittingly, Nijire saw fit that their first order of business was to get some snow cones for the two of them. She got a rainbow-flavored cone that dyed her tongue and lips all sorts of colors, while Izuku stuck with the more traditional cherry. It was nice. It would have been nicer if Nijire let him pay, but she just said that he could pay her back later with kisses and that was that. They did a lot of window shopping too. Nejire wasn't supposed to be going inside of buildings and doing things, her job was to patrol the streets, after all, so anytime they found something that was to her fancy Izuku made sure to discreetly jot it down into his phone so that he could swing by some other day and pick it up for her. A giddy smile slipped onto his face at the idea of surprising his girlfriend like that, though he was quick to hide it when Nejire started asking him about it. And if she had a little list of things Izuku's eyes lingered on for a little longer than strictly necessary that he was none the wiser about, there was no harm done. The only sort of action Nejire saw was when they were walking hand in hand down the street, only for a pedestrian on the other side of the street to scream in shock. "Stop! Thief!" The elderly woman cried, "My purse!" Izuku didn't even have time to blink before Nejire blasted off behind the man, who was conveniently wearing a black and white striped shirt and a dark ski mask over his head for easy identification, snatching him up by the back of his collar in no time at all. "Hey!" Nejire shouted into the larger man's ear, "Hey! What do you think you're doing?" He struggled in her grip, dropping the purse he had stolen in an attempt to reach around and swat at Nejire. "Let go of me, you psycho." She frowned. How about no? Stealing is against the law, you know. I can't let you leave." The man's arms glowed red, a clear indication of quirk usage, but it seemed like whatever his quirk did was dependent on actually hitting Nejire, since nothing else beyond that happened. Maybe a strength enhancer? Or a possible touch activation quirk. Only his arms and hands were glowing red, which signified that contact would only be important with those areas in mind, so Nejire was likely fine to continue gripping onto the back of his shirt with no trouble. She'd have to keep away from his panicked attempts to reach her, though. "Thanks for the tips, Izu," Nejire called, making Izuku blush as he realized he had been mumbling before turning back to the criminal she had nabbed. "You know quirk usage is illegal in public without a license, too, and using it to attack a hero is even worse. You're not making things better for yourself by doing this." It took no time at all for the police to arrive. The man was subdued, cuffed, and thrown into the back of a police cruiser in less than 2 minutes. Once Nejire was through giving her statement and receiving praise from a very grateful old lady, she returned to Izuku's side without a moment's hesitation. "Sorry about that," Nejire said happily, "but duty calls. You ready to keep going?" Izuku nodded slowly. He didn't know why, but something about watching Nejire in action as a hero kind of rubbed him the wrong way. Actually, that wasn't fair. He knew why. It was because he was jealous of her. Izuku knew he couldn't be a hero. Literally everyone he had ever known, aside from Nejire herself, had told him he couldn't. Even All Might. There was no changing the fact that he wouldn't cut it due to his quirklessness. He'd never be a hero, and that was that. But even still, it wasn't like he could just forget about the dream he had had since he was 4. It wasn't Nejire's fault, hell, it was no one's fault but his own for allowing his stupid dream to fester in delusion for so long, but watching her do something as simple as stop a purse snatcher and return the satchel to the poor woman who'd been robbed made him wish that that could have been him. And he hated himself for thinking that. He finally had someone who cared about him, who didn't care that he was worthless, quirkless, who actually loved him, and he still wasn't happy with that? How ungrateful could he be? So he'd bury those feelings and act like they didn't exist until they went away. After all, he'd missed any shot he could have had by not making it into UA or any other hero school. It was only a matter of time before his brain finally got the picture and moved on, right? He had a sinking feeling the answer was no. Even now, with the love and acceptance he had craved for so long, a hollow space still lingered inside him. It was smaller now certainly, but it was undoubtedly still there. Was it selfish to want more? Fortunately for him, he didn't have to think about that for long. A group of children, likely all no older than 8, ran up to the pair. "Excuse me." One of the children, a short girl with black hair and a dress covered in pictures of ducklings, called, "You're a hero, right, miss? You just caught that villain." Nejire lit up at the way they crowded around her. "I sure am," she said proudly. "My name is Nejire-chan. How can I help you adorable little munchkins?" Most of the kids giggled or looked away shyly at Nejire's comment, but the girl in the duck dress grabbed at the hem of her clothing tightly. "Our cat is stuck in a tree. Can you help us get her down, please, Miss Nejire-chan?" She gasped, putting a hand to her heart dramatically. "Oh no. Of course I'll help you guys. Where is she?" "She's stuck in the park." One of the taller boys in the back of the group piped up, "We'll take you to her." Nejire nodded, and the group of schoolchildren scurried away down the street. "Be right back," she said quickly to Izuku. "I'm gonna, go help." He blinked. "I could just come with you," he offered. I mean, the park isn't very far." "Meh, it's fine." She shrugged noncommittally. "I'm probably only gonna be a few minutes, tops. Just stay here and keep looking adorable." Izuku's face flushed at the offhand compliment. "Okay," he agreed, mumbling slightly. Be safe?" She giggled. already moving to follow the herd of young children that was quickly making its way away from them. I will. Izuku watched her fly off after the kids fondly, even if there was still a twinge of bitterness in his mind about not even being able to help with something as minor as getting a cat out of a tree, but that was fine. Instead, he thought about how much Nejire seemed to like those little kids. This was almost certainly too soon to think about, but did she want kids one day? He'd seen enough of her around random strangers' babies in public to know that she loved making babies laugh and clap their hands, but was that all there was to it? Come to think of it, did he want kids? Before the events of this past month or so, he'd never even considered the option that he even could have children. After all, no one had ever liked him before he met Nejire, let alone loved him, aside from his mom of course, but that didn't really count, so this was all uncharted territory. Well, thoughts for later. They had plenty of time to think about something like that, assuming Nejire didn't get tired of him, but, out of the corner of his eye, he caught something moving towards him in the shadows. Izuku tensed, almost immediately on edge, but as the figure got closer to him, he felt himself relax only to suddenly get so much more uncomfortable because what was a little girl in a hospital gown doing in the middle of a busy city alone? The girl ran up to Izuku like he was the lone pillar of warmth in a city of ice. "Help me," she whispered, clinging to his legs like they were her only lifeline, "please." Izuku flinched, and not just at the sheer desperation present in the small girl's voice. She looked awful, hell, she looked even worse than he did at his lowest point. Her arms were absolutely covered in bandages, leaving almost no skin above her wrists exposed, and she trembled softly as she gripped onto him. He had realized that she had ruby-red eyes when she had approached him, but they were now squeezed tightly shut as small shakes racked her frame. Her white hair and ragged clothes were grimy and dirty, and there was a small beige horn on the top right corner of her forehead. She didn't even have shoes on. He was at a loss for words. What in the world was he supposed to do? It's okay, he tried, unsure of how to proceed, other than waiting for Nejire to come back and see if she had any ideas. "I'll help you. And my name's Midoriya Izuku. What's yours?" She gripped his legs tighter, as if he was about to disappear. Eri, Izuku. Repeated, crouching down to the girl's height. That's a very nice name. What do you need help with? Eri flinched, and he suddenly felt like he made a grave mistake. "The bad man," she whispered shakily, seemingly at the edge of tears. "He's coming. Help." The bad man? That certainly didn't sound good. And if Eri thought someone was after her? His eyes scanned the street, and Izuku blinked in surprise. Where the hell had everyone gone? It was like the street had suddenly been abandoned. He couldn't see anyone other than himself and Eri, but if the girl was that worried there had to be some merit to her words. All right, Izuku agreed, taking one of the girl's tiny, frail hands in his own. Let's go find a hero." "That won't be necessary." Eri froze like a deer in headlights. Even Izuku couldn't help but flinch at the cold, callous tone that came from the person who seemed to have just manifested behind them. He turned around slowly, coming face to face with three men, all wearing bird masks. The lead man, the one who spoke earlier, stepped forward. He had narrow, cold eyes and dark brown hair accompanied by an odd purple and green coat. "I see you found my daughter," he began coolly, sparing a glance at Izuku before his gaze became fixated on Eri. "Thank you for that. She isn't usually one to run off." He gestured behind him to the two other men. "As you can see, I was so panicked by her sudden disappearance that I gathered my associates to help me find her. But thanks to you, it seems like there was no need for that." The two men behind him did not react. The one to his left wore a dark green suit with a salmon tie, with decently long blonde hair and pale skin. The other's mask completely covered his face, but Izuku could clearly make out the hulking frame and thick neck that made him very confident he could snap the verdette like a twig if necessary. Eri started to shake like crazy, and Izuku felt like something very wrong was happening. He didn't feel like he could let Eri go with these men, especially not when her grip on his fingers became so tight he was afraid she might break them. His mind was made up. He wasn't letting her go. "And no problem," Izuku replied shakily, forcing out an awkward, pained laugh as he looked at the three of them. He had no illusions about how a fight between them would end, or a foot race. But the man didn't seem to be in the mood for games. "Eri." He snapped his fingers. "Come here." She bit back a sob, and Izuku's will hardened. Maybe he could stall for long enough for Nejire to get back? "I don't think you should." He made a grand gesture out of pulling one of his gloves off, and Eri immediately let go of his hand. He scampered back to the man Izuku really didn't think was her father anymore, and he scooped her up in his arms. Good girl. Izuku took a hesitant step backwards. What was going on? As he looked nervously between the three men, unsure of exactly what their next move would be, the blonde's eyes widened. Boss, he began quickly, snapping his fingers in surprise. That kid, I've seen him before. His blood ran cold. What? He'd never seen any of these people before. Thankfully, their boss seemed as unamused with his subordinate's words as he did with Izuku, until the blonde leaned in close and started to whisper something in his ear, pointing at him all the while. It was time to run. Too bad he made that decision several minutes too late. The man who was holding Eri's eyes widened. Quirkless, you say? He trailed off disbelievingly, looking at Izuku with an emotion in his previously soulless eyes that he really didn't like. Is that true, young man? Nope. Nope. Izuku turned and ran like his life depended on it, and honestly, he felt like it kind of did. The dark-haired man snapped his fingers, pulling out a syringe filled with something, and handing it to the fully masked man. Rappa. I want him. This was for Eri in case we needed to take her back through force, but it will fulfill its purpose for him. We're leaving, bring him back to the compound. Izuku didn't hear any of that, though, he was too busy running for the hills. Nejire. He screamed, hoping against hope that she was close enough to returning that she could hear his cries for help. Nejire. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and Izuku wasn't fast enough to get away. A meaty hand with a vice-like grip clamped down on his shoulder, and Izuku had less than a second to say his prayers before the beast of a man from before slammed him into the sidewalk, concrete slamming into his ribs with a sickening crack. The blow disoriented him enough to be unable to resist as a cold metal needle was jabbed into his neck. All he could do was groan weakly in pain. Nothing personal, kid. A deep, scratchy voice said stoically. Izuku suddenly felt very sleepy, and couldn't even think about screaming anymore as he was lifting up into the air and hoisted over someone's shoulder. Quirkless in this day and age. The tall man hummed. I'll be demed. You're probably going to make overhauls year. That was the last thing he heard before his world turned black, no matter how hard he fought for his eyes to stay open. I'm back. She paraded around the corner happily, arms full and eyes closed in bliss as she returned to the spot Izuku was waiting for her at. Sorry I took so long, she apologized, but after I got that kitty out of harm's way I saw this little stand set up by the park's entrance that was selling tiny bowls of katsudon, and of course I thought of you when I saw it, so how could I resist? These little bowls are the cutest thing ever, well, second cutest after you of course, so. Nejire froze. Her boyfriend wasn't here. The street was empty. In fact, there was no evidence that anyone had been here. Izuku. Nejire was freaking out. Like, freaking out. The worry she felt over Izuku's well-being after the sports festival was nothing compared to this. Nothing. She knew how easy it was for people to disappear in Japan. Between quirks that could destroy you with the snap of a finger and a criminal underbelly that was vicious and ruthless in all the worst ways, Nejire's sole comfort was that she thought she was strong enough to protect everyone she cared about from those sorts of things. Apparently not. She had tried calling Izuku when she realized he wasn't on the street she had left him at, or any of the nearest streets, or on a different end of the block, or any of the nearby blocks, and after the second ring she was forcibly sent to voicemail. That was bad, but what was infinitely worse was the fact that her subsequent calls were both met by an immediate response from her phone saying the number could not be reached. And that meant that someone had not realized that Izuku's phone was on, and had worked quickly to make sure that it was now off. Someone who was certainly not Izuku. It sent her spiraling far quicker than it ever should have. This was the worst thing that could have ever possibly happened today. And it was her fault. Izuku had offered to come with her, and she brushed him off. Stay here, she had said, almost as if she didn't even want him around her. And now he was missing. Nejire's breaths came out in short, shaky bursts as she fought to keep herself from freaking out even more than she already was. She knew she had to keep a cool head, and that deep breaths and rational thought were more important than ever when in a serious situation, but all of her training went out the window in the face of this. How was she supposed to be calm or relaxed or do anything but think about how now Izuku was God knows where and in who knows what state, all because she left him alone for no good reason? And Nejire. Her boss's shout went nearly unheard by the periwinkle-haired girl as she landed on the sidewalk beside her. Through the veil of tears slowly pooling in her eyes, Nejire could barely make out Ryuko as she cupped her face in her hands. I came as soon as I could, she said softly, eyes full of concern as Ryuko wiped at the tears streaming down Nejire's cheeks. What happened? I couldn't fully make out what you were saying over the phone. Where's Midoriya? Right. Because after filing the ugliest and messiest police report in the history of Japan, it was really hard to give information over the phone while knowing her boyfriend was in serious danger and it was her fault. The only person she could think to call was Ryuko. Not Izuku's mother. Not their friends. Her FING boss. Nejire hiccuped, shuddering violently. I don't know. Izuku's gone. Ryuko froze. What? Like a switch was flipped inside her, she started to break down. He's gone. She shrieked. We had a date planned, but then I was called in on civilian patrol and I felt bad about having to cancel, and he offered to come with me and we had a nice time, and then I had to go help some kids and left him alone, and when I came back he wasn't there, and I tried to call him but it was hung up immediately, and when I tried again it immediately went to voicemail, and I checked everywhere around the street but there wasn't anything, and now I don't know what to do or where he is or how to find him or... The words cascaded down her lips like a waterfall, and the slight amount of mascara she had put on for Izuku began to streak down her face as well. Her hands were shaking violently, as though she were out in the middle of a snowstorm with nothing to protect her from the bitter elements. Ryuko seemed lost for words as she continued babbling, a myriad of emotions sprawled across her eyes. I trust you, she said slowly, placing a hand on Nejire's shoulder to help ground the panicking girl, but I need to know that you are 100% sure this isn't just a major miscommunication, or... It's not. Her boss jerked backwards in surprise as a reaction to her sudden outburst, but Nejire couldn't find it in herself to care. Her head was spinning, she felt dizzy, and she was teetering dangerously on unstable footing. Nejire. Ryuko smiled at her, though there was a copious amount of concern and hesitance etched into the Dragoon hero's face. We'll find him. And what if we don't? She shot back immediately, practically sobbing the shot back. What if Izuku is scared or hurt or worse and we can't find any trace of him? This is all my fault. If I hadn't just been an idiot for no effing reason? Her breaths picked up rapidly, and all of a sudden Nejire was on the verge of losing it completely. Her chest tightened up, and her heart felt like it was going to implode. Her hands found themselves atop her head, gripping fistfuls of her hair so tightly there was a pretty good chance it was ripped out if this kept up. I think this, oh God. Breathe. Ryuko's gentle yet commanding tone broke through the panic-induced static in Nejire's head, with her boss lowering her head closer to her to look into her shaky blue eyes. Deep breaths, Nejire. She smiled at the way Nejire tried to follow her lead, chest rising and falling heavily with each passing breath. But just focus on me, Nejire, okay? Relax. She shook her head furiously, with small beads of her tears being flung out of her eyes at the sharp movement. Her skull pounded, and it felt like her brain was being thrown into the walls of her head. How can I relax now? I know it's hard, Ryuko assured her softly, but you need to keep a cool head. Panicking isn't going to help us find Izuku, right? That got through to her. After all, the most important thing now was to find Izuku, and whoever took him, for that matter, and she couldn't possibly help with that if she was too busy hyperventilating. Nejire nodded despondently, pushing her boss's hands out of the way to paw at the wetness pooling in the corner of her eyes. All right, she whispered, still shuddering like a leaf in a hurricane. I already called the police to file a report, but what do we do now? She hated how pathetic and helpless she sounded right now. She was supposed to be a leader, a protector, someone others looked to in times of crisis. And Nejire couldn't even protect Izuku. Ryuko's eyes softened at her apprentice's desperate question. I'll start working on the case right away, she promised, rubbing her hands up and down her apprentice's arms in an attempt to calm her down. I'm sure I don't have to explain why abduction of a minor, much less of a hero's family, gets top priority in the industry. As for you, I think you should go back to UA for now. What? Nejire's eyes went wide in shock. How could her boss even suggest going back to the dorms now, especially after what had just happened? She knew Izuku better than anyone. She could help. She needed to help. She couldn't just sit around twiddling her thumbs while he was missing and in danger, and... This is exactly why, Ryuko said suddenly, cutting Nejire off mid-mutter storm. You can help, Nejire. I know you want to, and I promise you will be allowed to, but not right now. Not like this. Everything is still fresh, and I don't want you in a place where you can make rash decisions yet, okay? No, she protested. Let me come with you. I need to be helping now. It's my fault he's missing, and... Her boss's gaze suddenly turned serious. If Nejire wasn't so used to this look being thrown at people around her, it might have frightened her. What happened today is not your fault, Nejire, Ryuko said sternly, leaving absolutely zero room for argument. Don't even think about believing that. But nothing. The fiery glare that so many of Ryuko's employees had found themselves on the receiving end of now bored a hole through Nejire's forehead. As your friend, I completely understand why you want to get involved immediately. As your boss and as a hero, I cannot allow it. You will be allowed to help soon, and I promise you, we will find Izuku. Ryuko pulled Nejire to her feet, guiding her down the cracked and broken sidewalk that perfectly reflected her fractured thoughts. Through the onslaught of conflicting feelings in her mind, only a single stalwart message broke through the haze. This was all her fault. Nejire had taken to curling up against the cushy leather seats in the back of the black police van, the silence in the vehicle being both a blessing and a curse. Silent sobs shook her frame, but neither of the people in the front seats said a word, the only thing she could feel thankful for. It seemed like the officer Ryuko had more or less commandeered from the police station once she had finished speaking with the detectives in hushed, obviously angry tones for a few minutes knew better than to try and lighten the mood. He drove silently towards you, only occasionally sparing a glance towards her boss, who was currently glued to her phone, no doubt going through her contacts to try and get a jump on this investigation and the mess that was Nejire. Ryuko, who was in the passenger seat, seemed to be taking things as seriously as Nejire was, if not more so. Nejire had been more than a little worried that her boss wouldn't be as willing to jump on board with her sudden conclusion of Izuku being kidnapped. After all, it had only been a few minutes from when she had last seen him last, and he could have simply left, even if Nejire knew better, but that thought seemed ridiculous in hindsight. The woman looked ready to go to war. Nejire felt sick. Every bump and turn on the drive back to UA set her heart on fire and her stomach into the sky. It was like a part of her was missing, and she had no clue where it was or when, because it couldn't be if, it had to be when, she would see him again. If something horrible happened to Izuku because of her? She swallowed heavily. Like Ryuko had said, that line of thinking was only going to make things worse. But something already had happened, didn't it? Izuku was gone, probably in a dangerous area with no idea what to do or where he was or why Nejire didn't want him to go with her, and oh god, what if he hated her for this? It was her fault after all. She ruined everything? Ma'am? The officer in charge of bringing her back to you finally opened his mouth. What would you like to do about, them? Ryuko blinked, picking her eyes up from her phone at the same time as Nejire did to stare out the front windshield of the car. Reporters? The policeman nodded. It would seem so, ma'am. Their words felt distant. Like everything around her was muffled and stashed away. Even the sound of the car's engine was barely audible in the face of her inner noise. His eyes flickered towards Nejire at that moment, something she could only tell based on the way he quickly checked his rearview mirror, but whatever he was thinking was a mystery to her. Maybe it was because of the publicity she had been receiving since the sports festival? Her boss huffed at the prospect of having to interact with the press. Whatever, she sighed, it can't be helped. I don't know why they're here, but you're not getting to the gate like this. Thank you for the assistance. Come on, Nejire. She slowly slid out of the car, heels clacking against the pavement beneath them, beckoning for Nejire to fall in behind her. There was nothing she wanted to do less than interact with the media. In fact, she didn't want to interact with anyone. Except Izuku. She wanted to see her boyfriend, to hold him and hug him and tell him she was sorry and that she'd do whatever she could to make things right and that he was safe and that she could protect him and that no matter what happened she'd be there for him and she'd never stop loving him. Her body was on autopilot as Ryuko guided her out of the car and down the small stretch of sidewalk and road occupied by the mob of reporters. If it wasn't for her, she didn't think she would have been able to take a single step. She nudged Nejire forward like the guard did to a prisoner on their final walk before they were tied to the electric chair and sent to meet their maker. If Nejire's maker was Yuyu, Mirio, and Tamaki, that was. As much as she didn't want to, she owed it to the three of them to tell them about what had happened to their friend. She wasn't the only one in the world who interacted with Izuku. Nejire just remembered. She was going to have to tell Izuku's mother, the woman who she explicitly trusted with keeping her son safe, that he had gone missing on her watch. Because she decided to leave him alone for no reason at all. That was the part that really hurt. That she didn't even have a single FING reason to leave Izuku alone, and that when he offered to come with her anyways, she brushed him off. She knew how Izuku worked. Was his last memory of her going to be wondering if she had wanted a break from him? If she had wanted him to stay there because she couldn't bear another tortuous minute around him? Those thoughts were as detached from reality as possible, but sometimes that massive hole in his brain where his peers had ripped out his self-confidence got the better of him. Nejire was always there to show him that he was wrong when his mind strayed too far into the deep end. No matter what he thought or what got to him on that day, she'd always be there to shower him in all the love and affection that he could take, and then a little bit more on top of that as well. She did everything she could to make sure Izuku knew just how important he was to her, and how she loved him just as much as he did for her. But she wasn't there now. Even if it was Izuku who was ripped away from her, it still felt like she was the one who abandoned him. Bile rose up in her throat. She could barely force it back down. It didn't take very long for the press to notice the two of them slowly approaching the gate, even if Nejire's mind was elsewhere. In fact, she was so distracted by her thoughts that she didn't even blink until a microphone was starting to get pushed into her face. Nejire-chan. The woman shouted, making her rear her head backwards uncomfortably at the sudden outburst. Nejire-chan, what do you have to say about the rumors that have been circulating about you? She gave the reporter a weird look, something that was probably accentuated by her red eyes, shallow breathing and runny makeup. Are rumors? Ryuko's eyes narrowed. Keep moving forward, Nejire. We have nothing to say to them. The reporter shot the blonde heroine a dirty look. Actually, I think Too late. Ryuko wasn't particularly gentle with the way she pushed her out of Nejire's way, but it didn't help things very much. Nejire-chan. With the first reporter out of the way, it was suddenly open season on trying to get a statement from her. It was weird. Why were all these reporters suddenly trying to question her, and why were they doing it so aggressively? Did they not have some other poor sap to bother? Why were they even out here in the first place? Were they actually here for her? The thought made Nejire's blood start to boil. She was going through one of the scariest days of her life, could barely think, and all of a sudden these assholes wanted her to give a statement and address the rumors. What did that even mean? Most of their words went in one ear and out the other. She would only get more upset if she bothered to listen to them, so trying to tune them out was the best option. One of the first things that Ryuko had taught her after she joined her agency was how to ignore the clamoring and cajoling of the press, as the Dragoon hero had seen just how much she had struggled to handle the media during her first year of high school. She was way better at it than Nejire was, though, and her boss's steady hand was the only thing that kept her moving forward through the ocean of people. What is your relationship with Midoriya Izuku? She froze like a deer in headlights, head slowly turning to lock eyes with the reporter who had suddenly shouted her boyfriend's name out of nowhere. Excuse me? The man who said Izuku's name was one of the least approachable people Nejire had ever seen. The smile on his face was only matched in greasiness by his grimy, slicked-back hair that looked like it had soundly defeated the comb haphazardly thrown into it this morning. His suit was sharp, or, rather, it would have been if not for the nasty potbelly bulging out against the fabric. It looked like the buttons on his jacket were about to burst from the strain, and said look was only exacerbated by his shrewd, rat-esque face with pinched features and shifty eyes, and it wasn't the result of a quirk. Ishikawa Sawa from the Tokyo Times, at your service. The man gave a low-effort, disingenuous bow to Nejire before pushing his way through the sea of bodies to stand in front of Nejire. His eyes gleamed, as though he thought Nejire's response gave him permission to speak to her. Now then, about this Midoriya Izuku fellow, surely the rumors can't possibly be true, yes? Her eyes narrowed as the reporter started to snicker. She had no clue what this sleazeball was talking about, or how he knew Izuku, but she was not in the mood for it. Leave me alone. She moved to pass him, but the man was quicker than he looked. Nejire turned quickly, still being guided by Ryuko, and the reporter was there once more. Now, he chuckled, no need for hostilities, right? I'm just trying to confirm if the stories circulating about you are accurate, so if you could just get out of my way, the heroine in training hissed, only to receive a bemused eyebrow raise. I'm not talking to any of you. Her patience, which had been at just about zero from the start of the interaction, since the moment she went back to the street and Izuku wasn't there, fully evaporated when the man shoved his microphone into her personal space and stepped beside her as though he was about to hold a live interview with her. And sure enough, there was a cameraman right behind him. Nejire hit her boiling point when the man tried to place his arm behind her in what could have been perceived as a friendly manner if this guy wasn't such an a-hole. The reporter barely had time to think about the way his hand was suddenly now being crushed in her grip, the pain barely registering before he realized he was now face to face with a very angry heroine. What the hell are you doing? He cried. Don't you dare touch me, she hissed angrily, vision tunneling in on the man who decided to be the biggest a-hole in the world today, all the anguish and rage of everything that had happened to her today finally coming up and breaking out of her. Move. Before I do something you regret. The reporter staggered backwards in shock as she let go of his hand. Shock and fear sprawled across his face in a very telling manner as all traces of professionalism vanished from his countenance. Why you can't threaten me? He shouted, voice suddenly high and nasally as he looked behind her to gape at Ryuko. Did you hear her, Ryukyu? Your apprentice just threatened to attack me. What do you have to say about her behavior? The HPSC won't stand for? My apprentice isn't who you should be worried about. If Nejire looked angry, Ryuko's gaze was downright murderous. She glared icily at the horde of reporters, with an extra special promise of pain for the one who had been pestering Nejire. Her gaze softened a tad as it fell upon Nejire's shaking shoulders, though it didn't last very long. Move. Before I do something you regret. Whatever the press were here for, it wasn't worth finding out at the cost of their lives. They made themselves scarce quickly after that declaration. Her boss wasn't known for making empty promises, after all. The smoke that was starting to seep out of her nostrils likely helped. Ryuko sighed once the path was clear. Let's go, kiddo. She practically carried Nejire through the gate. There was even less of a chance that she would have been able to make it all the way on her own now, especially considering that the reporters likely would have jumped her again the moment they had the chance. Thanks, Ryuko, she mumbled, wiping at her eyes with the back of her sleeve as bitterness and pain coursed through her veins. I'm sorry. As soon as the reporters were out of sight, her boss pulled her in for a hug. Don't apologize, Nejire, she said reassuringly, with a pat or two on the back for good measure. You did nothing wrong. You don't have anything to be sorry about. Nope. She was the reason Izuku was missing. Nejire had a lot to be sorry about. Of course, Ryuko wasn't really referring to that, but her words only helped marginally raise her spirits. How did that JRK know Izuku? She asked mournfully, spitting out the word in a very bitter fashion. I mean, hasn't the case only just started? Like, 30 minutes ago started? And how could they know that I'm involved? The older woman winced. But that wasn't good. After a brief moment of silence, although it seemed to stretch on for eternity to the two of them, Ryuko responded. I'm not quite sure, she said, slow and unconvincing. Nejire saw right through her. But don't worry about that for right now. I believe that your friends are here. The sound of Mirio shouting immediately snatched Nejire's attention. She turned to see Mirio, Yu, and Tamaki all rapidly approaching the pair, and a small, pathetic smile inched its way across her lips. Hey everyone, Nejire practically whispered. Nejire. Yu was the first to reach her. Principal Nedzu told us to come down here as soon as possible. Are you okay? Never mind, dumb question. What happened? At the concerned look in all three of their faces, Nejire's will completely crumbled. The dam that she had built in her mind broke apart in an instant, and she let out a gut-wrenching wail before she tried and failed to explain exactly what had happened this afternoon to Izuku to their friends. She knew she wasn't making any sense considering their lack of immediate reaction, but it seemed like their concern just kept growing with every passing minute. Her tears were so plentiful that Yue might have needed to start preparing for a flood. Yu was the first one to attempt to console the inconsolable girl. Hey, she said soothingly, placing a steady hand on her shoulder to try and help stabilize her. Just calm down, we're here and we're not going anywhere. It'll be okay. No, it won't. Nejire cried. It won't, and it's all my fault. The three of them all shared a hesitant look. Is this because of that article? Yu asked gently. She immediately realized how big of a mistake she had made thanks to the sudden wince from Ryuko. Nejire sniffled, silently looking between her friends through blurry, tear-filled eyes. What article? Izuku didn't really know what to expect when he woke up. Heck, he didn't even know if he would wake up, considering the fact that he was pretty sure he was just kidnapped. What if he was going to be used as an unwilling organ donor, or fodder for some crazy guy to hunt like an animal? A quick check below his shirt, one that was not the same as the shirt he had worn on his date with Nejire, he uncomfortably discovered, confirmed that there were no stitches into his sides. It looked like he still had both his kidneys, which was good, and likely threw the harvested for organs theory out the window. Also, it should have been obvious beforehand, but he finally noticed that he was in a bed. A rather nice bed by the feel of it, too. The sheets were softer than his own, and it felt like the mattress was trying to pull him in. If he were a stupider version of himself, he might have let it. As it was, he threw himself off the bed with a speed that would have made Ingenium himself jealous. The soft carpeting absorbed most of the impact from his sudden fall, but he could already tell he was going to be sore later. Izuku didn't know what would happen if he stuck around for long, but he was keen on not letting it happen. Unfortunately for him, the only door he could see, a cold, metal barrier that sequestered the rest of the world away from him, was locked. He pulled on it as hard as he could, shook the handle and even tried kicking it down, though all that resulted in was giving him a bruised foot since his shoes were gone as well, but it was to no avail. His attempts to open the door grew more and more desperate with each failed attempt, hoping against hope that he miraculously found the strength to rip it off its hinges and flee whatever fresh hell he had arrived in, but he had no such luck. He was stuck here. Izuku racked his brain hurriedly, trying his best to recall what had happened to him prior to his arrival in this room. He remembered the date with Nejire, her sudden departure to go help some kids. Oh no. Oh no. He almost forgot about Nejire. What happened to her? Did she think he ditched her? What if she had been doing something nice for him, and that was the reason she took so long to come back? Would she be upset? No, that was stupid. Of course she would be. Izuku disappeared without any warning whatsoever and left Nejire grasping for straws. Oh God, was he ever going to see her again? What if he died here, and the last memory that he had of her was her leaving him to his fate, and hers for him was him abandoning her? He didn't know which was worse. Before Izuku could fall into an even deeper panic attack, he tried his best to take his mind off his girlfriend. There was someone else there, right? That little girl that ran up to him and started begging for help. He grimaced at the memory. The girl, her father, his associates, and then his attempt to run away that resulted in that giant of a man slamming him into the pavement and knocking him out. So he was kidnapped. But why would his kidnappers give him such a comfortable bed? Or change him into a cotton t-shirt and loose-fitting shorts? What if he was kidnapped by child predators? Was he going to be? Nope. Don't think about that. Don't. That wasn't going to happen. Besides, what kind of child predator would want him? Things started to make even less sense once he began looking around the room. It was the weirdest bedroom he'd ever seen, if it could even be considered that. His side had the weirdly soft bed, as well as a small dresser and desk that were both pushed up against the far wall. They had nothing on them, but he assumed that they must have served some purpose if his kidnappers had decided to go through all the trouble of putting them there. All of this stuff wasn't too far out, but that didn't help soothe the way his heart pounded in his chest. The heart rate must have been nearly 200 beats per minute. There was also a giant glass wall that split the room into two, as though he were an exhibit at a zoo. That was weird on its own, but what really made his skin crawl was the fact that there was nothing on the other side but an old, dirty mattress and a thin, ratty blanket that was filled with holes. It looked like it was as decrepit as possible, a far cry from the comparably cushy side he was on. What was this place? Izuku froze at the sound of heavy footsteps right outside his room. He didn't know who any of these people were nor what they wanted from him, but he really would rather not find out yet. At the very least, if they thought he was still unconscious, maybe he could overhear some information, right? It was the only thing he could tell himself to try and cope with the fact that he was completely at their mercy. It didn't help much. He leapt into the bed and yanked the covers back over him just as the door swung open with a loud creak, the soft carpeting of the room, on his side only, once again, doing nothing to silence the sound of his large, metallic boots as he stomped inside. They stopped at the foot of the bed, and he prayed to every god he could think of that they gave up, and, "Nice try, little man." A scratchy voice that Izuku recognized from earlier chuckled. The blanket he had instinctually wrapped around himself for protection, as silly as that sounded, was yanked away from him in an instant, leaving him exposed to the same man who had grabbed him from the street. "Come on, get up." Izuku's eyes flickered towards the wall of muscles that still donned a black bird mask atop his face. A small fire of defiance swelled up within him as he stared down what could easily be the last face he ever saw, even as he pressed himself flat against the bed's headboard. "Are you going to kill me?" Of all the ways the man could have responded, he didn't expect his question to be met with a laugh. "Kid," the man guffawed, "that's just about the furthest thing from our boss's mind right now. Well, maybe. Overhaul isn't one to be understood so easily, but he seems to like you." He cracked his knuckles, slowly and deliberately. "And he's waiting for you as we speak. So are you going to get up, or am I going to have to do this the hard way?" Nope. Izuku did not want to find what it felt like to be on the receiving end of one of those fists, especially since he didn't really have any other choice. The man's muscle mass rivaled Togata's, and he had seen the blonde teen break down giant concrete pillars without All Might's quirk. He didn't want to leave the room, or be here, or be alone, or be with this man, but that was kind of redundant, but he didn't want to die without ever seeing Nejire again. Just the thought of that made him feel sick. A chill racked his frame, and it wasn't due to the draft coming from outside. He pulled himself back to his feet, and the man nodded his approval. But it'll do you no good to disobey any of us. Us? Izuku questioned hesitantly, standing about as far away from the man as he could without explicitly trying to avoid him. Who are you? Us, he confirmed, although he ignored Izuku's second question in favor of opening the door for the two of them. Hurry up, and don't think of running off. You wouldn't get very far, and it wouldn't end very well for you. At all. He gulped as he remembered just how easy it was for the man standing before him to chase him down and incapacitate him earlier, yesterday? 2 days ago? He wasn't sure what time it was and there weren't any windows, so he had no clue how long he had been out. Running away was kind of impossible at this point, but maybe he'd get an opportunity to try at a later time. They didn't seem intent on killing him, so he reluctantly followed his captor out into a cold, eerie hallway, completely silent aside from the droning buzz of the lights above them. Just like in the room he had woken up in, there were no windows, just a seemingly endless length of twists and turns that the man led Izuku through silently. The chill from the metal floor on his bare feet was cold enough to hurt, and a permanent wince wormed its way onto his face. Izuku was more than happy to let his eyes wander to try and distract himself, though there wasn't much to look at. He could make out cameras attached to each and every wall of the building as well as a few doors, but there wasn't anything that stuck out to him as an obvious escape route for the future. As it was, all he could really do was try to memorize the path that he was walking down, and that was easier said than done. Hold up. A meaty hand suddenly swung out in front of Izuku, nearly knocking him onto his, but even as he did his best to avoid it. Get up against the wall. Izuku blinked. What? He didn't have any chance of defending himself from the hand that latched onto his shoulder and pinned him against the wall a second later. The air in his lungs was violently ejected and he groaned as he was suddenly forced flat against the icy surface. Chrono, his attacker regarded coolly. Izuku opened his eyes to see yet another man in a bird mask, donning a long, almost cult-like robe that covered everything except his hands and his mask. Just seeing the man's eerie figure sent a shiver down his back. Rappa. Alright, that was something. 2 names. He could work with this. Actually, he couldn't. He couldn't do anything except do as these people told him to. Izuku was completely and utterly at the mercy of these probable psychos. The man known as Chrono eyed him. I see you've got Kai's friend. Did he do something to upset you? Rappa shook his head. How it wasn't a painful endeavor with the sheer amount of muscle in his neck, Izuku had no clue. Just making sure the little one can't rewind him. Rewind him? Little one? What the hell did any of that mean? Something twitched in Chrono's arms. Previously, Izuku didn't even realize he'd been carrying anything. A bundle of pale white and silver shook silently in the man's grasp, and Izuku bit back a gasp of surprise as he realized it was the same girl who had first approached him on the street. Chrono nodded. Understood. Kai just got finished with her punishment for escaping, so he should be ready for you now. She'll be out of it for a while, though, so don't worry about her acting up anytime soon. At Rappa's grunt of confirmation, the man continued down the hallway like they had just finished up a normal conversation at the office about the weather or about a big new sale, and not the fact that they had seemingly kidnapped 2 children and were doing something to them. Izuku's eyes didn't stray from the shivering girl in Chrono's hands until Rappa grabbed him by the shoulder and forced him to keep walking. Even then, he couldn't turn his thoughts away from her for some reason. The rest of the walk was an eternity to Izuku. It felt like he was being walked to the electric chair. The air around the two of them was suffocating. The air in the hallway grew tense, and Izuku got the quick and sudden feeling that he really didn't want to go where Rappa was leading him. It was too little too late, unfortunately, to be fair, though he was pretty sure it was too late the moment Eri had rushed out at him on the street. Rappa stopped in front of a thick, metal door, one that looked even more durable than the others he had seen, including the one to the bedroom he had woken up in. It reminded him of the doors in medieval European torture chambers, and he threw caution to the wind as he prepared to use last ounce of energy he had left to make a break for it. Rappa literally threw Izuku inside before shutting the door behind him. His instinctual reaction was for him to immediately spin around and try to reopen the door. His body was screaming at him that staying here was a bad idea, but it was already too late for that. The individual standing in front of him didn't seem too keen on letting him leave. Hello, Izuku. His soul nearly left his body at the creepy svelte voice that greeted him. It was the same man from the street, the boss, though it took Izuku a moment to recognize him on account of the fact that he wasn't wearing his bird mask anymore. He had a serene smile on his face, as though he were talking to a long-lost friend, and something about it just made him feel sick to his stomach. The man's eyes crinkled as Izuku slowly took in his frame. "It's good to properly meet you. Who are you?" Izuku asked quickly. "Where am I? Why did you kidnap me?" "Who is?" The man raised a single white-gloved hand, effectively shutting Izuku up. "Patience, Izuku," he said gently. "All your questions will be answered in due time. I do like how inquisitive you are, though. That's quite a good trait for someone your age to have." One thing was for sure, he did not like the way this guy was talking. This conversation was already setting off a billion alarms in his brain, and he'd only spoken 3 sentences to Izuku. He chuckled. "My name is Chisaki Kai, though my subordinates know me by another name, Overhaul. I assume you've never heard of me?" Chisaki looked at Izuku expectantly, and hummed approvingly as he responded with a hesitant shake of the head. "I figured as much. The Yakuza are hardly much of a force these days." Izuku froze. "Why Yakuza?" His abductor nodded. "I'm sure that we're not the same breed of common gangs that you've heard of, though," he continued, "but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, please call me Kai." Nope. Not happening. He was not going to be on a first-name basis with his literal abductor, especially when he was already being referred to as Izuku by Chisaki. That was something that nobody other than his mother and Nejire had done before, and it was something Izuku didn't want to hear from anywhere but their mouths. What right did this guy have to talk to him so casually, as though he hadn't taken him right off the street, away from one of the only people in the world who cared about him? It made Izuku sick to think that this guy was any sort of equal to Nejire. She was his girlfriend, the love of his life, his everything, and this guy was him. He didn't know him, at all, but he remembered Chrono's words and Aries' actions from earlier. She had tried to escape from him. That was pretty damn telling of the man in front of him. Overhaul was a criminal. A dangerous one. One he definitely didn't want referring to Izuku by name like they were friends. And he wanted something from him. The man seemed oblivious to Izuku's internal struggle. "As for why I brought you here, you're quirkless, aren't you?" He didn't know why this man having NTMT knowledge about Izuku's status surprised him. It really shouldn't have. This guy had kidnapped him on a whim, had at least 3 loyal underlings, and a giant secret lair. What was some medical information being dug up in the face of that? That didn't mean he was comfortable with the information being known, or easy for someone who had seemingly only known of his existence for a short amount of time. He didn't feel that rested, but he still hadn't seen a clock since he had woken up. Overhaul continued on, uncaring of the way Izuku stepped back against the cold door. "To be honest, I didn't think there was a single quirkless individual less than 30 left in Japan." His eyes softened. "You must have lived a difficult life, struck out by your peers, mocked for being powerless, yes?" Izuku's silence spoke more than any possible answer could have, to Overhaul at least. "Yes, I'm all too familiar with how the quirkless, the untainted, are treated these days." Overhaul sighed bitterly, eyes trained firmly on the floor. To be hated for a factor determined by birth alone, despicable. Look at how far our society has fallen, to treat children so horribly over a single extra bone. Wouldn't we be better off if quirks went extinct? He locked eyes with Izuku. After all, there'd be no such thing as a hero or villain. No one could take down buildings with a snap of their fingers, nor would massive fights break out that killed countless civilians, nor would people be judged solely by their gifts. Overhaul spat the word like it was a curse. "We could return to Japan as it was meant to be. Wouldn't that be so much better?" Now, if someone other than Overhaul had asked this question to him, he might have taken them seriously. It was an interesting debate to be sure, on where exactly humanity would stand had quirks not developed and evolved over the past 200 years or so, and whether or not their existence was a net positive or negative for society, but it was a conversation he'd enjoy hashing through with Nejire or Helia or even Togata, not this guy. He approached Izuku silently, eyes nearly closed in bliss as he stalked towards him. When Izuku could no longer push himself backwards against the door, Overhaul placed a gloved hand beneath his chin to force him to meet his eyes. "You know what it's like," he whispered softly and really effing creepily, "and yet, you still persist. You want to help people, don't you? You wanted to help Eri. Despite all the abuse you must have suffered, you still want to help the world." He grinned savagely, eyes alight with something. "You're perfect, Izuku, and you're going to help me. We're going to cure this world one curse at a time." Izuku squeezed his eyes shut and tried to turn his head away, but the man's grip was like iron. Eventually Overhaul let go, but it was just so that he could take off his gloves. It was at that moment that Izuku finally noticed the large drain at the center of the room. He grabbed him again, but this time it was by the forearm. "I'm sorry," the older man apologized, not sounding very remorseful, "but you might want to close your eyes for this part. It may hurt a bit, but it will all be over soon." Beneath Overhaul's fingers, something pulsed. It was all the warning he got. Izuku didn't even have time to scream before he was unmade. Nejire had been upset before. She'd been mad. Maybe even furious once or twice. When she had stumbled upon Izuku getting beaten up by his classmates all those months ago, she had felt a rage like never before swell up inside her. But that was nothing. "I'm going to kill them." Her phone, trapped in her vice-like grip, groaned. Nejire's eyes laid on the words displayed prominently on her screen, but everyone around her could see that they were glossy and unfocused, almost like she was in shock. Her breaths came out in short, erratic bursts and her entire body was shaking violently. "I'm going to kill them." Yu was the first one to decide to risk her life. "Nejire," she began cautiously, one eye straying towards the slowly falling apart phone case in her friend's hand, "maybe we should?" "Don't touch me." Nejire whirled around on the pinkette in a fury, a downright murderous scowl on her face with a look in her eyes that promised death, likely to multiple people. The image was somewhat ruined by the hot streams of tears essaying down her face, but it was more than enough to put fear into anyone stupid enough to try and cross her at this moment. Her friend backed up quickly, throwing her hands up placatingly the moment Nejire's outburst commenced. "Sorry." The platitudes went in one ear and out the other. All Nejire could hear was the blood pounding in her head hard enough to hurt. She couldn't move. She couldn't see. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. She didn't even realize she was screaming until the impact from collapsing to the ground pulled her back to reality. A heart-wrenching sob rose up out of her, full of pain and anger and agony, but it was only a moment until she started to scream in anguish again. Something warm wrapped around her. She didn't want that. She didn't want to be touched. She wanted to be alone. She wanted Izuku back. Her fists pounded against the back of whoever was holding onto her. "Get off of me!" Nejire screamed hatefully, "Let go!" They didn't. If anything, their grip just got tighter. It didn't take long for her fists to loosen, with her body going limp as her angry shouts devolved into sobs full of despair. Her hands gripped onto the back of their shirt, clinging tightly to the fabric of her boss's costume as she soaked the outfit with tears. "It's all right," Ryuko soothed, "let it all out." Nejire's sobs only got louder. Her friends were frozen in shock. They hadn't expected her to take the news well, but waking up to a news story about Nejire wasn't the biggest shock Yu had ever experienced. The fact that it was about Izuku, or, more specifically, their relationship and the fact that he was quirkless, was. All of them had held their suspicions about it. The way he held such a deep-seated interest towards quirks and their inner workings, all while looking away whenever they asked about his own. The way he acted like everyone was secretly hating on him behind his back, or like he expected them to but held no ill will towards them anyways. The way she had never heard him so much as mention anyone in his life outside of his mother to them, or the way he let Nejire cling to him like a second skin without so much as a peep. Okay, well, that last one could have had something to do with the fact that they were dating. But Nejire was always a little physical with Izuku. Did she notice that he seemed touch-starved too? Nejire was never one to shy away from contact, but with her younger friend, and even more so when he became her boyfriend, it was something else entirely. The point was that Izuku very clearly had issues, and that all of those issues seemed to stem from a single point that Yu was pretty sure she had pinpointed. And it looked like she had hit the nail on the head. Unfortunately, that was not the reason Nejire was having a breakdown right now. It was almost unbelievable, the news that he had just been taken. Nejire walks down the street, comes back, and it's like Izuku never even existed. Who would want to hurt Izuku? He was literally the kindest person she had ever met. Yu doubted he even had the capacity to be angry. But he was quirkless. And that fact had suddenly just become known to all of Japan. There were plenty of people who probably decided that he was suddenly worth less than dirt to them, or worse. And what could they even do now? There wasn't a trace of him to be found. If there was no way Nejire would have ever missed it, and people went missing all the time. Yu shook her head quickly, banishing the thoughts that suddenly began to rise up. Nope. She couldn't think like that. Izuku would be okay. She just had to stay calm and help Nejire in whatever way she could for now. She reached a hand out towards her friend's shoulder to provide whatever sort of comfort she could, But Ryukyu solemnly shook her head as she held the sobbing girl. Yuyu was pretty sure she wasn't the only one who felt more than a little helpless as they watched their friend bawl their eyes out. Personally, she felt decently angry with herself as well, in no small part due to her inability to do anything but wait for Nejire to calm down. And that took a while. A long while. She would have liked to say that Nejire looked a little better by the time she was done sobbing her soul out, but the poor girl just looked exhausted. No, that wasn't the right word. Dead was more like it. Her makeup was smeared and runny, her hair was matted and frazzled, and her shoulders softly trembled as Ryukyu gently pulled her to her feet. The worst part was her eyes. They lacked their usual bright spark, her happy demeanor, and her sapphire blue looked almost gray. The sight made Yuyu nearly sick. "Let's get you back to your dorm," Ryukyu whispered gently, coaxing, carrying Nejire to her feet as Yuyu hurried over to give her best friend a second shoulder to lean on and try to help silence her meek whimpers of protest. "Get some rest. I'll get right back to work on the case, okay? You'll need your strength for when we find Izuku, dear." At the mention of Izuku, Nejire finally relented, going from struggling weakly against her and Ryukyu's supportive grip to falling limp against them, her long hair shadowing her devastated countenance as she started to sniffle again. Yu took a moment to look around them as the pair slowly guided Nejire to her dorm. Tamaki was already on the phone with Nejire's parents, and more likely than not, Snipe and Nedzu, while Mirio made sure nobody so much as looked at the small army of students as they slowly walked across campus. Yu didn't think she'd ever seen the guy so stormy. He looked almost like All Might did at the end of the sports festival, when he was handing out the medals to the big three. She quickly shook her head. That wasn't important. The only thing that mattered now was Nejire and Izuku's well-being, but she wasn't able to do a DMN thing about that, for either of them. All she could do was try her best to ensure that Nejire didn't cry herself to sleep tonight. And that was certainly going to be easier said than done. She had already started to sob again. Yuyu had never felt so powerless. Izuku didn't know how long the nightmare lasted. So much pain. It felt like his body was being burnt, turned inside out, ripped apart, you name it. And that was when he was able to feel things. A lot of the time was spent simply disconnected, detached from his body. Whatever it was, he hated it. It was like there was nothing but a single thread connecting him to reality in those moments, like a single swift snap was all it would take to sever his soul from existence. Nothing that Bakugo had ever done to him could compare to the sheer terror he felt in those moments, and they happened over and over and over again. By the time it ended, Izuku didn't know whether or not to be grateful. He was pale, curled up in a small ball, body racked with shakes as gallons of his own blood slowly pooled around him, sticking to his skin like ink as the coppery smell got him dangerously close to puking. The formerly white cotton shirt he had been donned in was now a dark maroon. "Easy, Izuku." He flinched even harder at the reminder that he wasn't alone, or, rather, at the reminder he was alone, just with the man who had hurt him. Izuku didn't have any better words to describe it. It just hurt. Worse than anything else he had ever experienced. It hurt so bad. That's it. Overhaul's smooth voice carried itself crisply over the sound of Izuku's sobs, sounding almost like a doting father. "It's over now. It's all right. You did so well for me, Izuku." His quakes only got harder. What did you do to me?" Izuku croaked hoarsely, curling in on himself even further in fear and despair. He couldn't do much else, considering he could barely even feel his body. It was like everything had gone numb, and no matter how hard he tried just to push himself away from the monster in human skin next to him, he couldn't. The man hummed slowly, as if unsure how to reply to the question. "I need to take some tests," he said simply. "This was the easiest way to gather enough of your blood to proceed with them." Overhaul's voice suddenly turned frigid. "Rappa!" he called loudly. The man was at his side in an instant, and despite his large frame the henchman was definitely the smallest presence in the room, ignoring Izuku, of course. "Yes, boss?" Rappa asked dutifully, hands at his side as he side-eyed the crumpled form of Izuku. "Take Izuku to get cleaned up," Overhaul dictated, "and then return him to his room. Let him recuperate and rest, and start to get acquainted with the compound. Give him his privacy in the shower, but if he escapes, it's your head." If Rappa was fazed by the threat, he didn't show it. The hulking man just bowed his head, which was almost impressive considering how thick his neck was, nodded, and scooped him up off the floor, uncaring of the blood that now soaked his shirt as he lazily tossed Izuku over his shoulder. "You got it, boss." As he stomped away, the last thing Izuku saw of the man was his soft smile, The smile that was now almost certainly going to be in his nightmares. The smile that made his skin crawl and made him want to scream and run and want to be with Nejire. The smile that he couldn't escape from. And he didn't know if he ever would. No matter how hard he scrubbed, Izuku could not get the wash away the feeling of blood clinging to his skin off, and he scrubbed hard. Hard enough to make his arms burn, hard enough to render his usually lightly tanned skin, as a result of a summer spent exploring the great outdoors with his beloved Nejire, a bright neon red that stung with every drop of water that touched it. Apparently he took too long as well, because halfway through scrubbing his skin down to the bone the water abruptly cut off, leaving him cold, wet, naked and a complete mess all around. The door to the bathroom opened briefly, just long enough for Rappa to throw a towel into his face with pinpoint accuracy accompanied by a sharp order of, "Get out. You're taking too long," that made him flinch violently. Izuku thought about just ignoring the man and hiding in the small shower as long as he could, but the fear of a reprisal against him, or worse, Overhaul eviscerating him again, meant that he had no choice but to slowly don the thin hospital gown that had been laid out and slowly re-enter the hallway. Rappa smirked down at him, his teeth gleaming as his bird mask hid the expression behind his eyes. "Took you long enough, kid." He snorted, clearly amused by the whole situation. "Let's go. I'm tired of handling brats all day." He reached out for Izuku, his meaty hand instantly latching onto his shoulder, and Izuku froze up like a deer in headlights. He started shaking, his breathing became sharp and choppy, and all he could see in that moment was Overhaul reaching out for him to disassemble him once more. Izuku tried to scream, but nothing came out beyond a silent whimper that Rappa ignored. He more or less dragged him back. Down the hallway, coming to a stop at the room Izuku had first woken up in and unceremoniously plopping him on the ground inside. "Have fun, kids." Rappa waved him goodbye and quickly shut the door behind him, the sound of the heavy lock being pushed into place reverberating across the room as his muffled voice made its way to his ears one last time. "Don't have too much fun, or the boss might not be too happy with you." Izuku barely even heard it. His blood was pounding in his ears, drowning out almost all other noise as he curled up into a small, pathetic ball on the carpeted floor. His eyes were wet, and he shuddered harshly, barely able to keep himself together following what had just transpired, what had just been done to him. Izuku felt violated, like his very life was little more than a toy for Overhaul's amusement. Why else would he do this to him? He had said something about eliminating quirks, but all he did was hurt him. He looked up, and it suddenly got that much worse. Where there was once nothing but an empty dresser and desk, now sat notebooks. The same kind that he draws with. There was even a pile of cookbooks. Oh god, oh god. This was worse than anything. Had Overhaul got this stuff for him? Stupid question. Of course he did. But what? But why? Did he think Izuku would like it? Be thankful? To keep him placated? Was this some sort of sick joke? Does he even have a chance to get away from this place? Will he ever see Nejire again? He began to spiral as his already fractured mental state declined, curling in on himself even tighter as his sobs grew fiercer and his shakes became more pronounced due to the hopelessness of the situation. He was screwed no matter what. He'd never see Nejire again. The rest of his life was doomed to be spent as a plaything for Overhaul to destroy and rebuild as he pleased. It seemed like he was going to completely come undone beneath the anguish of. A soft tapping sound dragged Izuku out of the depths of his mind. It was a miracle he even heard it, all things considered. The gentle, repetitive tapping of fingers on glass was so faint it shouldn't have registered in his head, but for some reason those little pitters cut through his distress like a hot knife through butter. The soft sounds kept up as his breathing slowly evened out, his shaking reduced to merely soft quivers as Izuku slowly unfurled himself from his arms. He looked up through tear-stained eyes, and saw Eri. She gasped softly as their eyes met, her small body trembling slightly in surprise, and maybe even fear, before she steeled her will and resumed the tapping, even as Izuku crawled over to the other side of the glass wall dividing the room in two. "That I'm sorry," she whispered quietly, her bottom lip quivering as he pressed his own hand against the glass. Izuku blinked, eyes still misty. Sorry?" he repeated softly, whispering in confusion as he took in the girl's quivering frame. "For what?" Her big red eyes looked up at him. Even from his down position, he was still somehow taller than her, hesitantly, her face scrunching up as she sniffled. "It's my fault you're here," she whispered, barely audible from behind the thick glass. "If I didn't ask you for help, he wouldn't have found you." Izuku swallowed thickly. That was kind of true, but there was no way in hell he could blame Eri for this. She was just a child. He. Aries' shaking only got worse as she nodded. The bad man. She whimpered softly, the bandages on her arms giving Izuku a pretty damn good clue as to why she would be afraid, and who did it to her. He hurts me and he hurt you because of me. She trailed off miserably, and despite having exactly zero experience dealing with children, Izuku knew he had to say something to try and help, but what to do? If it was him in this situation, and well, he kind of was, he'd probably say that what would make him feel better the most would be a hug from Nejire or his mother. But, of course, they weren't there, and even if he did want to offer Eri a hug, there was a thick wall of glass between them. It's not your fault," he said hurriedly, waving the hand that wasn't pressed against the glass shakily. I don't blame you for asking for help, and it's not like you knew, he would want me." Eri's bottom lip wobbled as he tried to calm her down, shaking her head furiously as tears began to spring up from her eyes. "No, it's all because of my curse. That's why he hurts me, and it's why he hurt you." Izuku's eyes couldn't help but be drawn towards the small horn on her forehead at the mention of a curse. She didn't mean her quirk, did she? It didn't really matter, all things considered. The only thing that mattered was that Eri started to cry, and Izuku couldn't do anything to help her. It broke his heart to see the girl start to bawl softly, powerless to do anything but watch like the total waste of oxygen that he was. Despite everything that had happened to him so far since he was taken, all the hurt, all the fear, this was worse than all of it. If there was a single word that could be used to describe the situation, and there were many, no doubt, unfortunate was one of the first that came to mind. Terrible immediately followed, alongside tragic, ugly, and even the tried and true simple bad, but none quite encompassed the absolute clusterfuck that Nezu was now attempting to deal with better than catastrophic. Well, it would if he had the time to say it, that was. He had far too much on his plate now to even think about wasting syllables in his mind. Bad it was. The situation was bad. To recap, he had one missing boy whom he had kept an intrigued eye on, a hit piece on said boy from one of Detnerat's subsidiary companies, which just so happened to also target one of his students, no less, and through no fault of her own, emotionally unstable teenager who held the power to level entire cities in her hands thanks to her partner, the same boy who was last seen days ago. And that was without getting into the, struggles that Togata was facing with One for All and his acclamation to the quirk, much less his regular teaching and administrative duties. Truth be told, normally these sorts of investigations were beneath Nezu, as tragic as they could be, he simply had far more important tasks at hand at all times. Triage was a necessary evil in the hero industry, and teaching the next generation while simultaneously attempting to coordinate against All for One and his successor with any willing parties took precedence over a simple child abduction most of the time. His paws were full. But this was no ordinary child, and Nezu was no ordinary hero. He was a boy, a quirkless boy, who held a burning curiosity for quirks so bright it unlocked a potential even he didn't fully grasp in Hadou over the course of what was apparently a single afternoon. Humans are such interesting creatures, it would be a disservice to call him anything other than a victim of society, while simultaneously just as disrespectful to reduce his life down to only what has held him back when there is so much more that defines him. That alone commanded his respect. Besides, those animals in the press went after his student, a child, and over her personal life, at that. Unacceptable. Yatsubashi will feel his retribution long after he is done with him and his little projects, whatever they may be. There was even a chance that the two, the hit piece and the kidnapping, were connected, in an attempt to target Hadou, and if that was the case then there would be hell to pay. Even more so than there already is. Midoriya Izuku. What an interesting character. Nezu would make sure to retrieve him, and then they'd finally get the chance to speak, one tormented soul to another.